changing who I am. I'm making a new plan, rearranging my life, and I won't look back ever again.
Yeah. You ain't see me activated. You better hope that you never see me agitated. I think about my actions, plan them out, evaluated. That's how I end up on the top, man, I'm calculated. My mind's a weapon, my body is the engine. I'm never second guessing, I just do what I was destined. Cause I feel I got the blessing, persistence and obsession. That's how you keep progressing, I already learned that lesson, yeah.
I'm changing who I am. I'm making a new plan, rearranging my life, and I won't look back ever again. You can't stop what's moving. You can't stop what's moving. I'm changing my life, and I won't look back ever again.
No fear, see clear, you deserve to be great. I know it feels like things get in your way. Push through those walls and the others will fall. Sit up, stand tall, you can get through it all. I need some energy, anxiety's no friend to me. I have a short memory, I don't really remember things. That's how I move on, that's how I stay strong. A new day's on, I'll keep moving right along. And I feel like the pain in the past, it needs to stay in the past. You gotta take off the cast. I wanna feel like I'm a new person. I wanna have clear vision and purpose. And I feel like the pain shouldn't last. If you can move on and past the things that make you feel bad, and you can change in your brain, I'm certain. I've done it before, and man, I'm not perfect.
I'm changing who I am. I'm making a new plan, rearranging my life, and I won't look back ever again. You can't stop what's moving. You can't stop what's moving. I'm changing my life, and I won't look back ever again. I'm changing who I am. I'm making a new plan, rearranging my life, and I won't look back ever again.
Yeah. You ain't see me activated. You better hope that you never see me agitated. I think about my actions, plan them out, evaluated. That's how I end up on the top, man, I'm calculated. My mind's a weapon, my body is the engine. I'm never second guessing, I just do what I was destined. Cause I feel I got the blessing, persistence and obsession. That's how you keep progressing, I already learned that lesson, yeah.
I'm changing who I am. I'm making a new plan, rearranging my life, and I won't look back ever again. You can't stop what's moving. You can't stop what's moving. I'm changing my life, and I won't look back ever again.
No fear, see clear, you deserve to be great. I know it feels like things get in your way. Push through those walls and the others will fall. Sit up, stand tall, you can get through it all. I need some energy, anxiety's no friend to me. I have a short memory, I don't really remember things. That's how I move on, that's how I stay strong. A new day's on, I'll keep moving right along. And I feel like the pain in the past, it needs to stay in the past. You gotta take off the cast. I wanna feel like I'm a new person. I wanna have clear vision and purpose. And I feel like the pain shouldn't last. If you can move on and past the things that make you feel bad, and you can change in your brain, I'm certain. I've done it before, and man, I'm not perfect.
I'm changing who I am. I'm making a new plan, rearranging my life, and I won't look back ever again. You can't stop what's moving. You can't stop what's moving. I'm changing my life, and I won't look back ever again.
Yeah. What it do? What it do? What it do? This your boy Gangsta Cap. You already know what time it is. I got the lowdown for the low now. And this is where it go down. Like, share, subscribe to the page because you already know. This is the number one spot on YouTube for online interviews and celebrity gossip. We don't make the news. We just break it down at 101.1 The Bounce. Number one spot on YouTube. Number one spot. What's good, family? What is good? What is good? What is good? What is y'all doing? What is the world like? What is the world like? I waited for the rain and it didn't come, y'all. I'm so upset. Shout out to T-Pain. What's good in the hood, family? Nigga Jay Dooley in the building. What's good, man? To the Jake J Dooley. Okay, sound like the rain about to come now. Sound like the rain about to come, y'all. That's all I wanted was a little bit of rain. That's all I wanted was a little bit of rain. What's good, y'all? What is really, really good? What we got going on, y'all? Talk to me now. Because we got some shit going on today. I just found out some shit. When I tell you I just found out some shit, I found out some shit. So we ready for another good conversation? Yeah, gotta stay convoed up. Let me put Facebook up on in here. Let's get Twitch up in here. I got a great conversation for y'all. What's Twin at? Y'all know I've been doing my research. Y'all know I've been doing my research, man. I had to do my research today. And I came to find out Cassie wasn't groomed by P. Diddy. Yeah, that's what I found out, y'all. Everybody thought she was groomed by P. Diddy. That's not true. That's not true, y'all. That is not true. Do y'all know who she was groomed by? Y'all might be surprised. Some might not. I was shocked, though. I ain't gonna lie. When I did my research, I was like, damn, you niggas is foul. Cassie was a jump off early in the game, yo. Early in the game. And it's mighty funny how they be lying too, bro. The lies they tell. They said Cassie came to New York at 18. No, she was 17, yeah. Where's Calais? That shit got y'all heard that, y'all? That motherfucking thunder? God damn, I heard that shit. I heard that thunder, boy. Woo! God damn, that's not the thunder you want to hear. Excuse me, blush. Yeah.
Yeah.
What it do?
Was criminated, Dundada.
Everything in the motherfucking world in the sun. You know how we do.
I feel it.
Everything in the motherfucking world in the sun. Yeah, this shit about to get spicy. Yeah, it's about to get spicy, man. It's about to get real spicy. Because after doing my research, bro, Cassie wasn't 18 when she came to New York, bro. These niggas be lying in the industry.
Yeah.
They be lying to try to make themselves look like they doing shit by the books. But they wasn't, bro. Cassie wasn't groomed by P. Diddy, y'all. P. Diddy wasn't the first one to introduce Cassie to freak offs.
You know she was groomed from somewhere, Dundada. And since she was groomed, guess what, Dundada? She came with vengeance, Dundada. She was gonna take Diddy out from the jump.
Diddy is paying for Tommy Mottola.
He's paying for what Tommy Mottola did to her?
Yup.
All right. Made perfect sense.
Bro, she been a freak. Cassie was fucking with Tommy Mottola, y'all. Tommy Mottola was the one who introduced Cassie to P. Diddy. Tommy Mottola was the one who gave her first contract. Tommy Mottola, Mariah carried her, yo. Y'all do know who Tommy Mottola is, right?
And that's why I told you that. That's why I said that the Mariah Careys, the Beyonces, the fucking everybody who is actually big, they looking like Cassie. Like, you see, you should never let that bitch in, Dada.
That's
what they asked for. They asked for shit like that. You know what I'm saying? They asked to be big. Mm-hmm. Even if Tommy Mottola made her, Tommy Mottola, he didn't make her big, like famous. So she wanted to be famous. Even if she was a freak, she still wanted to be famous. And that's where it happens from wanting to be famous shit.
Yup, she wanted to be famous. She wanted that a long time ago, y'all. A long time ago, she wanted this shit. She knew exactly what she was doing, and she knew how she was going to get it. Yeah, I'm about to roll up on this.
I hear you, gangsta. I'm listening to you, bro. I'm here.
Oh, yeah, you good. I'm about to roll up right now, because this about to get spicy, y'all. This about to get spicy.
We making nachos today for my boy DG for his Mexican ass. So when DG's in here, get DG up in here. We're gonna show him the nice nacho Mexican plate. You heard? It's Mexicano. 2% Mexican.
2%. 2% Mexican, DG. DG will be in here real soon. Real soon. Y'all see who that's sitting next to Cassie? Mr. Tommy Mottola himself. Mr. Tommy Mottola. When Cassie was only 17, y'all.
DG, this is what black niggas use for their nachos. We use the Dorito chips. So this is what we use it for our nachos. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. You gotta use Doritos, man. Gotta use Doritos. Gotta have the shrimp. Gotta have the shrimp. Gotta have the shrimp. Gotta have the shrimp. Call my plug.
I'm saying we gotta have the ground beef. Gotta have the ground beef on deck. You know what I'm saying?
You feel me? I'm trying to tell y'all. You only get this information over here, Dundada.
That's a fact, Dundada. You come to Gangsta Caps Live, Dundada, you're gonna get this information straight out the fucking horse's mouth, Dundada. You heard?
Only get this information here, bro. Ain't nobody gonna be talking about it. But guess what? After tonight, everybody gonna be talking about it. How much y'all want to bet? How much you want to bet after tonight, after this live, everybody gonna be going talking about, well, why she ain't snitch on Tommy Mottola? Why she wait till Tommy Mottola died and ain't snitch on him? Why she making it look like P. Diddy was groomed her? P. Diddy ain't groomed her. Tommy Mottola did. Yeah, I got all the information.
Tommy Mottola groomed her, she came with ventures, she wanted to be famous. Diddy was like, yo, I could get you famous. I like what you do. Tommy Mottola was fucking Cassie and Diddy at a point, so you know what I'm saying? So
yeah. My nigga, bro, like you said, there's people at the up top part that's gonna be very upset. Like, yo, why you let these bitches in? Why you let bitches like her in when every female knew what they got to do to be part of this process? Cassie said that in court she was asked, did you reach out for anybody for help? She said she reached out to Nicki Minaj for help. And Nicki Minaj told her to stop crying and suck it up. This is what you get when you're in this industry.
That's a fact.
And you famous. Basically told her, and you famous. So what are you tripping for?
That's a fact.
Classic in the building. What it do? What it do, Classic? In the building. Yeah, it's about to get spicy. It's about to get real spicy because I'm about to give you the news you can use. I'm about to give y'all the news.
The Mexicano played the data. This is how the nachos is looking, the data. This is how the nachos is looking, the data. Fact though.
Dandada. He said Wingstop, Dandada. They say you need Wingstop.
Now we doing this for DG, the we keep it real for you know what I'm saying, for our co-workers and shit, the you know what I'm saying? We do this shit for the family. The 2% Mexicano, the yeah, so Cassie, the hell yeah, they mad at her. The like, yo, you landed this Burberry bitch and and everybody's going through that shit. It's like this, the it's like if Diddy was a gang, you know what I'm saying? Diddy was a gang, the Cassie is in the game because she fucking the and other niggas in the game because they killing other bitches in the game because they actually gonna push that trigger the So J-Lo, she get out of the game because she was involved with the situation with Diddy when he shot the bitches and all that shit. So she gets to get out the game because she actually got the feds on her and shit like that But Cassie, she got to fuck to stay in the gang. You know what I'm saying? If she was a gang member, she getting shmutted out. But she's still gang. She fucks with us, but she has to fuck the gang to stay gang. Other bitches is committing crime, so they get to be gang, and they're like, yo, bitch, you ain't involved in this shit. So Nicki Minaj is like, yo, I'm over here, like shooting bitches, over here, So I don't know what you talk about, Cassie. Stop crying, get your shit together. That's what I'm thinking,
Yeah, you're right. They was looking at Cassie like, bitch, you got it the easy way. You spoiled.
That's a fact.
That's how they was looking at Cassie. You already came in the game A1. You walked in the office. You walked in Tommy Mottola office at 17 years old, and he automatically took one look at your little ass because they all want these little girls. They all want these little girls. You see what I'm saying? He did Tommy Mottola did the same thing with Cassie that he did with Mariah Carey.
But Mariah Carey ain't sitting there whining, nigga, because she sat there. She understand what she wanted, and she got to be what she wanted.
Yep.
And when Mariah Carey's the biggest artist in the world, she's one of them, one of the biggest artists, female artists.
And when Tommy Mottola was grooming Mariah Carey, Tommy Mottola was married at the time.
Yeah,
he was married when he was fucking with Mariah Carey when he first got with her. Then he divorced his wife and married an 18-year-old Mariah Carey.
Oh yeah, Mariah Carey was married to him?
Yeah.
All right. Shit. So that's the person that she was married to that actually owned the record label.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And guess what they did? They brought Cassie, a 17-year-old Cassie, to him too. Tommy Mottola had to break her in. Just like Russell Simmons had to break in a lot of them other artists on the African American side.
Yeah.
These niggas got a coat. They got like some coat going on that when she young and dumb, the older executives mold her and groom her first. See, that's why the P. Diddy's, the Jay-Z's, the Damon Dashes, they learn this shit from the older executives. How to get the young girl, get the young singer, make her do what you want her to do, groom her into your artist. It's almost like grooming a little girl into a stripper. Only difference is she don't sing, she sing. She gonna dance, she gonna wear little clothes. Only difference is this girl gonna sing instead of being in the strip.
You're not supposed to groom nobody into anything, I feel like, because if you want to do it, you blatantly want to do it. You shouldn't be grooming them. You could make someone, you know what I'm saying, better at what they do, but you know what I'm saying, you can't make someone go and become the stripper. They're going to have that inside of them. You know what I'm saying? You got to understand that I actually mess with shorties and shit like that. So, you know what I'm saying? Some girls would be like, oh, yeah, I want to go to the strip club. And some girls would be like, nah, I'm good with the strip club. I can't fuck with the strip club. Too many people. You just going to have to, you know what I'm saying? You accept people for who they are. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So grooming her, that's a whole different acknowledgement. Maybe he wasn't grooming her. Maybe she wanted to be and he was helping his freaky ass. Maybe he knew how to shake some ass, and he was like, "Yo, Cassie, you ain't shaking ass right."
17? At 17, you're definitely grooming.
Nah, I'm talking about Diddy. I'm talking about Diddy. When she comes from wherever she comes from,
when she got the Diddy, she passed the test. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
That's what I'm saying though. When she was with these white rich folks, they just was fucking and they okay with her. But Diddy was like, yo, I can't, like, you're playing. I'm gonna show you some tricks. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She was already doing what she was doing. When she got with Diddy, she was already doing situations that she was doing, you said, with the first dude.
She was already getting
Diddy showed her some tricks and showed her how to actually and put her on the spotlight to be big too. You know what I'm saying?
Diddy had a job to do, bro. Diddy,
so he held up. He held his bargain up though. He's like, yo, I'm gonna make you famous, and that's what he
didn't do it. He didn't do it, bro. Diddy had a job to do. Once she had it, bro. She was with Ryan Leslie. See, this is how the game is so fucked up, bro, and how they pass these little girls around. This and a lot of people at the top need to go to jail, bro. I just figured this shit out. These niggas take these young ass artists, these little girls, they pass them to the higher executives first. After the higher executives fuck them, like Russell Simmons, like Tommy Mottola, like L.A. Reid, all the high executives, after they fuck them and do what they want to them, then they pass them down to the gatekeeper. Then the gatekeeper is supposed to control them. They supposed to keep them in a circle. They keep them in a circle so they basically can still be fucked whenever they want to get fucked. Whenever they want to fuck them, they can fuck them whenever they want to. And you dangle them around the industry. You dangle them around the industry like pieces of candy. And that's what they did to Beyonce. That's what they did to Aaliyah. That's what they did to Cassie. That's what they do to all these young girls that come into the industry. And that's what you call it? Influential. That's memorized, in love with the motherfucking game, with the industry.
Yeah, but that's why Aaliyah passed away, because Aaliyah wasn't fucking with a white executive. If Aaliyah was fucking with a white executive, she would have been good, because she was fucking with the artists, and she's the biggest artist, and she's about to sign to one of these niggas that she's in love with, like a Dame Dash, and make him filthy fucking rich. They took her out. They made Beyonce.
But my point is, before she got with motherfucking Dame Dash, before she got the R. Kelly, she was with one of them higher executives.
You see the nachos, the data. You see how them nachos is hitting the data. You know what I'm saying? You see how them nachos is hitting the data. I gotta get this. You know what I'm saying? Get right, the data. This for DG. DG, this for you and la familia. About those local homes. Not bad. Could have been better.
Nah, I had a hookah lounge, not a strip club. I had a hookah lounge.
You got a little hookah. You got a little bar type shit.
Yeah, it was a hookah lounge, BYOB.
So Matt Sodi puts up in that bitch.
So I know how this shit go. That's what I'm telling you. A lot of niggas don't pay attention. This shit they don't want y'all to know, y'all. They didn't want y'all to know that Tommy Mottola, the white man, had Cassie first before Diddy. They don't want y'all to know that. They don't want y'all to know that Cassie was groomed by Tommy Mottola. If I was P. Diddy lawyers and P. Diddy defense team, I would have been like, didn't Tommy Mottola turn you out first? Didn't Tommy Mottola bring you into this industry at 17 years old? Wasn't you? Then it's another thing. Then it's another way. This is how I know they groom these little girls too. Check this out. Guess who was the first? Guess who Tommy Mottola had her connected with? Guess who he had her with? Ryan Leslie. Ryan Leslie, which is a known pervert in the industry. He's also a music producer who works in the industry, who fucked with many young girls in the industry. So they was already passing her to niggas before she got to Diddy that fuck with young girls. You see what I'm saying? Like she was already being slid to niggas. She was being slid to niggas, not niggas that wanted to really work with her. These was predators.
I feel like they knocked off Diddy. They left Stevie J there. Stevie J is a regular person. Niggas love Stevie J. Motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying, still love fucking Diddy. Because Stevie J and fucking Diddy's the same type of niggas. And niggas actually still fuck with that niggas.
They're the same type of niggas. Where you think Stevie J learned it from? Why you think they call him sleazy? Why you think they call him sleazy? He learned the same shit from them niggas. And we know he learned the same shit because we watched it on national television with him and what's that girl name? What's the girl? Jocelyn. We watched. Oh yeah, he Jocelyn was his Cassie. He dropped the Cassie Jocelyn. He did the Stevie J did the same thing with Eve, the rapper Eve. Remember, same thing. They
she became bad.
Eve was like 17 years old when Stevie J had her in the strip club, stripping underage.
Oh, yeah, that's what happened with Eve?
Yeah. Stevie J was like...
But she was like a tomboy at first, but then she was like fucking, then she was a bad...
She was a stripper. She was a stripper from Philly. Underage stripper.
She became bad though after she came through with she had the #1 with the white hair, right? And then she started looking more like a girl. She left the industry. She left the industry probably because of that reason and made the movie. What movie she did? The Barbershop. And that's when she was getting
she stopped rapping because remember she got into TV and shit.
Yeah.
She got
that's what I was trying to say. When I seen the Barbershop, the movie The Barbershop, I was like, damn, Eve looks different now.
Yeah, that was after the sitcom and all that. But now she married to a rich nigga from the UK, from England, from some billionaire nigga.
Oh, that's what's up.
So, but she learned the game. She one of them women that went through the game, learned the game, that would say exactly what you said. You fucking it up for all of us that actually know how to play the game. See, Cassie was just too young to know how to play the game. And she got passed around to the wrong niggas. Some people get passed around to the right motherfuckers, some get passed to the wrong niggas.
Yeah. And some niggas and some got protection when they interact with that nigga.
Exactly.
Like what's her name? What's this nigga name? The nigga who's beefing with Benzino. Benzino's daughter was at the party with Diddy or whatever, me and Diddy, and she said, and what's his name? Busta Rhymes was like, nah, not her. Like
exactly. He said that's my goddaughter.
Yeah, that's looking out for her. Like, you know what I'm saying?
But why would you think he would have to do that though? That
He
tells
knows
you
them.
exactly. The fact that another nigga gotta tell you, no, not her, that's my goddaughter, then what that mean? By my nigga, you already know this nigga a predator.
Mm-hmm.
You know you trying to save her life already. You like, nah, homie, nah, not her. Don't do her. Anybody but her. That's my goddaughter.
Mm-hmm. But fucking
So
out,
they
did he with the wrong person? Did he with the wrong girl? Dandada, he'd be fucked up. Dandada.
exactly. So that's why I said they not gonna tell you who the fuck started this shit first. They not gonna tell you who started it first, but we know who started it first. Tommy Mottola. Do y'all research? Tommy Mottola was the one who created Cassie. He was the first one to have a freak off. It wasn't P. Diddy. P. Diddy wasn't the first one to have a freak off with Cassie. It was Tommy. Tommy started it with Cassie.
Clyde Davis started it.
A lot of them niggas started the shit. The shit been going on since the 60s. These niggas been having these type of parties since the early days. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. They still have them. The in sororities, you gotta do certain shit like that. That's just regular shit, bro. You know how many fucking sorority schools they doing it? On the low key, to become something.
He said,
shit like that to get the best jobs, nigga, to get the thing. It's not only happening in the music industry. That shit happens everywhere, bro. Just like regular shit.
He said,
the girls be having like 10 niggas come through, or a certain, there'll be 10 girls and one nigga there, or something like that. They all gotta do different type of fucking rituals or sex acts and shit in the sorority. You know what I'm saying? Diddy comes from shit like that. Little frats and shit.
They all learned like little pigeons, man. Diddy learned from his mentor, Andre Pharrell. That was his mentor, Uptown Records.
Mm-hmm.
They all this shit from somebody.
And Clyde, and all that. They all had Diddy too.
All of them did the Diddy.
But the situation, Diddy love to do it though. Diddy love that shit though. It's a difference between when you love to do that shit and when you getting coerced to do it. You know what I'm saying? Diddy love to do that shit. He's a little gay nigga. You know what I'm saying? He loves sucking dick and balls. You know what I'm saying? Do all that shit. So if he likes doing that shit, you know what I'm saying, it's a difference between someone who likes doing it or someone who don't know and then don't like it. Someone who just actually just don't fuck with it and then you gotta do it because you want money. You know what I'm saying? They're all different ways. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Some niggas right now, they don't give a fuck. Well, they're okay with Diddy and they're gonna go to Diddy's crib. Rick James was the first. Clive even brought him a jet. James Brown was the first black man with a private jet to move the woman. Google it. James Brown. Bro, every fucking rapper that got that's a world rapper, the guy lady fans, so of course they're gonna take a chick with some lady fans and do this and do that. It is what it is. Y'all got something to say, Dada? Y'all got any opinion? Y'all could join up and give it, Dada. That's a fact.
Y'all hit the link. Tony, hit the link. Hit the link. What y'all think? We found the original nigga who created Cassie. The original. I had to go deep in the archives. Y'all. Diddy is not responsible for Cassie's actions and the way she been living her life. This whole time, I was thinking Diddy created Cassie. This whole time I was thinking Diddy was the one that started doing all these motherfucking freak offs. No, that's not true, y'all. It's not true.
While we be right here, Dada, I'm gonna show you. Make sure this shit. This shit will go out.
It's right not true.
We be over here cooking, making little shit, Dada, making little. You know what I'm saying? Let me see the cake. You know what I'm saying? Making cakes, all that good shit, Dada. That's a fact. Baking that good shit, Dada. You gotta be baking out. Have all that cake shit going on, Dada.
Hey, yeah, I know. You know, I know. You know, I know the truth.
That's the person that you said, Rylan Leslie.
Ryan Leslie. Ryan Leslie didn't make Cassie. Tony Snow. I did my research. Tommy Mottola brought him to Ryan Leslie. I'm telling you, I did my research. Google, man, Google ain't always right. Don't believe
man,
Google.
Google, stop putting nigga. I could put something on a transcript, and then Google's gonna pick it up, like I could make my own fabricated situations, and put it on Google, and then when you look it up, it's gonna pop up, So it's where you get your information from Google that makes it accurate, Google ain't got shit to you, that's accurate, bro. These fucking these rappers, they gonna make fake transcripts about their bank accounts, everything, and then Google will pick it up, You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Know what Ryan Leslie did? I'm gonna give you some game, Tony. All Ryan Leslie did was make her first song. Ryan Leslie was the one who created her first song. That's all he did. That's all he did. That's all he did. All he did was create the first song. Hey, Tony, what does that mean? What does that mean? Tommy was married to Mariah Carey. That don't mean nothing. When he was fucking with Mariah Carey, he was married. Tommy Mottola was married. I just told you, when I first started the show, I told y'all Tommy Mottola was married when he met Mariah Carey. Google that. Tommy Mottola was married when he first started fucking with Mariah Carey. Tommy Mottola liked young girls. He always liked young girls.
Nigga, Google only says 2 + 2 = 4, but in the real world, 2 + 2 is 6, nigga. It never adds up.
Say Tommy Mottola was married when he was fucking with Mariah Carey, when he first got with Mariah Carey. What makes you think he wasn't cheating on Mariah Carey? What makes you think Tommy Mottola was fucking everything in the industry? He was fucking everything. Nigga, she got discovered by a makeup artist, a chick that, see, I know the whole story, my nigga. I told you, when I'm not on this shit, I actually be doing my research. Cassie first came to New York at 17. She was doing modeling. She left her crib, being disobedient. She was a fast little ass girl. When she came to New York, she was in and out of strip clubs. She called herself modeling. She met a girl who heard her sing while she was modeling and said, I'm going to introduce you to somebody that can record you a song. All Ryan Leslie did was record the song. Once she got with Tommy Mottola groomed her. Tommy Mottola signed her. She was signed to Tommy Mottola before she even got with Bad Boy. Why do you think Tommy Mottola signed her? It wasn't because she created that one little song and it was good. Man, pay attention. Tommy Mottola, he used to working with the likes of Mariah Carey. The likes of Mariah Carey. You think he signed Cassie because she sounded good? Tommy Mottola was busting that ass before P. Diddy. I'm always right, my nigga. I know what I'm talking about. Tommy Mottola was busting that ass before P. Diddy. Just like he was busting Mariah Carey ass. Y'all gotta peep game.
That's a fact.
You gotta peep game.
So this shit came on the case?
Look, nah, it ain't come on the case. I did my research. Look, right. They said Tommy Mottola saw Cassie for the first time. When he saw Cassie for the first time at 17, he was in the office and was like, who's that girl? That nigga went crazy for that little girl.
Who's that girl?
Who's that girl? Went crazy for that little girl.
Nah, she's that girl.
They said that nigga ain't even have to hear the song. That nigga immediately signed her. Why? Because she was a little ass girl with no titties.
That's crazy. Who the
She was a
fuck
little
likes
ass
like
girl.
that? That's fucking weird. Like, why would you like a girl with no titties? Like, what the fuck?
Exactly. She was a little ass girl with no titties from Connecticut with no mom and no dad living in New York. She was an easy victim. She was the perfect victim. From Connecticut in New York by yourself. No mommy, no daddy. I could do whatever I want with you.
Tommy was grimy and went bankrupt.
Tommy tore her little ass up.
Yeah, they trying to say Tommy went bankrupt or some shit.
He said, look, and she flopped, and it was never meant for her to be successful. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Tony. She was never meant to be successful with Tommy. Tommy's job was to see if she was ready to be given to a Diddy. Tommy's job was to see if she was able to go to the gatekeeper. My nigga, it's rules to this shit. It's levels to this shit. Tommy tested her first. He said, yeah, she passed the test. Ryan, she good. Take her to P. Diddy. Take her to Bad Boy. Take her somewhere where she could get some motherfucker some what they call some experience. But I'm still gonna fuck whatever I want. Groomer. Y'all know what's going on. You know what's going on, man. Look how Tommy Mottola holding that cup. Ain't he holding that cup like, yeah, I got my next victim. He thought she was gonna be. He was looking at her like, I got my next victim. Like the Joker. She's 17 in this picture, y'all. He looking at her like she the Joker. Like he the Joker. I'm about to take this. Yeah, I know what I'm gonna do with this. Come on, man. Y'all better pay attention. She ain't never had no song. She ain't had no hit record. So this what I'm gonna ask y'all. So y'all think these little girls are being taken to the top of the industry with no hit records just like that, right? Even to today, in this day, niggas ain't meeting executives and shit like that.
But even with all the talent that they could have, Dandada, why the fuck would someone like her? There's people that been
17
years old.
17 years old. She's sitting in the office with Tommy Mottola. She ain't got not one hit fucking record.
Yeah, facts.
Y'all better make you understand what's going on. Niggas ain't putting money behind bitches with no hit records back then, unless they was sucking in that toppy, giving toppy sloppy. Yeah, it definitely wasn't like that back then. Back then, it definitely wasn't like that. They wanted them young, dumb, and full of cum. Let's keep it real. Back then, they were young, dumb, full of cum. Why do you think they were getting younger and younger? You don't think the real artists in the industry, the real female artists didn't start noticing that they started getting them young and younger? The Aaliyahs, the Beyoncés, the Ashantis. Come on, man. Every producer had him a young girl. Irv Gotti had Ashanti. She was 17.
But you gotta understand, they do that so they could keep her for a while. So they don't have to keep her for a year or two. They could keep her for a good 10 years, then they could become a partner.
Man, that wasn't the purpose, because art, music, and art never die. You can make music forever. That ain't the purpose. The purpose was because they know the younger you get them, the dumber they are. They're young, dumb, and full of cum. When you get them young, you can manipulate them, you can control them, and you can groom them.
Yeah.
You can groom them. The art of music is grooming an artist. Whether you teach them how to dance, whether you teach them how to rap, whether you teach it's the whole artistry of it. And when you get these girls, you get them young. Oh man, everybody know the best studio time is with the musician that you can fuck. All the producers know the best studio sessions is when you got the girls that is promiscuous. The ones that you could tell them how to maneuver on the microphone and rap and move like this, and then next thing you know, you fucking in between sessions.
Yeah.
That's all. That's what everybody trying to fuck. Every female rapper will tell you every time they go to the studio, they always getting a nigga's trying to approach them. Nigga trying to get some pussy. It's hard for them niggas to take them serious. So back then, man, they was tearing these little ass girls up, tearing them up like dog food, like meat. So imagine what they do with a little girl that's by herself. Her mama ain't here, no brother, no uncle. Man, they gave this girl exactly what she wanted. They knew what they was going to do to this little girl at a young age. And at a young age, she was never supposed to make no music with Tony Mottola. He was the first step of her grooming. After he got done with her, Ryan, come on, all these niggas was fucking that young girl. You think Ryan Leslie wasn't fucking this young girl? Y'all crazy. Nigga, before she got the Diddy, she fucked Tommy and Ryan. She was a freak already, y'all. She had already passed the test. My nigga, they said when they first seen her, she was in the strip club. She was in the strip club when niggas first seen her. At 17.
Oh, she got found in the stripping. She was a stripper.
Yeah.
What she was doing there? She could have been a bartender working.
Nah, she was trying to shake her ass for money because she was young. Man, she was 18 and Ryan Leslie was. She was 17 when she met Ryan Leslie. She was 18 with Diddy. See, this is where y'all getting confused. You can't be 18 forever, my nigga.
Yeah, fact. Yeah,
you can't be 18 forever. She met Diddy at 18. She came to New York at 17, my nigga. She met Ryan Leslie. She was 17 years old. That nigga was lying.
What's goody, James? What's poppin'? Come up here. You got something to say, James. You want to elaborate on something? Hit the fucking bell. Come up here. Don't be nervous.
Hit the link, Tony. Tony, hit the link. Y'all niggas get y'all niggas hit the link. Come chop it up. Come chop it up.
If you got something to say, you got an opinion, run it.
Ron, she was 18, my nigga. Them niggas was lying talking about she was 18. She was 17 years old. 17 years old. She was 18 with Diddy. She was 18 when she got with Diddy, nigga. They said it in court. She was 18 when she met Diddy. So how you gonna be 18 when you with Diddy and 18 with Ryan? You can't be 18 with everybody, my nigga. You can't be 18 with everybody.
My mic was messed up yesterday. Oh, this nigga. Fuck it. See if it works, nigga. See if it works.
It might work today, nigga. Hey, Twin, hit the link. Twin, what's good, Twin? Come chop it up, Twin. Yeah, you can't be 18 with everybody. Y'all better peep game. That little bitch was out there fucking at 17. Why do you think it was so easy for her to do what they wanted her to do? She was already loose. Too many 17-year-olds running from Connecticut to New York, hopping in the strip club. Whether she was a bottle girl or shaking ass, ain't too many girls at 17 doing it. She was ready to leave the house. She was already on some fast shit. Pay attention, y'all. And guess what happens when you start living that fast life? You fall into some fast shit. You fall into some shit real fast. And that's what she did. She fell into some shit real fast.
What do you think was gonna happen? But I'm gonna say this: that she hit her ticket though. Even if she got noticed or she didn't get noticed or whatever, she hit her ticket. She hit a little lottery ticket, Dada. Getting peed on for 4 days straight is crazy work. That's how she was hydrating. if you dehydrated the daughter, your ass would go in the shower. You hydrate yourself through your pores. The daughter, you get a little bit of water, a little bit of relief. The daughter, you know what I'm saying? She needed that shit. She would probably fucking pass the fuck out.
And we all know Tommy Mottola like him young. Mariah Carey will tell you that. All these niggas back then, they didn't mind letting the world know they had young girls.
Let a person even have one drop of piss on your ass, Dada, is gonna be a problem. Dada, when your partner, you know what I'm saying, pee on your foot by mistake, Dada, you say you pee on your partner's foot by mistake, Dada, you pee on your own foot in the shower is gonna be a problem, Dada. So imagine someone just blatantly pissing on you. What do you do after you get pissed on? Do you run in the shower? Do you stay there? Or I'm pissed? Like, is piss sticky? Like, I don't know, Dada. I don't know how that works, Dada. But you know what I'm saying? They have to get this shit together. That's a fucking fact. Now, back in the day, yeah, that's normal shit back in the day. Back in the day, that's normal shit, Dada. A lot of older niggas, Dada, they had kids with younger shorties and shit like that.
Yeah, it was normal for them. Jay-Z, bro. Jay-Z was with Foxy Brown. Foxy Brown was 17.
All my aunts and all my older aunts, all my older cousins, they all had kids by older men, and they was like fucking 15. They I say they boyfriends went past like 22, but they still was older. That's wild crazy, You know what I'm saying?
All of them had young girls back then. All of them. All of them was young. Little Kim, Biggie Smalls had Little Kim. She was a little girl. Go watch the movie. Y'all remember the movie Notorious? Biggie Smalls was doing what? Outside on the block. And Lil Kim was walking with her school outfit on. Yeah, I remember that. Biggie, when Lil Kim was a little girl, Biggie had her. They all had little girls.
But it's not okay, Dada. It's not okay, Dada. That's just fucking different. That's for niggas who just don't like on some real shit. This is what it is, bro. Like growing up, there's niggas who likes them or who's gonna fuck with people who actually likes them. There's all those kids who only like older bitches because they want to feel older. Like I was the type of nigga that I lie my age. I used to lie my age, act like I'm older, always wanted a bitch with a fatter ass or her own shit. You know what I'm saying? So I always, you know what I'm saying. So it's a situation like that. Some people's like that. Some people just go for it. And some people just fucking weirdos, bro. Never really, you know what I'm saying? You gotta watch the motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying? Young girls like older men, older women like young niggas. It happens like that. It happens like that too. It happens like that too, You know what I'm saying? I see that firsthand, You know what I'm saying? I guess a younger dude makes an older lady feels younger, so I don't know what the fuck it does, but you know what I'm saying? It's gonna make them think, oh, it's just gonna maybe they just find so it's just a person, It don't gotta be about I don't think it's about the age, it's about the energy, You know what I'm saying?
You look like a vision, the grass, like you look like a roster. What'd you say, Dundada? My bad.
Nah, I was talking to the chat and shit. I say it's all about the energy, It really don't be about the fucking the ladies fucking with the younger niggas and shit like that. They just fucking with a younger nigga because it's probably his energy and shit like that, making them feel young and shit.
Tony said young girls like older men and older women like young niggas.
That's not true. Some girls just like who's the people's on their level. You know what I'm saying? And some people you meet right there outside, so you're gonna meet people in your age group. But there's some girls that I don't know why would they be attracted to older men, but there's some girls who I guess are attracted to older men.
That shit crazy.
Yeah, that's a fact, Dada. Hey, but this is what it is, Dada. What? Now that you know that, Dada, now you're gonna see that. Who knows what's gonna happen with this little situation?
No, it's a lot more people that know shit that they not saying. See, this is what makes me know now that there's people in the industry like Brian Lewis that know Diddy wasn't the first one.
Yeah,
there's people that was around Tommy Mottola that know he wasn't the first one. Cassie know that Diddy wasn't the first nigga to fuck.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
No, that's a fact.
That's the crazy thing.
Come on, if she was at a fucking strip club, she made it all the way to that type of level. Damn, she was. You know what I'm saying, she was what?
She was moving
at
a fast pace. My nigga, she was only and she met Diddy at 18. It was not even a full year. It was not even a full year, and she had already got to Tommy Mottola. Do you know what you have to be doing to get to the top that fast, my nigga? It's bitches in this industry that ain't never met Tommy Mottola. You see what I'm saying? It's bitches that never get to that top of the industry where they get to sit in the boardroom with the top nigga.
What a Diddy. Well, any of them niggas. Facts.
And you do, and she was 17. Y'all better pay attention. She said it herself. What'd she say when she broke up with Diddy? She knew her job. Didn't she say it? She said she knew her job. She said she continued to do freak offs because it was a job. So she knew what her job was from the day she met Tommy Mottola.
You think a girl in the strip club that want to shake ass and do little like and pop in the bag to get to meet the ends or something like that, or get paid crazy amount of money? Because it's not what you fucking, it's who you fucking, Dada.
And she knew she came there to be a star. She knew she was gonna fuck her way up to be a star.
That's a fact.
She knew it. How else was you gonna become a star? She knew she didn't really have no real talent. You think she thought she could really sing?
Ha! Where she learn how to string? In the back of the strip club? Could be. Not probably.
These young hoes be working in the club, and these executives come in the club, and they ask them, "Do you want to make a little extra money?" We know how this shit go. You want to make a little extra money? Next thing you know, you got little girls like Cassie at these parties. You understand? Next thing you know, you got little girls like Cassie at a party with people that an average motherfucker would never be able to get into. She always
can't suck a mean like a vacuum, the Dada. Yo, Twin's crazy.
She always knew her job.
That is the truth. That makes sense why she didn't tell Diddy no. She just didn't realize how intense it was going to be.
Exactly.
Yeah, she's like, oh shit, the Dada. I went from fucking having a dance off the Dada with a nigga with a client in the back to having 10 clients over here that I'm paying to, you know what I'm saying, to demolish her. The Dada, like she didn't know she was going to pay.
I went from fucking old men. She went from fucking 1 or 2 old men at the same time
to money. To paying niggas to fuck her, nigga.
Yeah. The paying niggas to fuck her. Different life.
Yeah. Mary J. Blige mentioned getting on her knees many times in the interview. She said, how do you think my career lasted so long? Shake my head.
Exactly.
Nigga, Mary J. Blige, nigga, that's like, nigga, Diddy's Mary J. Blige's little sister, so, you know what I'm saying? Mary J. Blige's big, though. Her and Diddy and Mary J. Blige got fucked together, I believe.
And who you, wait. Let's talk about it. And who groomed Mary J. Blige to be a predator? Let's not forget Mary J. Blige is a predator.
She comes from.
She had sex with a little kid.
But a lot of them bitches fuck a young nigga at once, nigga.
I know, but I'm saying
a lot of them fucked Usher. You know what I'm saying? That's why Usher's so thin, because Usher's like, yeah, Diddy did fuck him, but he's like, yo, he fucked a lot of older bitches too.
There we go. That's his name. Danny Boy. She fucked Danny Boy. Danny Boy said he was 16 years old. 16 years old when he fucked Mary J. Blige. when she was signed to Death Row?
Cassie News 101 hour of ain't doing nothing for her. Cassie need about 13 niggas. How y'all
Swear.
that?
Hey,
No, I saw that comment they said about Clive Davis. And if you read through the transcript yesterday, Cassie said something, and maybe I'm overthinking it. So tell me if I'm overthinking. When they asked her about a specific night, it was like some type of award or it was some type of ceremony they were talking about. She said that it was the night that Diddy had overdosed. And when they asked her, was it that night? She said, was that the night that Whitney Houston died? And the lawyer said yes. And she goes, yes, that was the night. And I was thinking, like, why would you?
they probably was getting high together.
You.
They probably
So
was
that's
getting
why
high
when you said
together at
Clyde
the
Davis,
hotel.
yes, they probably was getting high with my girl Whitney. They took my girl out, Cap.
Whitney, P. Diddy, Whitney,
Well,
P. Diddy.
Well, Whitney
Ray
Houston
J.
died. Ray J was in the room with her.
Hold up, let me
Ray
finish.
Ray J's the one who called the ambulance.
Let me finish my statement. Whitney, Ray J, P. Diddy, and Cassie was all getting high together in the hotel. They always getting high together. And allegedly,
they took my bitch Whitney out.
Allegedly, they gave Whitney a hot pack. You ever watch that movie Bullet with Tupac? When they gave yeah. See, when they want to get rid of niggas, they give them a hot pack. Which we know as fentanyl now. Back then, we didn't know nothing about fentanyl and how niggas was getting hot packs and ODs.
And her daughter died the same way, Dada. Yeah, but Ray J was with her when she died.
The same exact drugs. Come on.
Exactly. Off a hot pack.
That's fucked up. Nah, because she knew too much.
And they all like little kids. Let's keep it 100. Even Whitney Houston was fucking with little kids, little boys.
No, Cap. Yes. I gotta draw the line, Cap. No, bro, not my girl Whitney.
I'm telling you, bro. Whitney was fucking with little boys. Whitney like
they all got a younger dude. We don't know what they all fuck with younger dudes and shit like that.
My nigga, why you think Whitney was fucking with Ray J when he was like 18?
Yeah, facts.
I thought that was his Amy.
No, that was he.
It was going out together. Ray J was going out with Whitney Houston. He was in the same. He was in with her when she died. Ray J was there. He called the ambulance. He called the cops.
Bro, do you know Bobby Brown caught Whitney in bed with Ray J? Allegedly, they got into a fight, and Bobby Brown came in the house and caught them niggas in bed. You ain't ever see the Whitney movie? You ain't see the Whitney movie when Bobby Brown came in the crib arguing and shit about the young nigga being in the crib in that part of the Whitney movie?
I remember that, but I didn't know it was Ray J.
It was Ray J. Yeah, Ray J was the young nigga.
Ray J was getting investigated for that shit.
And Ray J went in hot water because that is very disappointing because you got Brandy and them calling you Amy and you over there fucking your play nephew. Like, that's nasty.
But
what you think?
Ray J was coerced to fuck with her. Ray J fucked with her for the industry. Ray J plan was to fuck with her to handle this situation right there that she happened to pass away. I heard.
What you think that little boy Nick was that she was playing mommy to? I know you. I hope you didn't think that actually was her son.
No, I thought that was. Oh, I thought she just adopted. Oh,
yeah, that was her. That was her little boy. And after she died, her daughter turned him into her toy.
If you older, right, you got a different type of money. That you coming through like, oh yeah, that's my sugar mama. What's up, mama? And she's thinking, oh yeah, that's not. You know what I'm saying? They got a whole different type of lingo. Ray J was dating her twin, KT. Ray J and Whitney had been fucking. Well, that's a fact. He was actually there when she actually overdosed. Ray J was in the room with her.
I did not know this.
The only nigga that was in the room was Ray J. That's fucking crazy.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm really kind of hurt right now because I love Whitney.
Ray J seemed like he was a good person too, but damn, Ray J, you over here, you know what I'm saying, slurring and fucking. I mean, it's I don't know what to say.
Everybody knows.
And you know what though, Cap, you might be right because he just Ray J just had a live. He's trying to be like a streamer, and I seen a clip where he told a group of girls in the live. He said, "When I was a kid, an older woman was touching on me like when we was having sex, and I was wondering like, damn, I wonder who the older woman was. I hope it's not Whitney.
It's Whitney.
Oh,
Bro,
Whitney.
Ray J was J Money in Hollywood. He was serving everybody.
Nah, Ray J was definitely on the thought of Whitney, as a boy toy. I mean, everybody knew that shit though.
Shit, not all of us. I thought that was her nephew. I never would have put two and two together.
You see, Ray J made the 911 call. He did. Ray J was the one who called 911.
But see,
Ray
that
J
makes
made
me
sure
respect.
that Ray J made sure she was
Bobby
dead.
Brown so much because he ain't told one bad thing about Whitney since her death. I fuck with Bobby. That's love right there. I know my bitch wrong, but I'm not gonna speak on shit.
Nah, because they're not wrong, bro. They both right because they're in the industry, so he understand. Like Bobby Brown, if you understand, you just gonna understand. Like, yo, she's just in the industry, shit like that. And she passed away. You gotta understand that he knows the truth, so he just crying. Like, who knows why Whitney passed away? Why you think they took Whitney out? Why you think they took Whitney out for a catalog? Like what? Like Prince?
For money. It's always for the money.
Prince was
honestly,
too big.
That's one of the few murders I don't know. I can't think of why they would take her out. I just never.
Did she start talking? There was a kid out
it was for her money. She started doing too much drugs. She wasn't being able to sing no more. She was cracking in her voice.
But they took her daughter out for a reason too, though. You know what I'm saying? They said that they
took her daughter out because her daughter was left with the estate, and they didn't want her to have it.
Oh,
but wait, Cap. Do you remember? Years, like decades ago, before she died, she came in an interview with Brandy, and she was wet. Like completely wet from head to toe. And she handed her a note and she said, "Do not show nobody." And to this day, Brandy will not tell nobody what was on that note. But she just said, "I love you. I just want you to know whatever happens."
It probably said I'm high as hell. Whitney could not stop getting high. Bro, I'm trying to tell you, Whitney from East Orange, New Jersey. She could not stop getting high.
But the question is, what made her? Something had to trigger her where she always needed to be high.
Bobby Brown started her getting high. They was getting high together. Bobby Brown,
that was her brother. She admitted it was her brother that got her high. And she got high.
Nah, listen what I'm saying. What I'm saying is she had a partner in crime when they was married. He was the bad boy, she was the bad girl. They was getting high together. Once he decided to stop getting high, she couldn't stop. He quit. He left her because she couldn't stop.
He couldn't quit though because she kept on making him relapse. So it's like he's trying to get better.
No, see, that's the thing though. Bobby Brown ended up quitting, and he left her because she wouldn't quit. See, a lot of people think Whitney left Bobby. Bobby left Whitney. Bobby left Whitney because she wouldn't stop doing drugs. And Whitney said when Bobby left her, that broke her heart. She was like, she never thought Bobby Brown would ever leave her.
Facts. Shit, none of us did.
But when you stop using drugs, you have to get away from somebody that's using drugs.
That's true.
And she didn't stop using drugs.
Yeah, and you gotta better yourself. That's what you gotta do, Dada. I mean, he's alive, right?
Yes.
That's why he cries so much. That's why he cries so much because he feel like he's the reason why she's dead because he
couldn't stop her.
He couldn't stop her to stop doing drugs. That's
really hurtful. That is so hurtful, man.
He cries because of everything, bro. He actually knows the truth, how she died. He knows everything. That Bobby Brown's the type of nigga
just to sing, bro. She had to be high just to sing.
It's all right. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, it's not her. She did like what they say. Stevie Wonder, he did drugs his whole life or something like that. They say that. You know what I'm saying?
That's why she was getting high that night in the hotel because she was supposed to perform that night. Remember, that was the Grammy. She was supposed to perform.
Yeah, she could. I mean, not killed herself. Well, we don't know. Whatever happened, she died right before the Grammys, and that's crazy. Like literally the night before she was supposed to perform. That's crazy.
No, it was the night of the Grammys. She died, not the night before. They were actually in the middle of the Grammys while they pronounced her dead.
Oh, really?
And they kept the show going. And everybody kept saying like, "You really?" This shit kept going. They kept the show going in the middle of the ambulance, and everybody taking Whitney out.
Yeah, they did her dirty, bro. They did her dirty, bro. At the end of the day, they took her out, bro. Just
That's
like
why
Prince.
that's why they said it was almost like a ritual. Like while she was dying, they were partying.
Yeah.
That's why
Just
I said I think she knew. I think she found out something, and you know how it is. Like, I'm cool with you knowing the secret, but when I start seeing you have a desire to change or you start pulling away from me, now I'm afraid that you might go off the rails and you might say something you shouldn't be saying.
They took Ray. They took Ray. They made Ray J silence her, bro.
Exactly,
That was
but she
Ray.
knows something. There was something
Yeah.
that she was aware of, and they
Yeah,
was like,
fuck.
we can't let her come out and say anything.
Of course she knows. She knows a
But
lot. A
she
lot
been in
more.
the industry all her life. What ain't she aware of? She know everything. She know all the industry secrets. Like she came when she came in the industry, she was 13, 12. She know all the industry secrets.
Yeah, she
Ain't
do.
nothing
She
she
been
don't
with
know.
she been with the
She knew
greatest.
Clyde Davis wasn't shit. Like Clyde Davis was like a dad to her. So if anybody knew, for all we know, Clyde Davis could have fucked her.
I think Clyde Davis helped kill her, but that's just me. I think he
But
sent. I think he was like, they was like, look, we got to take her out, and he was like, all right, do what you got to do.
Send Ray J.
But that's the point we all know. At some point, don't no artist die of a healthy death. I never seen an artist go out of a healthy death. They take you out so they can take your money. They don't let artists just live to be 50, 80 years old. That don't happen no more. It don't matter if you're a singer or a rapper. We got to take you out once your prime is over. Just like how the women do when they divorce a husband or when he's a football player, a basketball player, when his career over. That's what they do with these artists. They take them out when their career almost over. Why? Because now I can maximize the income off you.
And I don't want you to have pull a Kim Porter and have USB drives and shit floating around.
Exactly. And I don't want you to live off your royalties. I'd rather take your royalties. I'd rather take the money. Because what happens is when you die, if you don't have a will or you don't have the proper things in place, then guess what? Nobody owns your estate. 99.9% of the time, the record label try to take your estate.
If they give it to you, they gotta take it back. You know what I'm saying? And if they give it to you, they only giving it to you. So it's like you can't share your wealth with your whole family. That's not how it works.
Mm-hmm.
So when they give it to you, they're gonna give it to you only and make sure that you live in your big ass house all alone. You're not sharing it with the community, you're not doing nothing. You start sharing it with the community, independent niggas, they come up, they share it with the community. Nipsey Hussle, Young Dolph, the independent, they making the community, they're about to change the whole aspect of their fucking state. Poof!
And that's
they disappear right before it happens. It always happens like that.
You said the key thing.
To you, but they gotta take it back. They have to take it back because they the only ones.
Bro, you said the key. You said the key thing. You're not allowed to build generational wealth off their money.
Yeah, not off their money.
They're not going to let you do that.
So you could live. You could do whatever you want, but you want and make sure that you're doing it all fuck alone and shit like that. They're not gonna let you and they don't let you live your whole life. You know what I'm saying? Only the white Illuminatis, they get to be rich and live their whole life. The black Illuminati, they can't live their whole life. You're gonna be rich, they're gonna take you out when it's necessary. That's what they.
And know how you know what you're saying is true, bro. Know how you know what you're saying is true. I'm gonna tell you how you know what you're saying is true. When they took out Prince, what's the first thing they said?
Yep.
What's the first thing they said when they took out Prince? He broke.
What they say?
He broke. He owed the IRS. What's the first thing they did when they took out R. Kelly? I mean, what's the first? Hold on. What's the first thing they did when they took out Michael Jackson? Oh, you got to see. He broke. He was going broke. That's why he was on his last tour. And then they do this because nobody know your.
Remember,
finance.
he was buying catalogs.
He owns catalogs. So
you remember that cat? Michael was buying catalogs. So how was he broke?
He owned Sony and Prince had some. He had like a fucking safe downstairs, with all the monumental shit. Prince has some crazy shit in it.
But this is my point. They can never be broke. They have enough assets.
No.
They have enough assets, and they're worth so much that you can never be broke. You could pay any IRS any bill back, right? So, but look how they do. Michael Jackson owned 51% of Sony. Look, let me show you what they do. Michael Jackson owned 51% of Sony. He owned the Beatles catalog. He owned so much shit. He owned Marvel. Do you not know if Michael Jackson would have never died, you wouldn't have none of the Marvel movies that we have now? Because he owned Marvel. What they wanted to do was get rid of Michael Jackson so they could create all these Marvel movies, so they could motherfucking get the Beatles catalog back, and so Sony could own 100% of their company back. And then
Elvis's catalog, catalog, they say Dolly, Patron.
Exactly. And then when Michael Jackson died, he owed money. So then the state had to do what? Now the state got to sell property. Now they got to sell the house.
What was it? Wonderland or Peter Pan Land or whatever it was called?
I think it was what was the land called? What's that?
Neverland.
Was it Wonderland? I don't remember. Neverland. Yeah.
Never get older.
Sold that. Yeah.
They had to sell all this shit. But if Michael was alive, he'd still be living in all this shit. You see what I'm saying? Pay attention. If he was still alive, he'd still be in all this shit. But because you go, they know we can control your paper now. Your black and white. We can control your black and white. How can we control your black and white? Let me tell you how we can control your black and white.
What's good, Kev? Come up here, Kev.
Yeah, hit the link, Kev. We black and white. Know how we control your black and white? Because nobody can see your paperwork and all that, but and we could document it and we can make it whatever we want.
Because you can't create generational wealth. You can't create generational wealth. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's more so you can create generational wealth as long as you play by our rules. If you try to step out of what we've already established, now it's a problem. Because remember, at first when Michael was
that's one of their rules. But that's one of their rules.
One of their rules is you can't create it.
They don't allow you to create generational wealth. And know why we know that's one of their rules? Because think about it, they take it from you when you die. If it wasn't one of their rules, then Prince would family would be able to.
Oh, they show it. Look, they show it. Look at Russell Simmons. Russell Simmons got it. Look at Russell Simmons. He created generational wealth, right? But look, he can't be in America.
Jay-Z has generational wealth, and I think he's an Illuminati. You couldn't tell me otherwise.
Yeah, but
no, he don't. Jay-Z, hold up, twin. Jay-Z do not got generational wealth. He do not do nothing for his family. Nothing. His whole family came out and said that he don't do nothing. His family in Jersey, West Orange, Jay-Z don't do nothing for his aunties. He can't
take care of nobody, not even his daughters. He got real daughters out there that he had. Jay-Z can't take care of them. He could be with Beyonce, take care of his family there. He don't take care of none of this. Look at that's what it is. You can't create generational wealth and you can't help your family. If you're going to be in your big-ass house, it's only going to be Jay-Z and Beyonce in that big-ass house. Where's his whole family at? You can't, They won't allow you,
Yeah, why he ain't got his aunties, his nephews, none of them. I'm talking about they living in New Jersey like normal people. Little-ass houses. He still got family in Marcy Projects.
Facts. Nigga, he got daughters in Baltimore. He got daughters in Baltimore.
And I heard he got kids outside of Beyonce kids.
He got kids. He got kids outside of Beyonce.
You don't, Cap, you don't remember that little boy that looked, or no, he's not a little boy no more. He's a grown man now, but he looks
rapper.
He looks just like Jay-Z, like spitting
the autistic kid.
He came. No, not the autistic kid. It's another dude that was on Tasha K. That came.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. He been asking for a DNA test for like 10 years. He been asking for a DNA test.
I know that one too.
He looked just like Jay-Z. But the point we just trying to make is if they wanted you to have generational wealth, then they would allow you to take care of your people. Anytime they prevent you from taking care of your people, then you wasn't meant to have generational wealth.
Yeah, you can't. They won't allow it, and you can't live. The only people that can live their whole life, is the white Illuminati. So Jay-Z, he's trying to join the white Illuminati so he could live his whole life. But Jay-Z is part of the white Illuminati, You see, the person who actually owned the black Illuminati, he died. He recently died. That's why P. Diddy's in his situation. A lot of people in their situation because he just happy to die. So his protection, he was protecting a lot of people, so he can't protect them no more.
What they call it, the Baphomet? What they call it, the Baphomet? What was it called?
Oh, yeah,
the Black Illuminati.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I
they
know what
call
you're
it
talking about. Yeah.
they call it the Baphomet or something like that. Because Jonathan Odie was talking about it.
The boule. The boule.
The Boule, yeah, because he
Yeah.
said it. He said they in the black Illuminati. That's what he told the FBI. He said they in the black Illuminati. He was like, it's a whole bunch of rich black people, and he was like, they do certain shit and they go by
Yeah.
certain rules and they have rituals. That's what Jonathan was trying to tell the FBI. That's what he was telling them. And guess what? Diddy was showing us because what Diddy was doing, he was getting together with a certain selective people, and he was keeping them all together, taking pictures with them. A billionaires club. Do y'all not know if that video always remind me? Remember that video with Nipsey Hussle in that video, and he got Jay-Z, everybody in the video with him,
Yeah.
and they all in black suits. Pay attention. They walking with all the black suits like they the men in black.
Oh yeah, you remember Cameron talked about that what 8 months ago? Him and Mace brought that up. They didn't speak on it, but they was like, there's a reason that certain people don't go into that Rock Nation brunch shit. He was like, if you notice, only certain people aren't invited because you gotta be cool with certain things type. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you got to be part of a certain in crowd. It ain't no different from a sorority.
It's not. Yeah, that's true.
Ain't no
Now that
different.
is very true.
Ain't no different. They got their own clutch. You
They
can't
do,
get
and
in.
it's
You can't get in. What is
especially
it
with
doing?
that Freemason shit, like that. That shit is locked down.
Hold up. What you mean you can't get in?
Who said that?
Kevin.
I'm trying to get in and can't.
I ain't got nobody blocked.
I gotta drop the link.
Yeah, you just gotta hit the link, bro. Regular
Just
shit.
hit this link right here and just come in, give them access to your camera and microphone. You good. Like you did before.
Hey, Don Dada, that's the Kev food that used to be in your stream or what?
Yeah.
Nigga, that's my nigga that I used to, nigga.
Yeah, Kev is cool, yeah.
What you mean? You checked in with them, nigga, right?
Yeah, I'm just making. Oh yeah, that's the food checking in.
Yeah, yeah. That's check
You gotta
in.
check in with
You gotta
Kev.
get right, nigga, before you won't be able to go to Brooklyn, motherfucker. That's a fact.
So twin, what you think about Tommy Mottola grooming her before Diddy ever got to her?
That's just one handler passing them on to another one. It's like, slave plantation. You leave mine, you go to another one.
Exactly. And that's what I'm trying to, that's my point. Nobody knew that Tommy Mottola had her first. Everybody under the presumption that she came into the industry and came straight to Diddy.
But it goes back to even, in slavery time, you never know who the auctioneer is, but you got a slave.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? He was the auctioneer. I break you in and groom you to where you are.
And
at
that's
the
what I'm telling these niggas. Thank you. And that's what I'm telling these niggas, twin. He brought her in, gave her the contract. He was busting her down, and then he gave her away.
Yeah.
Then he
sold her away. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up, y'all?
What up, Kev? Hold on. Let me add you to
What's
the
going
screen.
on?
And that makes sense because remember, Cassie kept saying, "I'm just doing my job." Poor
exactly.
Baby.
She kept saying, even after she was done with P. Diddy, she said, "This is my job." She was like, "I took it as a job." Why you take it as a job? Because you used to it being your job. You used to the shit being your job. You know why? Because it was your job when you was with Tommy Mottola.
Yeah. He gave you an internship. That's all.
Now Puffy looked good as far as Cassie, but I want to say something to y'all. What's going to happen in the long run in this case? Cassie was just there to paint a picture of the activity that was going on with her and him, right? But they were an item. So they can't really charge him for all of that stuff with her because not only were they an item, she was a willing participant. The text messages showed it all of that. Now, the other women that's coming, they weren't an item. So if he had escorts come in and bringing escorts through or having people going to get them from the airport and bring them to where he was, hotels, whatever the case may be, that's sex trafficking.
Yeah, that's what's fucking him up. The escorts.
So we got to understand. I want to say another thing. If Puffy gets charged with one count of this part of the case, with relevant conduct from the case, from the actions that was going on within the case, he's gonna get 30 years or more, just for one count. The government knows that. So if he gets found guilty for one count within this part of the case, with all the relevancy of the case that was going on, the sex trafficking, the rape, all of that shit, those are all enhancement points.
Now, what if the defense can prove that Cassie was the one paying for the motherfucking freak-offs?
Wait a minute. We talking about beyond Cassie now. Remember, this is a 10-week trial. Cassie's done. You have other women that's coming up there to say he did things to them also. That's what I'm
And her
saying
mother,
to you.
remember, her mother's tomorrow.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Who mother? Wait, who mother tomorrow?
Mom. She's gonna take the stand tomorrow. Cassie's mom.
No, what the fuck Cassie mom is gonna say?
I don't. That's why I'm finna. That's why I'm finna watch it tomorrow, because I'm curious on what do y'all what does she have to do with any of this?
They said the rapper boss man D-Lo is under fire after a trans man leaked alleged DM showing rapper asking, maybe he didn't know it was a fucking trans. Like, what you going, like, it's a fucking text message. What you saying?
I don't want to change the subject. I don't want to change the subject. I just don't want to.
No, that's a fact. No, I'm just saying, maybe he didn't know though.
I don't know why Cassie. I don't know why they're calling Cassie's mom, but she's supposed to be testifying tomorrow, so we gonna see.
Now they got something saying they're taking Aubrey and them off.
Yeah, they taking Aubrey off. That's interesting to me, but they're letting Dawn.
I never knew she was testifying. I never knew she was
testifying. She's on the list.
She settled out to not testify, Dandada. God.
Well, see, she wants to testify
to give her
too.
bag that she wanted. She only wanted a bag.
She wants to testify too, but they took her off, which is I'm curious on what makes Dawn a more credible witness than Aubrey.
Well, Aubrey, the government, from what she has to say, the government feels like they already heard that. Because she was getting up there to defend Cassie, not to talk about her own incidents with him. She was getting up there to go on to say that she saw him beat up Cassie, she saw him do things with Cassie. They don't need that because Cassie already said that.
And Dawn is actually backing that up. Her testimony, she says she watched him punch on her and everything.
Right, but I mean, what difference does that make if Cassie already said that?
And and you already have another person, and then I'm sure her mom is gonna take. Yeah, I feel you on that. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not gonna use. But I'm gonna tell you this: the defense lawyer, the lady. This is what the government better be aware of. That lady is ready. She ate Cassie ass up on that stand. The female attorney he has. I forgot her name.
You talking about Diddy shit?
Yeah. She coming for the jugular at Cassie.
She really, put it this way. She did the actual atonement for him to be. If all they got is Cassie, he gonna walk out of here. If all they had was Cassie, he would be going home.
Yeah. He would have been free.
Okay,
so what the other women got out of? What they coming from the civil cases? What the other women's coming from?
Now there's some women that sued him for rape allegations, right?
Yep.
These are the women that they're gonna use against him. Now, like I said when I first came on here, if Cassie showed the relevant conduct of the actions that took place within those what they're trying to charge him with, he was doing freak offs and he was doing all type of shit in hotels and all of that shit. If those women that's coming now, who they weren't an item, they weren't together. If they say that he coerced them to do certain things, to take drugs, to force them to get in the pool with baby oil and all of that shit, if they prove that, he's fucked.
But he been moving. It seems like that nigga been moving a little smart. He been like he knows how to do that shit. He be making them pay and the way that
wait. There's no smart way to do that.
He wasn't moving too. Well, hold up, Kev. He wasn't moving too smart because the day he got arrested, the FBI arrested him on that day just to prove he was about to do a freak off. So they was already still watching him, still listening to his phone calls because they knew he was about to do a freak off. They caught the nigga in the midst of about to do a freak off.
And they found some illegal substance in the room with him.
Yeah,
See, these,
drugs.
yeah,
That
right.
shit was everywhere.
These are
And so why
all.
you think they did that, Kevin? They did that deliberately to do what?
Well,
So they
he
can prove that what they saying is real because when we arrested him, he even had the drugs and he had the freak off equipment.
right
Nah, they grabbed
now.
him right there because they knew he was trying to flee. And that
Well, he
Cassie
wasn't
shit's the
No,
trying
they
to
tip of the
flee.
didn't, bro.
iceberg.
Listen, bro,
He
DG.
wasn't
No, they
trying to
didn't,
flee.
bro. He wasn't trying to
He
flee. He
came
was in
to
the
New
midst of
York
another
to
freak
be
off.
arrested.
He
He
went to
came to
Cape
New York in
Verde
that
right
hotel
after.
room to turn himself in the next day. He came
Yeah,
there
he was
for
gonna
that.
turn himself
If
in,
that nigga
but
wanted to
they
flee, he could have
He
fled
was he was thinking about it though.
because he was
You know he was
dipping.
thinking about it.
He wasn't
no,
going
bro.
nowhere,
No, he
man. He
wasn't
came
All right,
thinking
from
anyways,
about it. He
hey,
wasn't
they
going
indicted
nowhere.
me. Y'all gotta
he
read the
came from
charges, bruh.
Florida to New York to
Nigga, he let
actually
he let
be
he let his
remanded.
girl use the jets, and they was flying around in his jet. They said like using
Well,
like the
listen
Uber.
to
Right.
what I'm
Yeah,
saying to you.
bro, he was
He
going to do a freak off, man. He knew what he was doing. That nigga was prepared for a freak off. He had the instruments for a freak off. He had everything ready for a freak off. That nigga, he had the drugs for a freak off. Everything. He was in the hotel ready to do a freak off. The police knew it. That's why they
he
came and got him early. He could turn himself in. They wanted to catch him in the middle of preparing for a freak off. They took the pictures. Watch, they gonna show the pictures in the court. They gonna show the pictures of everything they found in the hotel when they arrested him.
Now
That
they
nigga
been
had the light
collecting
in.
info on him. You gotta read the indictment, bro. He got sex trafficking,
You
forced labor,
think I didn't read
interstate
I just I
transportation
just
for
explained that to you.
prostitution. He got
Uh
drugs, kidnapping, arson, bribery. That ain't all Cassie, bro. That's a
Gangsta
tip.
Cap, that's Gangsta Cap
listen,
and DG.
that?
They twin.
I just explained that to you, El Gangsta Capo. I
That's
just explained
DG,
that
nigga.
to
That's
you.
DG. That's
The
not DG.
DMG, bro.
He changed his name
Oh,
over here.
DG. I just
Yeah.
explained that to you how they gonna try to do that. Like Cassie was there to paint the picture of
You know,
all
try
of the
to show his
activity
character. She like
that
a
was taking
character
on.
witness.
Now she painted that because she was honest. She told them everything they needed to know. The text messages showed everything they needed to know. All of the activity that was taking place right now, it's been proven that he's this kind of guy because everything that Cassie did with him, she admitted to it. She didn't lie. She didn't tell no lies. She didn't go up there and try to make up no shit. Everything they asked her, she agreed to it. If it was right, she said yes. If it wasn't, she said no. If she didn't remember, she said she don't know. But majority of the things that they asked her, she said yes to. When it comes to freak offs and having sex with other people and having other women and him sitting in the corner watching or her asking him to have sex with another woman while she watching all this other shit. If the other women that's coming up here who weren't in a relationship with him can prove that he did that with them,
Mm-hmm.
he's fucked because they weren't in a relationship. They weren't willing participants. If they can prove that they were coerced to do these things because of the act, this is the activity that he likes and he wants. He's going down. If they can prove that. Now, if they can't, he gonna walk out of this shit. As far as this part,
They
remember
could
he has
prove it.
another. It's
They could
another
prove
part
it.
of this indictment too that he got to
Yeah.
face, which is guns and drugs, and he
Yeah.
got to. That's not. That don't have nothing to do with this shit. Remember, they wrenched his house. They went in his house. They found guns with serial numbers taken off. That's a part of this trial too, not just Cassie and the women and all of that. Let's not forget that
Yeah,
he
that's a
got
felony
other.
right there, trying to scratch off the
Also,
serial
they
number.
charged him. They charged him with drugs because I don't see no drugs in the charges.
Yeah, he got drug
Listen to
charges.
what
Yeah.
I'm saying to you. Enhancements ain't what you charge with. It's relevancy of what you charge with. Let's not forget that.
It's like complaints.
It's part of the case. Like, let's say, all right, they found the guns. They didn't indict him for it, but it's on the indictment. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying? And the fine print is there. Now
yeah.
they can give him 2-point enhancement for having guns in his house with serial numbers taken off and all of that shit.
Yeah.
So
Plus with
if
the
he only
drugs
gets
too.
found guilty for that,
With the
he gonna
drugs
walk
too.
out anyway because he gonna have the time in for it. He don't have a record. He don't. You don't understand what I'm saying? They
Yeah.
ain't gonna give him no more than 36 months for the shit. It was in his house. He wasn't. It wasn't active. It wasn't loaded. They didn't have it. He wasn't about to use it inside of an act. They didn't have drugs with the guns. They found drugs later
They don't got his
with him.
fingerprints on the shit.
They
None
don't
of
got.
that
I
shit. That
mean,
nigga got heavy money and shit.
Somebody
they
could
got
take
it.
the fall for that, but the serial numbers is scratched off and shit.
Yeah, you could be
But
having.
that listen,
Yeah,
listen. That ain't a lot of time having guns that hasn't been used in a crime with serial number scratched off on it. What they gonna give
Yeah,
him
but
2
out
years
here
for
in
that?
Cali, that's considered like a ghost gun. They give
We
you
not
10
talking
for
about
that.
Cali. We talking about Florida where he got caught at. We talking about the federal government. Don't matter what state. All the federal
Now they
laws
found
in
the
the
guns
states.
in L.A. They found the guns
Well, it
in
don't
L.A.
even
when they
matter where
raided.
they found them at. Federal law is federal law throughout this whole country. Ain't no difference in it.
Yeah, it don't matter. Yeah, it's federal. It
So
don't
it don't
matter where
matter
they
where they
found them at.
found it
It's
at.
not.
The federal law is a federal
Yeah,
law.
it's.
Now,
Mhm.
you know,
So
he
he
got
could have
great
look. He could
defense
have took the
team.
15. Kev. He could have took the 15 years, right? Why didn't
He
he
Listen,
should
take
have
it?
took the
well, he
plea.
has
Look,
attorneys.
hey, bro. Like I said, I would listen. Like I said, if I was him, I would have took a plea deal. I'm not going to court, sitting in a courtroom, allowing these white people, 12 people in a jury, to listen to young women talk about how dirty I did them. Nigga, hell no. Especially if at the time only he knew the shit he did. Now that I know that this nigga was pissing in women out, this nigga was the
Well,
shit
he
he was
didn't.
doing.
Nah,
You right.
but
He
Cap,
But
was
that's how
but
much money
No
Cap,
he got
minors is
from.
actually
He thought he
coming
was
through
gonna
though and
pay his
saying
way
that.
out of it.
Cap, you say,
Hold on, twin got the floor.
hold on, you say you
Go
wouldn't
ahead,
do
twin.
that. You say you wouldn't do that. You would have took the plea. But when you are a sick mind like Diddy, this is a form of humiliation. If I gotta go down and you're painting me to be a bad person, I want to paint you to be a sick woman as well. I want to ruin everything that you have as well. So it's a
He got
nasty
air attorneys that
manipulation.
told him not to take that plea.
I was going to let.
Yeah, he
Thanks for
think he
saying
got
it.
so much
Thanks for
money
saying
he'll
it,
pay his
GG.
way out.
His attorneys told him not to take that plea. They know more about this than any one of us. So that's what I'm saying. His attorneys told him, no, that's too much time. So
Yeah.
he
Sometimes,
agreed with them.
but yo, sometimes, hold on.
Your attorney ain't
Sometimes,
always right though.
Yeah, so they want to get
No,
the
we're not
bread
saying
too.
that they're right.
what
We're
I'm about to
saying
say.
why
They
he
trying to
didn't take
milk
Sometimes,
it.
him.
Yeah.
hold on,
He just
we
listened
got
to his
well, we
attorney
got to
on
talk
this
one
one.
at a time. Hey, bro, talk one at a time, one at a time. Hey, like I said, sometimes your attorney ain't always right though. Sometimes
Yeah.
your attorney ain't always right. They can lead you in the wrong direction. Sometimes they also don't want you to take a plea because they know that this case is a big case and they want to get some points on this case so they could go up on another level in their career.
We
Like Tory,
understand.
Tory,
Yes,
remember, like
gangster.
Tory Lanez told him not
Gangster,
to
we
take a plea
understand. He's
either.
saying that he don't that Diddy is doing time. He ain't saying that the attorney is always right, but he's saying that he listens to his attorney to not take the plea deal because he said that he's gonna get caught up on charge. So if Diddy was smart, he get caught up on charge. He's going through 30 for it. Kev's trying to say. So if you're going through
Exactly.
30, you
That's
should
what
have
I'm
took the plea
saying.
deal.
So
But
then
he's saying he didn't
that's
take the
more
plea
reason why he should have took a plea. That's
Yeah,
more
but he's
reason
saying he
why he
didn't
should have
take it
took a
just
plea.
because his attorneys advised them. No, they got this. That they going on. You know what I'm
And
saying?
fuck that. You pay your attorneys. Your attorneys don't pay you. You pay them. Pay them.
Hey, can I say something?
Go ahead.
Right.
I'm gonna tell you something. I learned this from my own case. When you get locked up, the best thing for you to do is do your own legal work. You come back what the
Come up here,
attorney said.
Oda.
If you feel
Oda.
that the attorney ain't right, you come in with your own literature also to say, listen, man, this is what I found in there, and it don't say that I'm supposed to get this or that or this or that. I don't know if he's doing that, but maybe he is. So maybe he had his own terms of why he didn't take the plea because he knows certain things about his case that he feel like he could get off on. So he didn't feel like that was relevant to take the plea because I could beat this shit. No, maybe he felt that way. Maybe from what he know. Remember, you go to the law library every day from Monday to Friday, and your people could send you books, long as it come through your legal administration. His lawyers could bring him books in there
Hold
that
on,
he
hold
could
on,
do his
hold
own
on.
literature.
Hold on. I'm about to get you in. Hold on, y'all. We got Uda about to come in the building.
There's loopholes in every type of case, Dada. So if they could find them loopholes, Dada, they could beat the case.
That's the thing,
Yeah, it's a case, bro. You know what
you
I'm
know.
saying? You would think that murder, like you said, you would think that murder cases be the hardest cases to beat. That you said that you and Money said that the easiest. You know what I'm saying?
I
Because
mean,
how they
they're
look.
they're 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 the easiest if you have no people to eyewitness it. If you
Yeah,
if you on a murder case and you have no people to eyewitness it, yes, you got a 90% chance to win because do it again. They can't prove it far as you being seen. But a murder case is easy if they have eyewitness, which they always have today because they got cameras every fucking way.
Or they got snitches. Most murder
But you know what
cases
I
are
mean. But
solved because of snitches.
cameras, and snitches is the same shit.
It's snitches.
Like
Yeah,
everywhere you
I
go
know, but
now, if
that,
you
but
walk
basically that
outside,
got to get solved.
if you walk outside your apartment, it's cameras, or your
It's
house.
Buddha, where
cameras.
you at? The
Other
courthouse?
people have cameras all around their home, which filming you from other places, other different dynamics of the street, and all of that shit. So it's hard to actually commit a crime of that nature and get away with it today because of all of the surveillance that they have.
That's a fact.
So that's the thing, with this. But with Diddy, if he, I'm gonna say this, man, he looked good right now, as of right now, because Cassie's basically the one that was in the forefront, and they have proven that she was a willing participant in the situations that was taking place between her and her man, not somebody that she met and then she just started trying to figure them out and all that shit. They were dating each other. They were in love with each
Uda, where
other.
you go? Uda
So
left.
that's the
Uda, come
difference.
back in.
That's the difference.
Uda, come back in. I was
Now you
fixing your
say now
camera.
you saying some real shit, Kev. That's why niggas is listening. You got the floor. It's on the floor
Yeah,
right now.
it's not. We don't
Uda, come back
like.
in.
Yeah, let Uda come
Uda,
back,
come
because
back in.
Uda's
I was
actually
fixing your
at the
camera.
trial. Uda's actually at the trial. I've
He at the trial.
no, he's going to the trial every day. He goes there every day. He's out there every
Yeah.
day. I watch him every
Uda,
day while
get
he's
back
out there.
in. Uda, get
So
in.
me, I've read all of the cross examination and all of that of Cassie. I've read it all already. I've read from the defense side. I've read from the prosecution side. I've seen it all. So I know all the questions and shit that they asked her. I know how she answered. That's why I was able to say she answered honestly to everything that they said. But that was only to paint a picture of what the other ladies are gonna come and say, that he was a product of these actions
Yeah.
because Cassie said he did.
Yeah.
So
Hey,
now,
Uda, get in here, bro. Uda, I was fixing your camera. Get up in here. I was trying to fix your camera on the new
But you think
layout.
Cassie's shit was strong enough?
I'm gonna say this, man. From what they got from Cassie, I don't believe they have enough to convict him because she was a willing participant. That has been shown
But
by
she
the
not the only
people.
one, like you said, bro. But like you
Right,
said,
yeah.
she not the only one.
No, I'm saying
But she's
if
the
That's
she
why
main
you
was,
got to
star. She's the main star. She had to paint the picture
wait.
accurate.
Now let me say
He was
something to
just
y'all
he
about
was
that.
just
Let
there
me
to
say
paint the
something.
picture. She was no,
Gangsta
I
Cap.
ain't mean to
Let me say
she was
something to y'all
just there
about
to paint
that. Now, on trial cases, when have you ever, besides this case, seen a star witness go first? Never.
no,
That's why I'm
but
telling y'all.
listen, no. But this case is different. She's about to give birth. The only reason she went first was because she had to give birth. They even said it. They've been saying that for the whole time.
No, say that
The
again. You
defense.
blacked out when you were saying something. When you got to the point where you
Now I
said
said
she was.
the only reason she went first is because she about to have a baby. That's the only
All right.
reason.
Okay, now let me say this. I gave you another reason why she went first. Because she's there to paint the picture of guilt as
But
far as
bro, I
action.
know what you're saying.
a
Listen,
character,
look,
No,
witness.
if
I
she'll
know
do that
that's
to
her
his
job.
girlfriend, imagine
Bro,
what he'll
that's
do
her
to a
job.
random
Bro, that's her
stranger.
job. I know what you're saying. She is there to paint a picture, but they literally
Without
said,
Cassie, there's not a case. He's saying the case
I
wasn't
know,
never
but
going to be
no,
so she has to be
no,
there.
but listen,
Well, I
yeah, but
wouldn't
listen,
say not a case. She's
There's a
just a
case without
character.
Cassie. Cassie's just his
she's
She makes it
definitely a
just
girlfriend's
case
go.
girl.
without
She's a
And
more
if he did
trustworthy
that, if
figure
he
because
did what he
any
did
type
with
of
his
husband
girl
can
with
lie
other
on the
women,
stand.
fuck.
Bro, it's definitely a case without Cassie because he trafficked people, bro. At the end of the day, he trafficked. He paid for escorts to fuck people. That's trafficking. He don't need Cassie to get convicted of trafficking. And he got caught with guns. He don't need Cassie. He's going to jail regardless. It's just a matter of how long he going to jail. Do he get life? Do he get 20? He get 30?
You can't
He's
say he's
going
going
to
to
jail.
jail because he had those guns in his home. In the state he had those
Exactly.
guns
He's
in his
going
home,
to
and
jail.
police.
That's why I said he's really fucking up his legacy by even taking this to trial. He like Twin said, you really being spiteful, my nigga. Why would you want us to know this type of shit about you? If you went through everything to make sure motherfuckers didn't write a book about you, why would you take this shit to trial? Now everybody can write a fucking book.
Listen,
That's a fact. That's a fact.
say it again. You have lawyers that he's paying
And
$10 million to.
sometimes your lawyers can work against you too. Remember, these white
He's paying
motherfuckers.
$10 million to these lawyers. Now, I'm going to say something about the plea deal. We don't know what the government wanted him to do in order to get that plea. Let me tell you something. When they come at you with a plea deal like that, sometimes it's other ultimatums involved with the plea that he didn't want to agree with. Maybe it's telling on somebody else. Maybe it's, you understand what I'm saying? They do that. The government does that. So we don't know the whole deal of the plea deal. So his thing to it could have been no, because they wanted extracurricular activity to take the plea deal, and he wasn't willing to do it. So he said no. That could be a part of it too. That's how the government works. So we got to understand there's a whole lot of shit in this case that hasn't come up yet, that this is going to be an ongoing conversation for the next 3 months.
Facts.
Well, they said it's only. They said what they said. It should take only 6 weeks.
10 weeks. 10 weeks.
10 weeks.
Yep.
It only been what, 5 days?
It only been 1 week. This week, the first week is over.
Damn.
The week.
So it's gonna be a lot of witnesses then if it's gonna be 10 weeks, my nigga.
Yeah. That's what I'm
He's
saying.
done. That's why I said he's done, my nigga. 10 weeks of witnesses for one nigga on one case, my nigga.
Go. You gotta go down there, Cap. What you doing?
Who was it? Peace and Love was in here. Somebody said that like 38 witnesses or something.
I'm gonna say this.
Imagine
I ain't going down there.
Imagine if I'll be sure.
What you mean, nigga? You gonna go out there with that free Diddy shirt? They paying $20 an hour, nigga. We gonna go get paid. Me and you going together, nigga. Free Diddy, nigga.
I ain't going to get paid with no free Diddy shirt. I'm gonna tell y'all something.
You want to get that 20 an hour?
My man has been implemented in this case as an implemented in this case too by Cassie.
You said what?
My man has been, his name has came up in this case too. D-Rock, that's my man. I grew up with him. We grew up together.
Was he smashing? Was he smashing?
I mean, nah, I wouldn't say. I don't know if he was smashing or not.
You know he's a stripper. You know what I think? He's a stripper.
How's his name come up?
He told people that he drove us to the hospital, and so basically, that's placing him near when things were happening.
Well, can we get the interview?
I mean, nah, he ain't doing no motherfucking interview.
Man, we supposed to get the interview. You supposed to be like, yo, my niggas want to know what happened.
That man ain't doing no interview about no case that's going on right now. He's a very self-centered person. He don't even be outside.
What if I send him a subpoena?
You can't send him no subpoena.
I send him a subpoena to the
definitely can't do that.
He might not even realize what it is. He might just hit the link.
He ain't coming on no internet, man.
You gotta bounty hunt that nigga, the If you really love gangster to go bounty hunt that nigga, have an elaborate conversation. Yo, what's good?
He already gave me enough information already. Now I'm gonna just go to the transcripts and find out who was the nigga she implicated that drove her to the hospital.
All you gotta do is look at it. It's public information.
Here you go.
Public information. I'll call, find the number and call. I just call him. You don't
gotta do that when Kev's telling you, nigga. That's gonna cause nigga. Kev's gonna yoke you up next time when he tells you something. He's going like, nigga, you better take what I say serious, nigga. Nah, fuck with you.
I hit the nigga on the three-way.
Yeah, he ain't.
Hey, nigga.
This is
was both our eyes black, bro? What she look like? Man, she was fucking everybody. Cassie was a hoe.
Yeah,
Cassie was
Cassie was what every other industry bitch is.
Yeah, facts. There you go.
She was worse though. She was fucking the assistant. She was fucking the assistant, bro. She fucked the nigga assistant.
Maybe she wasn't. Maybe you could say that she wasn't getting all her, but she got it now. She got 30 million. Maybe you could say at first she wasn't getting her like what she needed to get.
Money ain't got nothing to do with it. Money ain't got nothing to do with her character. We're not talking about what she got.
Mariah Carey, they probably got more. For what they was doing, for the sexual reaction, for the sexual shit they was doing, maybe they was getting more out of it. Maybe Cassie was just so dumbfounded she probably was getting.
I wouldn't give a fuck if she had 100 million. I wouldn't care if she had 100 million. Her character, she's old. She fucked up. She smashed out. Bro, she's a hoe. Like my wife said, even my wife said, who fucks the help? She didn't even know how to fuck up. She was fucking the help. She had no dignity.
If she was getting paid to fuck the help, is no longer the help.
No, she wasn't getting paid to fuck the help. She didn't get paid to fuck the assistant. Nigga, she did that behind Diddy back. My nigga, this is why Diddy was getting mad.
The man she married was an assistant. He was a trainer.
Exactly. He was a trainer. Exactly. She was fucking little niggas. Like who does that?
Nigga, they all do that, nigga. That's why I just trying to tell you, Dada. You know what I mean? You know how many older bitches Usher fucked when he was over there, Dada?
No, I don't mean little niggas, bro. I'm not talking about, bro. I'm not talking about little niggas like in young. I'm talking about she was fucking like niggas beneath her pay rate. My nigga, think about what I'm saying. She went through hell to be in the industry to get around the likes of a nigga like Diddy, to get to get her mouth blown out, her ass cheeks blown out, and to get all this money, just to fuck with the trainer, just to fuck with the assistant. You're dumb as hell. So you would fuck.
Diddy was doing the same thing though, nah. Like Diddy was doing the same thing she was doing.
I mean, plus, he probably had her all twacked off of that.
Diddy's the millionaire, bro. You're not. It don't make no sense. You can't make this logical. You can't make this logical.
The dude that shot in the air in the Trump Tower like that, Diddy gave him $5 million because Diddy gave him Herbie's. He's a fat ass white dude, so he ain't got no fucking. He don't have no what's that shit called? He don't have no type. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got no type. You know what I'm saying? He just, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we know that he gave him the $5 million. That's because he sued him. That's because he gave him a suit him.
No, but he sued him because he gave him a transmitted disease. That he had transsexual action with him, sexual action with him. So I'm trying to tell you that he ain't got no type. So if Diddy ain't got no type, he ain't got no type.
Yeah, but that's not my point. I ain't even on that. I'm on the fact that this chick, I'm talking about Cassie, a female who went out her fucking way to get to the top and fuck her life up to get to the top. You mean to tell me that you don't value enough while you fucking and getting ran the fuck out that you go fuck the help for free? My nigga, if you was gonna let niggas piss in your mouth and do all the shit they doing to you for the money that you was getting for P. Diddy, you damn sure ain't supposed to open your legs up for fucking training.
You know how many bosses is bosses, Dada, and the bodyguard, the nigga that he always send his wife home with, Dada, that's the person that she's over here.
And that's the bro, and that's what I'm talking about. Them be the dumb bitches. Them be the dumb bitches. That's fucking help. That's what I'm talking about. You making my point. Them be the dummies. That's why she got done like that. That's why she got done like that. Because she ain't got enough time to sit.
Show me a woman that's involved with that type of lifestyle, that's around regular people, that's around stars, just because stars go to events, regular motherfuckers go there too. Women go on what they like as appearance and conversation.
Kevin,
it don't have to deal with money all the time.
Kevin, I've been with my wife 25 years. I go get it right now. My wife ain't fucking the help. It ain't about, I'm telling you, my nigga, it's certain women that's my wife.
You got her turned up off the drugs and shit. She's drunk and on drugs. She's probably fucking everybody in the house.
Bro, gangster, you said your wife.
Yeah, even if she wasn't my wife, that's her ideology.
Nigga, that's his escort. That's his
help. Niggas don't fuck the help. When you got a million
nigga. So
that just means your wife ain't a hoe.
Bro, you keep talking about escort.
When you better your life.
I'm not talking about the escorts. The escorts, they did it together. I'm talking about the niggas that she was fucking.
Well, you say you met her at the strip club, Dada. What are you talking about? You met her at the strip club. Does that mean she's fucking anything for some money real quick?
Yes, but she was on her way up. My nigga, she was trying to get to the top. And once you get there, once you get in the
top, now you want somebody who's emotionally attached to you. It doesn't matter who the fuck.
Bro, we did not do all that to get to the top.
She was already a model and all that shit already.
This is what I'm talking about. Y'all not making no sense. So you tell me the girl worked that hard. That niggas run through her like a fucking rag doll to get in front of Tommy Mottola to get the P. Diddy just to go fuck the trainer. And you talking about, but that's what they do, dog. Dundada, that's what they do. Fuck that.
She's a
that's
swinger.
She's dumb.
She's a swinger, Dundada. She's a swinger. Jada Pinkett. You see Jada, you
Bro,
see Will Smith.
listen.
Tommy Mottola like 80 years old. She's
But
smacking
nigga
anything.
swinging. She's swinging.
Hey, matter of fact, it's a female on the panel. Niggas be quiet. Twin. No disrespect, y'all. No disrespect. Hey, Twin,
Like,
it's a female.
You good.
We get your opinion on this, Twin, because you a female. What do you think?
Wait, ask the question again.
I said that Cassie stupid as hell because she went through all that getting ran through by P. Diddy, Tommy Mottola, just to get to the top with a bag at to fuck little niggas like the trainer and the assistant.
Yes, she wasted a lot of time, but I think by now she realized that running through these rich niggas is not getting me nowhere but STDs and cold sores.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I'm not talking about what she's doing now. I'm talking about that's what she was doing while she was getting fucked and getting ran through. That's why I'm saying that at the time she was doing these freak offs, getting fucked through and ran through, she was still fucking the likes of little niggas like the trainer and the assistant.
Yeah.
That's dumb to me. You don't let niggas like rich niggas run through you just to fuck little niggas for free.
But that's why they say, what's that saying? Nice guys finish last.
That's dumb as hell. That's like Twin. That's like you going being a stripper. You doing everything to get to the top, and you finally get to the bag where you around rich niggas and niggas with money.
And now you're grown. And when you finally make it to the top, you have grown.
Good sex, man. That's what you realize.
And look, and niggas is paying you big money for that shit. And then you fucking with a nigga that got big money, but then you fuck his assistant behind his back for free. You gonna waste your bag for the assistant for free? The nigga who carry the bags.
I want to ask you a question, Cap.
But he's a nice guy.
Yo,
listen. A nice guy.
Man, fuck that
women
nice guy.
Women don't fuck you because you got money.
You crazy as hell. Women don't fuck you because you got money. Kevin, if you think women don't fuck you because you got money, you lost your mind.
We talking about
gangsta.
You said the men that don't have money. She not fucking them for money. She fucking them because she like the character of
them because they in the house. That's what
he wouldn't even
Can you elaborate
and as soon as Diddy got fucked with her, she lost all respect with that from that nigga. No matter what, that she fucked with him now. As soon as they got fucked together, she lost respect. So she wants to be with a trainer, with a regular nigga.
Let Twin answer a question real quick. Twin, you're a female.
No, I get where she coming from. I mean, I get where you coming from, and I get it as a woman. It's like, cool, like I'm fucking with these niggas, but I'm realizing as time is going on, I've been doing this 10, 15 years, and it's like, yeah, I might have accumulated a bag, but it's like, look at all the trauma and the bullshit I'm having to go through, and then you meet a regular nigga who's like, fuck that lifestyle, I'll give you something that makes you happy. I mean, you already ran through, you feel like nothing, so it's like, shit, at least this nigga thinks I look pretty. You feel me? Like, you already ran through. Ain't no other real nigga, no other rich nigga is gonna fuck on you like a prize. Only a regular nigga is really gonna see you as a bag. The other rich niggas, we know. But that's what I'm saying. The other rich niggas, we've seen you on all fours. Who finna take you? That trainer nigga, he ain't seen her like that. Hey, all this shit is new.
Drake wanted her. Drake took her with a black eye. Drake flew the bitch out with a black eye.
Yeah, but Drake is a Captain Save a hoe. He'll save a damn dead fish if he could.
So it's always somebody that wants you. We say this earlier. Somebody's trash is another man's treasure. Somebody
she just happened to find it. She happened to find it with a white man that's a regular nigga, an average nigga.
No, but she been fucking regular niggas for a long time.
Yeah. Baby girl just looking for love, but she's looking for love and a bag at the same time.
Basically, what I'm trying to tell you, why you think Diddy was smutting her out like that too? He realized that bitch wasn't shit. My nigga, he realized that she wasn't. My nigga. If you fucking the assistant,
Diddy was Diddy before Cassie. Let's not forget that. Diddy was Diddy before Cassie. He ain't start doing that shit with Cassie. He been doing that shit.
You remember
Why
the
ain't
girl from
nobody?
his
Well, so then if that's the case, why ain't none of his other baby mothers said that they was in freak offs?
Because they got what they
They
wanted.
have.
No,
They
Cap.
got what they
Now,
wanted.
Cap. Now, Cap.
Kim
You
Porter wrote
know.
books,
Who?
nigga.
Hold
They
on,
got
wait,
paid
Cap.
or they
You
did.
know, as a baby mama, you know, men have certain it's certain shit me and my baby mama do, or that I do with other bitches that I'm not doing my baby mama. I'm not gonna put my baby mama in a freak off, but a random bitch who don't have my kids, why
But
not?
that's
Bro,
what
Kim
I'm
Porter
saying. He
wasn't a
ain't doing.
freak, or she wrote a
I'm
whole
saying he
tello
didn't
book.
do
How you think Kim Porter happened to pass away, bro? She was writing a
He
whole
didn't
tello
do
book.
a
He
freak
was
off with
writing
Kim
that book.
Porter.
Yo,
Kim Porter
He
was
wasn't
just
doing a
saying
freak
what
off.
freak
He was
off.
just beating. He was just beating her ass.
Nah,
No,
bro,
he
she's in a
didn't
free
say
call.
nothing about freak
We
off.
ain't giving,
Yeah,
we ain't
yeah, they
giving,
did.
we ain't giving what we don't know. Like that Kim Porter
She
statement,
didn't
we
say
need, we
nothing
need to
about no
not
Nah,
use
freak
that.
off in her book, bro.
look it. The
Yeah,
Kim
she didn't
Porter
say nothing
book
about
that had the freak offs in it, bro.
it.
I'm
That's
gonna
what
Bro,
I'm
ask you
I
telling
this:
you.
read it.
how do you
Bro,
know Kim
I
Porter
read it.
wrote that book?
And
How
we
do you
don't know
know
she
Kim
wrote
Porter
that book.
wrote that book?
Cause she said she
Yeah,
was putting
She
it
we
said
don't
out.
she
know.
did, yeah.
Listen, fuck what she said, and it took years to come out, so we don't know if
No,
she did
but
that.
y'all also remember that Kim, if you read through the book and shit, it wasn't she wanted to do a lot of them freak offs. She was doing that shit with I'll Be Sure. It
No,
wasn't the freak off
I'm
that
not
was the
saying
problem.
that twin did that, but she was
No,
exposing
I know,
Diddy for what he was doing.
I know, I hear you.
Okay?
What I'm saying is, it wasn't the freak offs that was the problem. It was his abusive. He was beating on that girl the same way that girl from his college who said, when I used to date him my freshman year, I didn't come outside because he thought I was fucking with one of the college athletes. He went in my dorm room and dragged me down and beat my ass in front of Howard University. And several students was like, "Yeah, we remember Diddy doing that shit." So he been whooping on bitches
Yeah,
for a
and he
long
broke her
time.
nose on a boat. He broke her nose on a boat and situations like that. Yeah, I understand the situation, but she was doing the freak offs and shit
Yeah,
like
but
that.
no, that's what we're saying is Kim was not forced to do the freak offs. Her complaint was this nigga was just punching on me just to punch on me. Cassie is saying not only was this nigga punching on me, but he was also forcing me to engage in trafficking and other things, unspeakable acts. That's what I'm saying. Predators, it go back to what me and Cap was saying. Predators don't use the same moves on every single person. They customize how they prey on victims based on who
You
you are
say
as a
Kim
person.
Porter was more willing with him.
I mean, it's not more willing. It's like if you give a nigga an inch, it's a mile. I let you get freaky with me and do threesomes with I'll Be Sure, and now you starting to punch me and break my ribs and throw me over boats. Like nigga, whoa! I thought we was cool. What happened? But it's like we got kids now. We're in the public light. If I come forward and say you hit me, they're looking at you like this mogul, this music mogul. I'm gonna look like I'm trying to get money from you. And on top of that, you've already threatened my baby daddy. You made him sign over his rights so he can't see his son. So it's like, the nigga, you're dangerous. I'm not sure how to play this shit. So yeah, I'm a type of book, but I'm not going to tell my best friends what you're doing to me, even though they see me with black eyes and I'm saying I hit a doorknob. Come on, bitch. We know you ain't hit no fucking doorknob. We not, come on now.
Hold on, let's clear that up. I'll Be Sure said he did not sign over his rights, and his son is not
Right.
adopted. His
Diddy
son
is
still has
not
his
the
last
Diddy
name.
is
Oh,
not
he never did? So he just stayed
no, he
away
said
because
that.
he
He
was
said that.
scared or what?
You just don't fuck with him. His Quincy last name is Brown. It's not Combs.
Right, yeah.
Still has his dad last name. He never was signed his rights. He said that people need to stop saying that. I'll Be Sure said that he's never signed his rights over.
Yeah, he said he
They
never
said
signed his rights, and he told his son to come home. He said
they
that
said
too.
Justin
Yeah.
Combs is fucking Suge Knight's son.
Man, we ain't getting into
No,
all
he's
that
not.
gossip,
Nah.
No, he's
that
not. Come
blog
on,
gossip.
stop,
We
man.
ain't getting into all
Man,
that.
come on. See, is it you? Come on, you worse than me.
Nigga, I'm
We
trying
ain't going
to
left.
tell you, bro. I'm trying to
We
let you
ain't
know.
going left with blog shit. Nah,
You
man.
see how Christian
Yeah.
Combs look? You see how Christian Combs look and Justin Combs the
Bro,
dollar? You know
we
what I'm
already know who Justin Dad is.
saying?
Justin
Quincy
Dad is
Combs.
Wolf, man. Justin Dad is Wolf. Wolf is his
Oh,
dad's
Wolf,
dad.
Wolf, Wolf.
He
Go
was
ahead, Wolf,
oh,
Wolf. Nah,
yeah,
that's what I meant to say. I didn't
yeah.
mean to say shit. I meant to say Wolf. Might be. Nah, I meant to
We
say
Yeah,
ain't
Wolf.
going.
Wolf
We ain't
is
even
his
going
dad.
with that because we don't know.
Man,
Now
we
we
know.
know.
Look at that nigga, man. Come on, we
No,
know.
ain't no
You
look
all
at
you
them.
gotta do is
Listen.
know.
There's women that
Man,
that
Now
that,
that's
that
Wolf's
shit
son. That's
happens.
Wolf's son.
bro, some
I'm not
shit
saying
you
that.
just it's common sense, bro. You ain't gotta say it, but some shit common sense. I'm 41 years old. I can look at a motherfucker. I know who your daddy is. I've been seeing it
I ain't
for a
going
long
with that.
time. I got kids. I can see a nigga daddy in him. I especially after you see his daughters and see his real kids. You see his real kids, you know
Yeah, you see
you
his
see
real kids,
Diddy
and
in
you
his
can
real
see
kids.
that his kids look similar. You could tell those.
You see his kids, man. You can
Chris
see
Brown got
features
killed.
in his kids. You're gonna see Diddy features in his kids. Diddy got a unique feature about him. That head.
Yeah. Now that's a fact. So yeah, it was Wolf.
That
It
head.
was Wolf.
But
Y'all could go.
Wolf
Y'all
wanted
could
him
go
to
with
do
that.
that. But this what y'all gotta understand. Wolf wanted him to take care of his son because Wolf died, bro. He did what he was supposed to do. He was supposed to adopt that boy and take care of him and make sure he was straight. If he didn't do that, what type of nigga would he be?
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Listen,
I don't
man.
know. I
I ain't
couldn't
going
tell
with
you
all
about
of
the
that.
situation. That's different. You know what I'm saying? That whole
Like, but this is the thing y'all don't understand. Justin know that that's not his dad. Y'all think Justin don't know that? Like, this is shit people know already. He know
I'm
that.
not
If
even
you
saying
think
about that. I'm just saying how Diddy thought about it or anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, I couldn't tell you what they was thinking because that shit gets dangerous, bro. You know what I'm saying? Niggas, you know what I'm saying?
but they got love for Diddy, bro. Diddy got like he don't do with his kids like he do with everybody else. That's why his kids love the shit out of him. And you don't expect a nigga to do that. The same thing you do with your kids, what you do with everybody. But that's why his kids love him, bro. That's why his kids is going to defend him no matter what.
You got adopted kids and shit like that and all that other shit. So you know what I'm saying?
Huh?
It's not wrong. He got money. A lot of rich people do. I'm saying Cat Williams got a bunch of adopted kids. You know what I'm saying? He take care.
But Diddy ain't never adopt no kids. Diddy ain't got not one adopted kid.
You just said that. I'll be sure sign it right over.
I said he
I'll be
didn't.
sure never sign his rights over.
All right.
Said he didn't sign it. Diddy ain't got no adopted kids. Diddy just took care of kids that ain't his. He stepped up like a father.
But they live in his household?
Yeah.
All right.
He always that's how crazy Diddy is, bro. He always took the kids. He took care of all the
He
kids.
raised Quincy from a little child.
Yeah. He always took the kids. Even when Kim was with him, he took the kids from Kim. He had Kim in her own crib, but he had the kids. That's how controlling that nigga is. He want the kids.
Yeah. Yeah, that's different. That's different. Now, Twins right, though. Twins right. For his kids to be just sitting there and hearing all that fucking, all that court shit, and hearing everything that's going on in the bedroom, that's a little different, They could wait outside, They don't got to hear that shit.
Well, didn't the little
I told you, I
walk-
think those kids were groomed. I'm telling you, because that's just weird. That's nasty, man. That's nasty.
You're telling your kids, like, yo, go wait outside real quick after
didn't
this.
they say that? They said the girls walked out and left one day. Didn't they say the girls walked out the courtroom one day?
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I don't know what day it was, but I think it's something when they started talking about the escorts and shit. They was like the girls left. They said they also said that.
That'll be right though, and maybe the lawyers make them leave. The lawyers should make them leave.
Nah, they said they got up and walked out on their own.
They grown.
Yo, and at this point in his life, he need all support in the court he could have. His support system is his kids and his mama and whoever else is willing to support him.
Let me ask y'all this: where's Cassie's support system? All they talking about is her husband. Where's everybody else? Where's her brothers? Where's her sister? Where's her mother? Where's everybody else?
Now, Cap. You know niggas is not showing up.
You said where's who? Say that again.
Cassie,
I didn't even hear that.
I mean, where's Cassie's support system other than her husband? Where's her family at?
Well, she's done now, so she ain't going back on the stand no more.
I thought you said her mom's coming on the stand tomorrow or some shit. Who just said that?
I don't know. I know. Dawn something is supposed to come up there.
Dawn went up there Friday. She was there Friday.
Well,
the
mom
mom
is coming Monday. Is somebody else? I don't know if it's his mother. Her mother.
I know that. I know that nigga Jonathan Odie got to testify.
That hit different.
Well, from the testimony they got right now, as far as the escort and Cassie, did he look all right?
Well, remember we still got escorts that they're gonna bring to testify. The way they was calling them niggas names and saying, "Do you know this nigga? Do you know this nigga?" They definitely testifying. Them niggas is subpoenaed. If you don't testify, you go to jail.
It's a lot of time left in this case. We gonna see.
We about to hear some freaky shit. We ain't even get into the shit with the nigga. What they want when the escorts get up there and say how they was fucking Diddy.
Well, as of right now, we can't talk about that because there's nothing been said of a male and Diddy so far.
It ain't come up yet. It's gonna come up soon as they talk to the
I said
escort.
a lot of shit ain't coming up.
We gotta
A
let
lot
it
of
be
shit ain't
said.
coming
We
up.
can't just
Minors
speculate.
ain't coming up. You
Whoa,
can't say
whoa,
minors.
whoa, 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 whoa. Did you just say we can't speculate, Kevin? And we just heard this nigga like semen on his nipples.
Hey, listen.
Give you a whole
Listen to
fruit
what I'm
cake.
saying to you. The
What?
person that was involved with that said that, not us. Somebody that was involved with it said it. So we can't speculate on
Exactly.
who's coming to testify when we don't know. You know what I'm
No,
saying? You
I'm
can't
not
say, well,
talking
this
about who's
person
coming
coming,
to
that person
testify.
coming.
You said we can't speculate that he likes sausage meat, and we know he likes sausage meat because
We can't, we listen, until it's said,
cream on his nipples. He putting cream on his nipples,
all
man.
right, listen. But the woman put the cream on his nipples, didn't she?
After it was on her,
I'm just saying, the woman put it on him after it was on her.
he
So
but
a
he
male,
wanted it on him. He said, "Put it
well,
on me."
I'm saying this. We can't say he actually had sexual acts with a man until they say it.
Yo, other people already said it in the industry that he did.
Other people said it. We waiting for it to be documented in a court hearing.
Them escorts said it. Jonathan Odie said it. Nigga, Jonathan Odie said it in the interview with the fans. He said Rick Ross was gay. He said DJ Khaled was gay, and he said Sean Combs was gay. He said Sean Combs gave me herpes.
Listen, I didn't hear that.
That's in the
So I
interview.
don't
He
know.
said that with the fans. Jonathan Odie said it out his own mouth.
All right, we go. I mean, so that
His
that
own
should be in the
bodyguard said
case.
it.
That's
His
in the case.
bodyguards even said this.
That's in the case though.
Yeah, they
It's a
use
lot of
Jonathan Odie in the case, and Jonathan
it's a
Odie is
lot of
going to
stuff in this case. It's a lot of things that's coming up in this case that we don't know about yet. Let's see if that occurs.
He like, man, any nigga that let I don't give a fuck. Any nigga that put cream on his nipples, you man, I know it. That's all I need to know.
That is true.
Kevin, you
Hey,
ain't letting
where
nobody.
he even learned that from? Where he learned that from?
Kevin, you ain't letting nobody put their cream on your nipples. So come
Hell
on, man.
no. Hell
Yeah,
no.
exactly. So
Gangsta,
that right
gangsta,
there.
gangsta. You're the same nigga that's gonna bob something to get out of fucking jail. That you just said you was doing like. So
Bro, Kevin. All right, ask Kevin. Kevin was in
I'm
the
not asking
feds.
Kevin.
Ask Kevin.
Ask
He
me
was in the
what?
feds. Ask that nigga. Ask him what
He
you
did
Ask
ask
me
ask
him.
what?
Diddy pads.
Ask
Ask
him
me
what you
what?
asked me. Is he? Yeah, ask
what?
him the same question.
I asked gangsta. Gangsta's over here saying that that if he was to run away
Bro, I
from
didn't
his
say. Don't say I said that. I didn't say that. See
hold
how
on,
you
hold on.
lying?
Hold on, you said you become a transgender. You said you become a transgender. I don't lie. You said you
No,
become a
I
transgender.
said.
I was like,
I
oh yeah,
said
bet.
if
I
I
said,
was
so you
to
was
break
doing
out
like,
of
hold on.
prison,
I said, so you do anything. So I said, you was doing like when you bop a god to get out of jail. And he said, yeah. I said, I bet that's the type of nigga you are. And he said,
bro,
all right,
Kevin,
well, you'll be the
this
nigga
what he
who's
asked me,
staying in
Kevin.
jail. And I'm like, yo,
What
tell them, can
what
you
the
do
fuck kind of
one?
conversation y'all was having?
Kevin, nah, Kevin. This what he asked me, Kevin.
You
So
had to
if you
bring
was
it
doing
to
life
it.
in
That shit was
jail,
comedy.
Hold up. This what happened, Kevin. We were talking about them inmates that got out the prison, right? And
Right.
he asked
Right,
me, the nigga said, Cat. I said if I was one of them inmates that broke out of the prison, I would dress up as a transgender. I would wear a dress, I wear
you'll
a
become
wig,
gay, you said.
so
You
I
said, yeah,
wouldn't get caught. I try to be something else. I changed the way I dress. I
I
said I was
mean,
mad.
dressing up as a transgender has been done for other things other
You
than
still gonna have the
Exactly.
same
other than
fingerprints
that's
other
a
though.
than
fact. That's a
getting
fact,
out
Kev.
of
That's a
prison.
fact.
You know, men have dressed up as women and commit
Crimes.
felony crimes.
But
So
Yes.
that ain't
that's why I couldn't, that's why I had to ask that question, because right there, there's nothing fruity about that. I see niggas fucking trust about put a
That's
wig
not
on
why
and
you
look
asked that
down on a
question.
nigga.
That's not
So
why
I
you asked
asked him,
that
when you
question.
gonna bop a nigga, when you lose your integrity, da bop a
He
nigga,
just went left,
to
bro.
get out
He
of
just
jail?
went left.
He said,
The
yeah. I
daughter,
said
the
no,
daughter,
because shit, you bopping a nigga, you gonna feel a whole different. You taking your manhood, your whole frequency away
bro.
from
So
you,
then the nigga,
the
hold
whole
up. So
person.
Kev, then the
what you
nigga
mean?
asked
Oh,
me,
whoa. I don't that one y'all talking together. I can't hear.
Nah, gangsta,
yeah,
either you gonna let me explain
He
gangsta real
said
quick.
bopping.
You told me to
What that
talk, and then
mean?
you don't want me to talk, gangsta. You want to sound like the nigga.
What do bopping mean?
You talking about
Explain this.
smashing it.
Explain
Let
the
me
Bro,
let me
explain
break it down.
he's
the
gonna
Nah,
suck
Cap
the,
was
he's gonna
saying,
suck the nigga's
yo,
dick
Izzy,
to get out of
let me
jail
tell
if
him.
Bro,
he had
that's
life.
what you
let them talk.
asking, bro.
Hey,
He was talking
DG, let
about
DG,
me.
let them have their dialogue.
No,
Hey,
Bro,
go
Cap
ahead.
was
that's what
saying
he
that if he was
asked, bro.
facing
The
life,
nigga asked
then
me
he would do
basically
that.
when I told him, bro, when I told him that I would dress like a transgender, did not go to jail if I got away, then he backdoored with a question and he said, whoa, would you bop a nigga off to get out of jail? That's what he said. I said, maybe if I was doing life, nigga, if I was doing life and I was trying to get out, maybe. Like,
You didn't say
that's what he
maybe. Nah, you said you
I
would.
don't even
You
want to
100%
have
said
that
I
said
would.
you
argument because
would.
that shit don't
Yeah.
There
fit
you
me.
go, DG. Thank you, DG. Go ahead, tell the
Bro,
truth,
I
DG.
would, nigga. If
But
I'm,
I
bro,
mean,
if
it was
I'm
that
doing
vodka
life
got
in
him.
jail,
Yeah, put that
hey,
vodka
There
Kev,
down.
Kev, keep it real, Kev. You doing life in jail.
Because
You
I
got
back
life,
doors.
never coming home. You only got to bop this nigga one time to get out. You ain't getting out?
Nope.
Gangsta, you didn't have to answer.
I
He
ain't getting
said
out.
nope.
Kev, you crazy, Kev. You lying.
I ain't
I
lying.
don't
I'm dead
believe.
ass serious.
Hey, let me put
Like
Kev in the big screen. Let
you
me
don't
see.
get a
I ain't never,
transgender.
I ain't
Kev,
never,
Kev, Kev, look
diminishing
in the
my
screen.
integrity
Kev,
as a man for nothing.
Kev, you ain't trying to come home. You ain't trying. You gonna go?
No,
You doing that life?
no,
You ain't trying to come home.
nope.
And
You
I
don't want
told
to come
him
home.
that I told Gangsta that if you was my friend, I'll try
Look,
to stop you
hey,
from doing it, nigga. I'll try to stop
hey,
Gangsta.
Listen,
He said, you
hey,
crazy?
listen.
I
Kev,
thought you ain't
I
stop
came
me.
Kev,
home
know
as
what
the
I
man I
told that
went in
nigga?
there as.
And Kev, know what I told that nigga? I'll be home chilling on the beach, sending you pictures.
And guess what?
I'll
I
be
said, I'll be on the beach with you, nigga,
He's
because
gonna
your
blow him
I'll
a
be
text talking
hollering
about
at
bye,
you.
I'll be
bitch.
right
This
Hey, I'll write you and be like, yo, my nigga, I wish you was out here with me. You should have bopped.
Nah, nigga, you should have did the 2-for-1 and you
Yo, this
love me,
nigga's
nigga.
crazy.
You should have did the 2-for-1 special. You love the nigga. Fuck, you should have got me
Look,
out. You already did it
hey,
once, nigga. Do it
Kev,
again for a
I
nigga.
told that nigga, I told
No
that
dick.
nigga I was gonna send him some letters and tell him you should have been out here with me.
Cat said he was gonna
Like
order
that
your
nigga.
knee pads.
Nah.
Nah, I can't agree with that.
Man, you crazy, nigga. My
I
nigga,
can't
I'm
agree
not
with that.
spending my rest of my life in no jail, nigga. Not when this nigga's in jail that can make me do the same thing. You got
Hey,
me. I'm 5'6", 140. If niggas in jail, Big Bubba's in jail, that can try to do the same thing. You can't stop
yo,
4 or 5
I know.
people from
Listen,
Yeah,
taking
my
your
listen.
son
ass.
that
I've
tough.
been in. Hold on, let me say something about that. I've been in the penitentiary with dudes that was your size, that was killer.
Poking niggas.
They
Okay,
ain't letting
yeah,
no
but you
nigga
can't,
touch
but hey,
them.
my nigga, but you can't stop 5 niggas, man. If 5 niggas come together and say, yo, we taking this ass.
Listen, I'm gonna explain something to y'all about that. It don't work like that.
What you mean it don't work like
You have
that?
listen. It
That's if
don't
you owe
listen to
something
what
this
I'm saying to you.
personally.
It don't work like that, man. You a man,
If they
ain't
trying
no
to send a
man
message,
trying to listen. If you a man, if you standing on man time, ain't no man trying to go to war with you for your butt, dude. No.
if I was a booty bandit and I was in there, I would. Every time a
Booty
nigga made me
bandits,
mad,
And you need a shower
I would.
booty bandits
shark.
mainly get aggressive with their cellies. They don't do that shit just out
Bro, this nigga
randomly
made me call
picking.
my step pops, nigga, to ask him that shit. This nigga made me. We have my step pops up here. He's telling him, hey, my step pop told him the same thing. He said no. He never seen
Nah,
that
ain't
shit.
I
nobody.
would.
That shit don't work like that.
Well,
Like
hey,
motherfuckers
I
just don't.
guess you could call me giving up my soul, whatever you want, nigga. That shit gotta go for me to get out of jail,
I feel
nigga. I
like
love freedom.
that's the type of fetish you got, motherfucker. So that's what you want to have.
No, that's called free, nigga. That's called survival, nigga. That's called being free, bitch. That's called I'm gonna do what I gotta do to be free. You got me fucked up. I'm not gonna sit in the cell with you stinking ass niggas. Nigga, you crazy.
Nah, nah,
And
nah.
take and look, as far as I'm
Look
concerned,
at Digi.
no, shut up. Hold up.
Nah, nah.
First, all far as
Yeah,
no,
Gigi, watch your mouth, nigga. Watch your mouth, gangsta cat. I ain't
let
no
me
bitch, nigga. Watch your mouth, Taking
Come
over
on,
on
y'all ain't gonna
I
sit on
say
here and
that
Man,
because
argue
I
about that
Cap
shit,
must have
man.
been a long day
no,
today.
hey, look,
Let's
He
have
was
the
Tank
going to
said,
dialogue
bed.
as
so
peaceful as we
mad. You
can,
gotta
man.
stay righteous.
hey,
Stay
hey,
righteous.
nah,
You can't be mad because what you want to do.
Izzy, what Tank said, Izzy, what the singer Tank say?
What you say?
He said you do it once, you ain't gay.
Man, we don't give a fuck what Tank
Where you
said.
get your shit from? I don't know where you get logic from. You gotta stop watching fucking cartoons and Tank songs and movies
Yeah.
and shit like that. Life's about real. Look, if life's about
Cap
real
watching Drag
niggas,
Race. So,
so if you got if you look at this, is what I'm trying to tell you, gangsta. You could suck the dick, right? They're gonna be niggas who doing
Hell,
25 to
you
life,
nasty.
Hold on, gangsta. I ain't trying to say you could, you can't, doesn't matter. But there's gonna be niggas doing life right. That's gonna be more. That's gonna have a higher frequency than you, Dada, because you took.
And they're gonna be right. Hey, bro, none of them niggas got a high frequency. They all in jail, nigga.
But look at the best thing about being a man is being a man. Once you lose that man shit, Dada, like you gotta understand that that's what you got.
You crazy. Some of the realest niggas in the world suck the dick, nigga. My nigga, some of the realest men you ever known suck the dick for free. You think I ain't doing it to get out of jail? Look at Dr. Dre. Look at Tupac. Tupac.
Dr. Dre is gay though.
The realest niggas I know, they dead. What are you talking about? They was my family. They told me something. I'm like, I don't look up to no industry.
I'm telling you, survival mode. Bro, you asked me a real honest question and I answered it, bro. You asked me a real honest question, I answered it.
He gave you his answer to how he feel about the situation. You can't go back and forth.
I'm not sitting in nobody.
I'm talking about you. You gave him your honest answer of what you would do in a certain situation in life.
Yeah. If I'm in life, nigga, I got a lifetime, bro. If I'm facing life in jail and niggas tell me I'm about to go here for the rest of my life, nigga, I love my freedom so much, nigga, that I fucking will compromise my manhood. Hell yeah, nigga. You got me fucked up. My nigga, I'm not gonna lie to you, nigga. I love freedom, nigga. I just have to live with the consequences of everything else. I fuck around to a book.
I find you hilarious, but I don't know if you're serious or not, nigga. Like,
hey, Kev, tell me I do a book tour. Hey, Kev, I'm gonna write a book. I'm gonna go on everybody's podcast and talk about it. Nigga, I'm gonna do interviews.
I'm gonna bail out and get new fingerprints.
This nigga's nasty, nigga. You gonna keep
it. I'm telling you, bro.
You gonna write a book about it. You hear this nigga?
You crazy. You think I'm gonna stay in jail? Nigga,
it's gonna be an erotic novel.
You scared of jail, bro. You should be scared of death.
Jail is not fun, bro. Jail
You're scared of jail. You should be scared of death, nigga. Hold your breath.
I'm scared of both. That's why I ain't going. I'm scared of both. That's why I'm committing crimes. That's why
you shouldn't be scared of jail. How you scared of death? It's not. It don't equal up. You're alive.
I'm scared of death too, nigga. I ain't trying to die. Nigga, I love life.
It's not the same. It's not the same level, Dada.
Oh, we all got a date though. We all gonna die.
Yeah,
but that don't mean I ain't scared of it. I'm scared as hell of that motherfucker. I ain't running to it. I ain't running to that. I ain't out there in the streets doing stupid shit.
Stand on business, Dada. Don't put yourself in a situation where you won't have to compromise your
I stay in the motherfucking house and mind my business. That's what I do.
You already compromised, motherfucker. That's a fact. Nigga. Where's your wife at, nigga? Oh, your wife from Brooklyn too. Real shit, Dada. We gonna have, next time I talk to your wife, I'll tell her put you in place, nigga. She gonna have to put you in place, nigga. Real shit.
My wife know I ain't going to jail. She know that real. I'll tell her too. I ain't going to jail, nigga. You got me fucked up. Nigga, I watch Lockup all day, nigga. I'm one of them niggas that watch these jail shits all day. Nigga, look at these animals. These niggas is like hyenas.
Nigga, like, what the fuck you doing with yourself? You watch Lockup, nigga. You watch 60 days in.
All day I watch.
Bro, that's being honest, man. He ain't going to jail. He ain't trying to face none of that shit.
No, hell no. I'm not going to jail. I don't know how niggas do it. I don't know how niggas go to jail one time and go back. I don't understand.
You gotta watch them when they keep going back. You gotta watch them.
That ain't true.
That's what the fuck. Some people just got bad fucking luck. Some people just got bad pattern.
You ain't trying to go back.
When you come up a certain way and you deal with life on life terms, some people are not as fortunate as others. So they deal with what comes with it at that time. You know what I'm saying? They deal with what comes with it. You know what I'm saying? Because ain't no real man trying to starve in society. So he gonna do whatever it takes to get what he feel he needs.
So a real man. So he a real man to survive with and sell drugs and try to survive. But I'm not a real man for sucking no pipe to stay out of prison. Y'all crazy.
Hell no.
No, I listen. I'm saying this. You got your perspective or whatever it is. Like, there's some people in life that didn't grow up with parents that
how much shit you could do.
If you that serious, we simply don't care, bro. We simply don't care. That's just you.
I've not
listen.
Now the
Shows
reason
who
I
you
say that
are.
because you do. The reason I say that because do you know how much you can do to stay out of jail? You don't have to
All right,
sell
I'm
drugs.
trying to break it down you from
You can sell
childhood.
bean pie. You can
See,
sell
some
bean pie.
people, well, some people, right? Some people didn't grow up with parents. Some people then they grew up in the system. They, you know, their parents weren't there for them. Some people parents were using drugs. They was less fortunate, and they was living in neighborhoods where they seen, you know, people who doing criminal activity be productive far
Pressure.
as what they see. Like you ain't wearing rejects and everybody else wearing Nikes, and you feel uncomfortable that way. So when you see these guys with cars and jewelry and Nikes and all that, you're a kid. You want what you see. So you growing up in an environment like that, you intend to put yourself involved with it due to being less fortunate. And along with that comes crime, comes jail, other things. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Everybody ain't grow up with us, you know, with two parents and they was able to live and their parents bought them everything they needed. They cheated it, they showed them the right way, they went and got a job. Everybody don't have that fulfillment in life from a youth. So I mean,
No, that
the
trickles down.
perspective
Look,
of
it
it,
said
the perspective
90%
of
of
it is
juvenile
different,
criminals got
right?
fatherless
The
homes.
perspective of it is different. I'm just giving you far as what I know.
90%.
Know what I'm saying? I'm just saying far as what I know. Everybody didn't grow up with parents and or fortunate to have things that they went outside and seen their friends, not only their friends, people that weren't their friends. They seen them have, you know, have a lot of things that they wanted, and there were things being done that could produce what they wanted. It just was illegal, and they took it upon themselves. Fuck that! I ain't gonna be out here wearing bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Olympians and all that type of shit. I want to wear Nikes and Pumas and whatever else.
Yeah, 'cause
So I
that's
want
how
to
they
wear,
learn, though.
you
Nobody
know,
taught them how to do it the legit way.
and they did what could produce that for them. Now they got caught doing it. You going to prison, even as a juvenile. They got
Mm,
juvenile prison. You going to prison. Sometimes the effect of that is they say, well, damn, they locked me up. They gave me a slap on the wrist. This is all they gonna do. This is what goes through your mind when you first get incarcerated, whether it be as a youth or a grown person. You say, well, damn, this is all they got for me. Shit, I could do that again. And then, but
mm.
little do you know, every time you do it, the sentence gets steeper because felonies add up, you know, charges add up, and now it goes from months to years to, you know, that's
Wow,
how, you know.
that's offended.
So we can't,
Right.
you know, it's different situations for different people. That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
We got
yeah.
to look at life
Hey, Kat, tell me
logically.
about that program you were trying to create, Kat, for the kids.
When I was talking about the motherfucking each one teach one, we where every city have like a try to have a representative and get 100 businesses under their umbrella, and then we get a government grant, and we see like on the weekends we get kids to go to these businesses and learn how to motherfucking be a part of that business, like learn the details of the business, like whether it's a barbershop, whether it's a car wash, and learn how it's run from the bottom up.
That's actually a great idea. That's a great idea.
And then each business will get a grant money for having kids participate. Like if you got 20 kids participating, you get like a $10,000 grant.
Well, we got to understand something too. The way that it was set up where we're at. I don't give a fuck what state you live in. If you came from the ghetto part of it, the government played a part in how things function where you live.
Mm.
You didn't grow up around successful businessmen living there. Because once that man becomes successful, he's no longer living there. So
Yeah, they move.
you've seen the people that were a product of the environment. Yeah, they looked as successful because they had Mercedes Benz and all of that, but they was living in a girl apartment in the projects. They had a $60,000 car. They wore a $15,000 gold chain. You were a kid looking at this. He looked like a celebrity to you, and you watch his productivity of what his productivity came from every day. You came outside and you seen what was going on, how he made his money and how he became who he is. That was your Michael Jordan. That was your Dominique
That's your
Wilkins.
role model.
That was your role model. So
Mm,
you intended to go with that realm of life, but that wasn't put here by us. So
Facts.
Mm.
that's another whole, you know what I'm saying? That's another whole way to look at it far as people going to you said people go to prison more than once. You don't see how they do it, but that's how they do it. They became a
No, I
product
didn't
of.
say I don't know how they do it. What I'm saying is when somebody gets out and keep going
No, I'm
back
talking about what
hella
Gangsta
quick.
Cap said. He
Oh,
said he don't
Nah,
see
I
how
said,
people go
oh
to
no,
jail more than once. So
yeah,
I'm
yeah, I
saying
said
that
that.
I'm
You
giving
get
them a
instant
scenario.
gratitude in the
I'm
streets. You
giving
get
them a
instant gratitude.
scenario of how it's done. You know what I'm
So
saying?
you
I'm giving
feel
this.
better every time. Every time you could get to the back so instantly. You could do shit so instantly. You could see it right there. You just see it. You're just like, oh, all right, this is what happens, bro. You're
As
moving
a
on up.
child, right?
Yeah.
You really don't have an idea what self-esteem is. It's actually a emotion for you because when people start teasing you for what you got on and how you look and all of that, it tends to diminish how strong your structure is at that moment. Now, you see a way out of that. You see a way to become somebody. You feel you're going to become somebody once the people start to like you. You start dressing fly, you got money in your pocket every day, you went through that those trials and tribulations of people laughing at you and teasing you because you wearing less fortunate shit and you going through as a kid. Now you starting to produce and be productive. Now you become a product of it because this is what made you able to have productivity, able to be for somebody to like you, for the girl you liked walking around to say, you know what, I'm gonna date him now. When she teased you years ago, 2, 3 years ago, she was calling you a bum ass nigga. Get out of here, you nappy head
Hmm.
motherfucker, and all that shit. As a kid, that means a lot to you because you don't have bills and all of that. You don't even know what that consists of at that time. Your thing is to look like something. In order to look like something, you got to become a product of your environment. Your environment is what I just explained. So you become a product of that, and then you grow into that. Now that's your way of becoming Jay-Z and P. Diddy and all of these other motherfuckers that became rich the other way. But your perspective of becoming rich is what you know, not what they do, what they did or what they do. You don't have a clue of what they did or what they do. You just know they where you want to be because you're watching them as a person.
Or maybe you're just so active, you might create their environment, and people might just be looking at you. You know what
Well, you
I'm saying?
can't create an environment as a child.
now he right though.
Nah,
Like, but
nah.
when you little, you don't
As you
realize
grow,
that shit. You don't realize you know how you dress and you
I
dirty
mean,
and shit
you
until
you,
you
you
like a
don't
yeah.
create the
teenager.
environment because that environment was created before you was born. You just become a
Going to
product of
school
it.
with holes in your shoes. That shit hits different.
Right. That turns you into somebody different. Let me tell you, the majority of children that have became criminals were once those kids that were teased for being less fortunate. And when they became what they considered as fortunate, criminal activity was a part of their fortune. So now they're living that. And that's why you said when you said people go to jail more than once, because that's what they know. They to become fortunate, they knew that we had to do this activity. Now, as you go along and learn, as you get older and you start learning and you start knowing what life really consists of, then you stop all of those things that you were doing that you felt would make you productive. Now you become a man to say, you know what, man, I'm older now. Sometimes it happens when you get 18. Sometimes it might happen when you get 30. Sometimes it might happen when you whatever. I'm just saying you change the process of your thinking. You know what I'm saying? Like that changed the process of your thinking and you become a productive member of society. And now you're able to enlighten the kids that's behind you. I'm just giving you a product of what I did in my life. That's what I just gave y'all a spill on what I did in my life. When I came home, I did I did shit for the youth, far as taking them on trips and giving them my life story so they wouldn't go through what I've been through. I never ever praised prison. I always told them there was not one day in life that I was
Hey, why
happy in
you ain't
prison.
you ain't never thought about like going to schools and talking to the schools and doing connecting
Well,
with the
I
schools and being like Kevin Hollis and like how they do?
I'm gonna tell you this. I didn't get that far. Uh, I was doing seminars for the youth far as the neighborhood where I'm from. On the weekends, I was doing that. And one time I asked the parents, I said, listen, I was taking your kids on trips. I know that y'all know that, with my own money. But sometimes that money ain't there during that time because I had just been released from prison so I need y'all to give me $3 each for your kid to travel. They didn't even want to do that. They saying, "Oh, you did it all this time by yourself." And if you care about your child, how could $3 hurt? You could take bottles and cans to the store in New York and get $3.
They said something about the $3.
Yeah, they didn't want to. They didn't want to give it up. So
Really, $3 though?
well,
It was
I'm
3
just yes. I'm telling you, they didn't want to give up the money to because during this time, right, this day and age, we got to understand there's children having children. So when the kid is 16, the mother's 30, the mother's smoking
The
weed,
cat said the same
drinking
shit
beer,
last
all of
night.
that. They becoming trying now they're doing that with their children. Men too,
Didn't
not
I
just the
say
mothers,
that
the
the other
fathers
day,
too.
y'all?
So
You
Didn't I
said
say
that,
that
yeah.
the
that
other day?
Same
changes
exact
how
bar
they
for
look at
bar.
their kids. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna talk about a situation that happened. I ain't giving up the details of the people. Some kids had a shootout one time, right? The shootout was over. The mother of one of the kids that was involved with it came outside with her phone and said, "Yeah, y'all trying to bring this shit to my kids. Y'all know when they come back, it's on." What's wrong with your brain, miss? That's your kid. If you don't have the logic to talk your kid out of doing negative activity, and you've been watching this throughout your whole life, how kids have been getting killed around you your whole life because you live in the projects. So you've seen this. There's been
Where'd
generations
you
of this
find?
shit.
Where you see Twin at? Where was she?
Say what? I didn't hear you. Say it again.
That was Twin.
No, I'm just saying you don't. You know, for a
He said
mother
he's
to
saying the mother that was saying, yo, when my son comes over here, they're gonna spin that was the girl right here, twin. That's her personality. I think that's what he's saying. That's what you're saying, right, DG?
Yeah, nah, she was talking about she was at a dice game and then talking shit to him after she took all the money.
Oh,
I
she
Shit
got.
mean,
went bad.
I'm glad that you saying that. I'm hoping that she could get something out of what I'm saying.
No, that's a long time ago. She was just
No,
telling us
I'm
like
just saying in
lifestyle
general now
stories.
that we on this topic. I'm glad that you're saying that. Hopefully she can understand where I'm coming from because I was just elaborating on what Gangsta Cap Kid said about people going to prison more than once. I'm a guy that's been to prison more than once. It took me a little time to get it, but I got it now. So that's what I'm
No, but I
saying.
How
get you
many
That's
on the
why.
times?
kids raising kids. Yeah, they want
Kev,
to go
Kev,
first with their phones and videotape that shit. I mean,
hold up, Kev, how many times you had to go before you finally like got it?
Well, I went to prison 4 times in my life. Um, the last 2 times I did, you know, stretches, years.
My homies, it makes it most of them dead
So
grown.
as you listen, I got pictures, man, that I could send y'all where y'all could put up to understand. I graduated from high school in prison. I took college courses in prison. But I learned this as I went on. Um, I had I learned how to become a man in prison from men that were actually doing great things in society. They just got caught up. Yeah, they had life. They gave it back. Now they're home. But they taught me because I was in jail as a youngin'. Know what I'm saying? I was in jail as a youngin'. So they schooled me on, yo, listen, man, you got a date. We got a letter as our release date, which is life. You actually have a date where it got a date and a time when you're going home. Don't turn that into what we have. Because when I first got in there, I was wilding, bugging. I felt like that's a long time. I had 15 years. I felt that it was a long time, and fuck that. You know what I'm saying? I needed I feel like I got to survive. I ain't got time. I ain't letting the motherfucker tell me nothing. Nobody going to disrespect me in here. But there's other ways to go about not being disrespected. When you have that mindset, it's like you're looking for an approach. You know what I'm saying? This first person to approach you, now you want to put in work. That work you put in could make you have to be in here for life. So me catching shots and going to the box for long periods of time and growing older and getting around certain men that was actually pushing the youth, the youngins that's in prison to go home, pushing, teaching them that, listen, this ain't what it's about. It's about this, that, the third. You talking about guys that were rich in society. You understand what I'm saying? That own things. Like Guy Fisher, he owned the Apollo before he went to prison. I was in the prison with him. You know, he from New York. He saw me getting in a lot of shit in the penitentiary. He saw me getting in a lot of trouble and shit, and coming back to the compound and going back to the box and all of that. And he said one day, "Yo, listen, man, you got a great head on your shoulders. You know what I'm saying? You know you in class, you do your work. You know you smart. You da da da. But you also have an attitude problem where you feel you have to go at everything. Everything ain't disrespect." And when you're in prison, you've heard so much wild shit about it before you got there. So now you want a defensive approach than being just an approach. I'm in prison. I'm gonna take the good things out of prison and work on that to get me out. You know, when you hear about prison, we're not talking about a camp and a low and all of that. We're talking about prison, as far as the penitentiary. You've seen all this shit on TV. You've been in places where it's like that because the people from the product of your environment are in this prison, are in these prisons where you grew up at. You watch people get killed. You know, you've seen all of that. You've done certain things in your life. You know what it's about. These same individuals like you are in these prisons where you're going. So your first reaction to it is to be defensive. So everything somebody say to you that could be a little sidebar, it could you actually could talk it out. But to you can't talk it out because you're on a defensive mechanism of it. Like you're on the defensive mind of it. So now your thing is to do what you got to do to defend that. So you might hurt somebody where you didn't really have to hurt them because of the way you came and you held your persona on the way prison, the perspective of prison.
With a pride and the ego, you ain't trying to
So
get
you
punked.
know,
Yeah.
it's you know, going through all that I've went through, man, is the reason why I'm able to talk like this. I'm a person that's been to prison more than once. I'm a person that grew up less fortunate as a child. I didn't have parents. I grew up in my aunt's house. My mother and father was on drugs. I could talk about that now because my mother and father's doing great right now. But when I was a kid, they was on drugs. We didn't have shit. I went in the store, tell a man cut me $10 worth of meat, lunch meat. He put it on the counter. I snatch it and run. I run to another store. Do the same shit for bread. Do the same thing. I got 12 brothers and sisters. We grew up in a household where, not grew up in a household, but we were living with our parents. While some of us was born while some of us was in foster care, but a lot of us was born in the house when it was fucked up. It was a fucked up household where our parents was getting high. They would take instead of taking the food stamps and buying us something to eat, they would take the food stamps to go get heroin. We would eat flour cakes. You know that you go to. They had something called like a how you call that shit where you went and got cheese and powdered milk and the fucking can, the silver
They
can
call
with
it
beef
WIC.
and no, it ain't
Over
wick.
here, it's
It's
called WIC. Are you talking
no.
about
That's
like a
that's we talking
food
about back in
bank?
the days. They don't
You
even
going
do
to a
that no
food
more.
bank? Out here, they
We
doing
back
Cali.
then you had to go online, right? They had this block of cheese, which is better than the cheese they sell you today.
Yeah,
But
that government cheese, the big
right,
ass
you had
orange
a
block.
block. You had
Yeah.
a block. I'm 49 years old, so I don't know how old y'all are.
And that shit don't melt. That shit just bubble.
No, no, no,
Yeah.
not that shit melted better than any cheese you have today. That government cheese from back then. That shit was the best cheese. It made the best macaroni and cheese. It made the best grilled cheese. It was the best cheese. They even had it was wrapped up in a plastic thing inside of a brown
Yeah, and then
box.
inside of a carton thing. There's plastic wrapped up, and then it's in like a
Right.
little cardboard carton.
It was a block of cheese.
Right.
Um, they had powdered milk. They had the beef can, the can that looked like Alpo, but it was called beef in a can or whatever it was. They gave you milk, cheese, that. They gave you powdered milk. They gave you some bullshit cereal that was no frills or whatever it was. But in that type,
Cheerios, no sugar.
growing up in that type of
Just
environment
some
as a
cornflakes
child,
with nothing on
I
it.
was one of those kids that was less fortunate, where I became a criminal because you ain't teasing me. We ain't going through none of that. So when I was old enough to get out of that element, I did what I felt was right for me, which was to be a product of my environment, to make money, to feed my brothers and sisters and all of that. I got 12 brothers and sisters. I'm the only one that's been through the mud, that's been through prison from a kid to a grown man. So
But you the oldest or what?
I'm not the oldest. I'm the fifth oldest. At one time, for a long time, I was the youngest boy. I was the fifth oldest boy. My mother had five sons, five daughters, and then two more sons at the end. My two little brothers are dead now. May they rest well, man. I miss them, but they gone now.
Condolences.
R.I.P.
Um, you
So
know,
you're the middle child.
Basically, I'm the middle child, but I'm the youngest boy again right now.
All right, yeah.
So I'm glad we had that topic, man. I hope some young people could look at this and gain something from it. Even older people that's having children now that's doing the wrong thing. Hopefully, as far as what I said, can help them, enlighten them to do, to try to do better for the children that they're bearing into this world. Because no child acts to come here. It ain't their duty to take care of themselves until they get a certain age. So
Facts.
we got to understand that part of life also, man. It ain't all about you know, who got what or what we got or who we are now today. It's about helping these youth become what we are today, the good part of us.
That's a
So
Fendi.
if we could do that, then we can get LLCs and build businesses and all of that just on that alone. You know. So what I mean. So I guess it's somebody else time to take the floor, man. I'm glad y'all was able to let hear me out and listen to anybody
We
got.
chilling. Hey, look, we good. Communication rule the nation, nigga. That's what we here for.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's what we
And
here for. Learning and teaching, man.
that's
Learning
right.
and teaching.
That's right, man. The main thing about it is let's try to teach these youth as much as we can, man. Because I don't want a youth today to go through nothing I've been through. I've been through a whole lot in my life. And I'm happy to still be here. I've been in situations where I didn't know I was gonna live. I've been
So let
in
me ask you this then. What do you think, since you already been there and you've been to the feds, what is P. Diddy going through right now?
P. Diddy is actually in a unit that I was in that jail. He's in Fort South. I was in Fort South, which is the old building. It's a bunk unit. It got 60 bunks in there, 120 men could fit in there. But being that he's high profile, they got less men in that unit than they would have in any other unit. He's
So
going
is
through
he in
it.
there with other people? He's in
Yes,
there with other people?
he's in there with other high profile people, or I mean, high profile people on a good note, and then you got profile people on a bad note. You got high profile people that's telling on high profile cases. You got high profile people that's fighting high profile cases. So those people, would be considered high profile. They in a unit with him or whatever. But I'm gonna tell y'all this: it's not one happy day in prison. I don't care if you're able to smile because you gambled on the game, and that's just for one moment, like for 1 second. You're not happy though. You just achieved something. You want to bet, something like that. But when you go back to reality, it's back to the same courses that came along with being locked up. So you ain't happy in prison for not one whole day ever. I don't care what day it is. I don't care if the happiest part of prison is when you go on a visit to see your family. That's the only way you feel like you're not in prison for a moment. Or you on the
Mm.
phone with your family members and they telling you about society, you're reliving it. So you feel like at that moment you're not with all of the inmates you're not with 100 guys in a unit.
So
Um
he got iPads in there. They got iPads in there and shit like that.
well they got that now. They got tablets. When I was in prison, there was no tablets. You didn't have
Mm.
tablets. You had a phone.
Yeah, they
That's
got
all you
tablets
had.
in
You
the
ain't had no
county over
tablets.
here
And
now.
they got tablets where they could go, they could watch movies, they could talk to
Yeah,
their
little
people,
youngsters, they be on Facebook and shit on the
they could do
tablet.
all of that with the tablets that they have. Um, Tablet was created so you could be more equipped with society because when I was in prison, when I came home, things had changed and I didn't know nothing about it. Like I ain't know nothing about no cell phone and all that shit. I ain't know how to work it.
Mm.
So, like they even changed the way that the transit system works here. They went from having tokens to having cards. You had to go to a machine and press. I had to watch like 4 or 5 people before I could get actually the knowledge of what to press on the machine. I have a lot of pride, so I didn't want to ask nobody. I didn't want to feel dumb at that moment. So I watched
Mm.
people do it, and then I went and tried to do it. And then when I couldn't do it when I tried, somebody assisted me, but I didn't ask.
Yeah, I remember when they
Um,
had tokens in New York too. You had to go up to a
so
little booth and give them some money, and they give you the tokens to get in that
That's
bitch.
it. Yep. You had to go see the token clerk. You give them the money. They give you the tokens. You go put the token in the slot. You go through the joint, and you're able to get on the train. Now, they came with. They now they switched all of that and they put it on cards.
So it ain't
I don't
no
think that.
token booth no more.
Yes, the token booth is there, but they there to guide you. Like when you need certain things done, and you don't go to the clerk to buy nothing now. Now it's all done by machine. Now, if you don't know how to work the machine,
Damn.
Everything card,
Damn.
y'all like
See,
star
I
zero
ain't been up
nine
north.
two.
I left up north in 2005. In 2005, they was still using tokens.
no, they wasn't. They was
When
on.
I
They
was
was
up
using
there,
met.
I was
They
using
was using
tokens.
Metro cards, brother. Not in 2005. Tokens was gone since 90 something.
Mm.
You. They used a card. You just didn't realize it. Everything is on card now. Everything is done by card. They have a
I was
Metro
jumping them
card.
shits. I was jumping them anyway.
Right. You didn't use tokens then. Tokens it's been gone. I mean, I think I still got some though somewhere.
I don't think we even paid to get on the trains back then. We just jumped them shits.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people shit when they had tokens, I ain't paid to get on the train as a kid. You know, that was a part of having fun. Jump the turnstile and keep on going. And that was a part of it. That was a part of the fun we had. But glad we had this dialogue here, man. With
Yeah, they fucking them up though. This shit about to get wild. This shit
well,
gonna go
well,
crazy
it's
when they.
gonna get wild because of what's going on in the world. People gonna be hungry in America soon.
Yeah, you see what's happening. The food prices is
Yes,
crazy.
if it's this is possibly could turn into like third world country kind of shit if things don't change and they don't get the right people in office. Where he going over there to other countries trying to bribe them out of their shit instead of negotiating the right way. He's doing businessman shit in countries where they don't want that. They trying to have a dialogue about solutions with changing wars and all of that. You going over there trying to present your personal business elements on them people. That ain't gonna work. That shit just gonna turn everything into a disaster. That's gonna bring more war. Man, it's this world is wicked, man, and we got to be the ones to try to save our own. Ain't nobody else gonna save us, man. As far as our youth is concerned, we got to be the ones to save our own. Everything in the world is made to go against us as a people. If you look like us, ain't nothing in this world to benefit you. Look at Burkina Faso right now. Because he wants to make things better for his people, the European nations want to kill him. They want to tell him what to do in his own country. Think
Well,
about it.
that's another Gaddafi.
Well,
They've been flipping resumes and shit over every year.
Gaddafi, Gaddafi didn't have the support that he got. Let's think about that. So Gaddafi didn't
Gaddafi had
have
hella support. There's like
Gaddafi
At
didn't
1.2
one
have
billion
point
at
he
the
did.
ceremony
At one point he
no
did.
Gaddafi never had the support that
from his people,
Ibrahim
but they didn't have anything to fight
Traore
back
got
with.
right now. Um, like he got China, he got Russia, he got North Korea. He got those people that despise France and America. So they protected him. Gaddafi didn't have the protection that this guy has from the beginning. So that's why they was able to actually get to Gaddafi and fulfill their fulfillment. I don't believe it's going to be that easy this time.
That's
If they,
because
if
Gaddafi thought we was his allies.
well, I'm
He
gonna say
thought we
They were
was.
this.
paying him
Um,
hella for the oil. He thought they were buddies.
um, Gaddafi died for trying to change currency.
He was
Mm-hmm.
one of the gold dinar,
I
but he
told
was
him that
chilling with the
yesterday.
bushes and shit in the old days back then.
That's what I told
Um,
him yesterday. He died
yeah,
for
he
trying to,
died for
trying to create
trying
his
to
own
change
currency.
currency. Right.
He was trying to
Another
create his own
Because
currency.
percent.
He was trying to make
I,
gold back.
yeah,
Yeah,
these
gold backed dollars. It's called a dinar, and that shit will kill the U.S. dollar.
I mean, I'm gonna tell you this. She can't rule forever. America is she. She can't rule forever. She don't have the dynamics, the strength, the structure, none of that. She could rule for a period of time, and that period of time is now running out. So not only is it running out with the governmental state of every country, it's running out with the people of every country, even the people that live in the country. So it's gonna be some issues, man, in the next 5, 10, 20 years, where
Nah, gangster was saying that they're gonna take over Mexico and they're gonna take over Mexico.
they're not gonna take over none of that. They're not. They're not gonna take over none of that. It's gonna be an overthrow of the government from within. Remember, I said this. The people. Let me tell you something about the white people today. The white people today are not the ones from 40, 50, 60 years ago. The internet has shown them that what they learned from their people was a lie. So now it's different even with them. Like the white millennials are not like uh those white people from the 60s, the 50s, the 70s.
Why can't they invade Mexico and overthrow Mexico?
They can't do that because of the people. People, we might not look at it as people control the government, but they do. You know, no one wants to look like what they already been said they are. They've been living a lie in it so many years. They can't show the people that's who they are. They never do that. They pick around it. So they can't. They're not gonna just go and invade some country and take it and do it. Nah, they ain't Israel.
Right. They gonna install a puppet and get them elected. That's what they gonna do.
Right? They not. They not. That ain't gonna happen, man. I mean, the world has evolved as far as the
Not
countries.
here, but I'm talking about like that's what they did with Haiti,
Every
Africa.
country,
Hey,
like even let's say, look at how Burkina Faso was able to stand up, and look at how they got a general over there as a puppet for this nation that's trying to say that whatever they're trying to say about them, and all the nations in the world, the people are backing the actual literally actual actions of Burkina Faso to build their own empire for their own and keep everything within their own. The world is backing them, not just the people that they have in power, like Russia. And the world is behind them. Everywhere in the world, you see they marching, they got signs, they do. That means a lot. That's not just something that's
yeah,
being
no,
done when
people
it's
are waking
done
up because they
worldly.
seen it happen,
Right. When it's
over and
done
over.
worldly, it's a different situation. It ain't the same as if it's done in some state or some, third world country where they're only doing it there. They're doing this throughout the world. The internet is fucked up governmental shit because it moves faster than they can fix. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
You can't
That's why they're
talk as
trying to
fast as
shut
the
down
internet
from you
can put
getting
it
their
out.
information out and shit.
Right. You can't talk as fast as the internet can put it out. So they can't lie as fast as the internet is putting out the truth. They didn't structure this thing right.
And, and like the immigrants, they needed what lock down on the immigrants and shit like that. Well,
Uh
let's
I want to say this. Everybody living in America is an immigrant. Nobody's from here. From here, no. Your ancestry ain't from here. Your first time your lineage came here, they wasn't from here. So there's no American people. You were born here now. Yes, were born here, but our lineage for our families, we ain't from here. So how you calling somebody else an immigrant when, that's the thing. They from England, France. Listen to this. If you go to Israel right now and you try to do a background check on families, you go to jail. You can't do that because they ain't from there. They from the Caucasus Mountains just like the rest of them. Those people playing as Jews today ain't Jews. So that's why you can't do no. What's that shit called? Where you find your history, your family lineage.
Mm-hmm.
What they call that shit that they do?
What's that? An ancestry.
Right. You can't do
And
that. You can't go over there and do that. You're going to jail.
if you go where and do that
If you go to Israel and try to do that, they're gonna lock your ass up because they
for
know they're
real?
not from there. Yes, right. That's a fact.
Damn, I ain't know that.
Yeah, you can't do. You got. I'm listening. When you hear something from me, all you gotta do is when we get off of here, just go Google, take notes and go Google it.
No, I
It's
ain't
not.
saying you lying. I just didn't
No,
know.
no, no, no. I'm just saying for a person to be more confident in what I'm saying, I'd rather that they go look it up. So the next time we get on a dialogue like this, everybody will have their own insight on it. You understand what I'm saying?
So what they made it a law?
You can't do it because yes, they made it a law because they're not from there. Those are Europeans. Those people. Israel belongs to Gaza, Palestine. That's what that is. That's Palestine. Israel's the youngest
Yeah, I
nation
know.
in the
Yeah, I
world.
know that. Yeah, I know that.
So that's what I'm saying. There's no lineage to them there. Those are
Mm.
Europeans that study their practice, far as religious preference. And they made
She
it a
said
way
I
of
just
life.
Googled. She said I just Googled it. That's not true.
That is true. Those people are from European descent. Those you cannot go over there and do no ancestral shit with them.
So you saying that ain't nobody better, ain't no race better than Mexicans or anything like that? Everybody's just equal in America. Everybody's illegal immigrants, actually, but niggas is
Well,
born
I
here.
mean, yeah, they if it's like they say this shit. How can they say this? This is
Yo,
the stupidest shit in
yo,
the world.
two. This is second person. Second person said I just looked it up. It's not illegal.
It is illegal to do ancestral shit in Israel. Yeah, it is. You can't do it. Tell them to read the whole thing. Don't read just one part. It's illegal for you to go and try to look up uh
Niggas could
uh
be trolling.
ancestral bloodlines for Israel.
Tell them
It
come
They go
says,
over
to
here.
Israel
look,
after
look,
World
look,
War II or whatever when they
hold up.
killed the
It
Jews.
says he said
They
it
go from
say while
Israel.
genetic testing in Israel is not outright illegal in Israel, there are significant legal restrictions that limit access to DNA tests.
There you
It's
go.
So
basically
Now
it's
let
illegal.
me
not
let
It
me
said
let
it's
me
not
not
let me
outright.
illegal.
That's illegal.
you see how you see how they word it to make it look good. Tell them to go over there and do it and watch what happens. You understand what I'm saying? They word it to make it look good. Oh, it's restrictions. It's not this. If they put restrictions on it, that means it's not legal.
Not that first part, not outright illegal. That's
Listen to what
where
I'm
they try
saying
to
to you.
get you.
Go to any other country and do it. I bet you it says it's legal to do DNA testing, all of that. It's legal. It don't say it don't have all this motherfucking significance to it.
Yeah, but you believe that shit? Because I
I don't.
remember I
But
seen a
listen, what
video
they
and they
got
sent like
here.
a banana sample and it came back with a
What I'm
DNA
saying to
test.
you is, how could there be legal restrictions to restrict generic testing, as far as who you are and where you came from, your lineage? How could there be any restrictions to that when you're trying to learn about your heritage? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So of course they're gonna put it in there that it's conditions and this and that and third. Man, it's illegal over there. Do it in
Yeah.
They
America.
say
I bet you.
they only a laboratory in the hospital approved by the Ministry of Health. So basically, they controlling it.
Listen to what I'm saying to you. It ain't controlled nowhere else in the world. Why is it only controlled there? If that wording and action is two different things. Now they put this in a wording form where you're gonna say, oh well, it ain't that bad. You understand what I'm saying? When you go over there and you try to do it, they're gonna tell you what it really is. They're gonna show you what it really is.
They're trying to
You
hide something. They don't want you to know.
Hey, Eric H. If they control how you go about finding your lineage, then it's illegal. Because they're not going to tell you that it's illegal in a format of print. They're going to show you in person that it's illegal. Now you've had people that went over there and did these things, and it was illegal for them to do. They had to get out of there. So that's why I'm saying it. You can't do it over there. There's people that been over there that spoke about it. I've watched it. You can't do that. I ain't just saying this. And when you Google it and it's telling you that there's restrictions on it, if you Google any other nation, they're gonna tell you that it ain't. Ain't no restrictions on it. It's freely to do. They promote it on TV everywhere for you to pay for ancestry to find out who this, that, and the third. That is a actual business. Not over there, not in Israel. Ancestral.com is a business. Am I lying?
Nah, for real,
They
it
get
is a
paid
business.
for that. So
Mm-hmm.
how is there any conditions of it in another nation if that's a worldwide thing? You go to any other nation in the world, there's no conditions to doing that. Only in Israel. Why is that?
He said they do it so that people can't claim citizens or the rights to Jewish rights.
Do you know what she don't understand is Jewish being a Jew is not an ethnicity. It's a religious practice. That's what people don't understand. They gave some Europeans a title in a nation that's younger than 90% of the nations in the world.
Gotta stay firm, done.
Hey, Eric H, I want you to actually go and look at people going to that nation to do things. We're not talking about what they got written in a book. We're talking about what their actions are showing. If you go on YouTube and you look at people far as going to that nation and asking these questions or doing this or doing what we're talking about now, they've been kicked out of the country for doing it. So you tell me what restrictions that is. You just can't do it. Of course, they're gonna put it in the book like it's a restriction. He's talking about white people here who controlling everything. So of course they're gonna put it like it's just a restriction. I mean, you could say it's from an official website all you want. I told you that it's illegal, and then you showed me something that said there's restrictions. Go in any other nation and show me where there's a restriction for that. I bet you won't find it.
Twin, you
I
twin.
think that she's just referring to the law of return that they have in Israel.
Right, I understand that. I'm just saying this. People have been to that nation, right? People have been to that country and have tried what I'm saying, and they've been kicked out of the country for doing it. So that don't mean that it's restrictions on. That means that it's illegal. But in a book for you to read on fine print or any type of Google Sesame or whatever, they're gonna put it in a form to where make it seem like it's humane to do that. You understand what I'm saying? But over there, it's inhumane to do it. Know why? Because if you look up their history, they're not from Israel. They're from European descent. Greenland. I'm just giving you as far as what I know. Ireland, shit like that.
Facts.
From
They're not
Germany.
from Israel. Jewish is a religion. It has nothing to do with a person's who they are, like lineage. That has nothing to do with that. That's a religious preference. And I mean, I don't want to debate about it. I want people to go actually look into what I'm saying and you're gonna see it. Yeah, they're gonna put in the fine print far as what you can go and look at, and they're gonna put it in a different text, like saying, "Oh, it's modified," or it's. But go to any other nation in the world and see how modified it is. It isn't. It's something for you to do. They're promoting it. It's the commercials for it. All of that for ancestral lookup. That's a commercial. They got actual a business up for it. You pay them to look up your ancestral. Am I lying? You could go right now and find out how far your ancestral goes back if you pay them $5.99 or whatever it is. So in Israel, you can't pay $5.99 and do that. Why? There's no other nation in the world or country in the world that has a block on that.
Is it because Israel is so controversial?
No, it's because Israel, those people that are in Israel right now don't belong there. That's why they're from Greenland, like I told you, Ireland, England, all that shit. They're European descent. They're not from there. I'm gonna say this to you, right? Since we on the topic. Um, in the 1800s in Israel, it was 120 degrees the least. You tell me what white man could wake up every day and live like that. It wasn't no sunscreen back then. You didn't pick cotton because you chose to. You picked cotton because they couldn't.
Bro,
That's
bro,
that's that's the
Israel was an
difference.
agreement, bro, after World War II or whatever. They gave them
Yes, it's
that
one
piece
of the
of
youngest.
land.
It was built in. It was
They're
made a
trying to
nation in
say, yeah, they're trying to say
1948.
it's their heritage. They're trying to claim it like some Jewish shit.
Right. It's actually Palestinian land.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, but they gave it to him. It was like a whole deal.
They didn't give it to them, they took it. That's a difference.
It was an agreement though. We agreed with them. It's a whole treaty thing. They bought it for like 99 years or something. Just like Hawaii.
So we got Hawaii for how long?
We had it for 99 years. That shit was supposed to pass up. I don't know. They might have got another 99.
So we were
Supposed to
supposed to
pass
have.
up like last year, a couple years ago.
Yeah, well, I want to say this. Anything that deals with European descent, they're gonna make it look good for whatever they do that's wrong, indifferent, whatever. Remember to keep control as the minority in the world. Europeans are the minority in the world. We are the majority. So to keep control, they gotta manipulate things.
Yeah, they basically colonized it and they keep on expanding their territory. That's why they're
That's right.
fighting with the
That's what all
Palestinians.
this shit is
Yeah.
about.
They keep
That's
on
what
pushing out the
controlling
more
by
settlement.
Palestine is about.
That's what life's about.
That's what it's about. They want the land.
And they done with it. And they like supposedly they were, abducting kids. There's a lot of kids go missing out there too in Gaza.
Put it this way. The men in Gaza are not home 6 months out of the year because there's no work history there. They have to go to other countries to work because there's nothing there. So they pay for their families through going to work in other countries and sending money back home, whatever this case may be. So when Israel decided to bomb them, they're bombing women and children. They're
Yeah.
not bombing men. They ain't bombing the army and nothing like that. They killing babies.
Jay said Twin not gonna speak on this topic because she supported.
I mean,
Probably sad.
he's right. That's why I said he's not lying. That's why I said I ain't gonna say nothing.
You support Israel for real?
I do. I don't support anything that's Muslim related. I don't agree with the religion. I don't agree with their
You don't have to
beliefs or
agree
their
with the
practices.
religion, but if they're killing innocent people,
Religion doesn't have nothing to do with what's going on that's inhumane to society of a people. That
But
has
I
nothing to
believe
do with their religious preference.
Gaza is Hamas is a Muslim. It's not a there most of the people that are in Hamas
Oh
are
man.
from Muslim faith. I don't
Yeah,
agree with anything Muslim.
I want to have this dialogue with Twin right now. We're talking about human people. We're not talking about what their faith is. We're talking about some people trying to overthrow some people that don't have a defense. Forget about what their faith is and what they believe. We're talking about taking a land from a people. So you're saying that it's all right for Israel to kill those babies and women because they're of Muslim descent? I mean, Muslim belief? That's what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that Hamas, if we talk, I mean, let me put it like this. Gaza technically, although that the Hamas people, Palestine group has been there for years. If we look at geographically, like law wise, nobody really owns Gaza. It's just been occupied by people of Hamas for decades, generation after generation. That's cool. Israel is fighting them for whatever reasons that they have. You feel me? They feel like whatever they feel. I don't particularly like war, but again, I just can't side with anything that is Muslim related. Like Hamas is a terrorist group. They've proved that time and time again. They believe in it's a terroristic organization. I do
Uh-huh.
not believe in
Uh-huh.
terrorism. So it's
Can
like
I
I don't like it. I really hate that it has to come down to this. I wish we could talk about it, but
all
I
right.
understand
I
that,
just
you
I just
know,
want to educate you on one thing about Hamas and all of that stuff. America funds that shit.
and that's
So
I'm fully, yeah, I
I want
agree
to
with you
say
on
something.
that.
I want to say something to you about this. Hamas ain't got nothing to do with Israel terrorizing Gaza since the existence of Israel. Making people feel like slaves, denouncing their humanity as far as their country. This has been going on since those Europeans that went over there and took over that little land, that part of the land that they have. We're not talking. You calling Hamas a Muslim hate group or whatever you call them. Israel been a hate group since its existence. So let's talk about that. Israel has been bombing and killing those people since the existence of Israel trying to get the land. There's been leaders in other countries that have that have denounced it, but what I'm telling you is that's not going what the news fulfills us with. Let's go on what reality is. Reality is that Israel has been your Europeans have been trying to take over a land that's been of Palestinian descent forever. Israel was Palestine at one time until they took it. So let's not say that
So,
Hamas this,
but
Hamas
here's
that.
my thing: are they
Hamas
an
ain't got nothing to
Islamic
do. Hold on,
military
I
group?
gave you your chance to speak. When I'm done, I'll let you go again. Let's do that. Listen, let's go on what reality is. Let's not go on saying I don't deal with nothing that's Muslim. The most hatred people in the world came from Europe. Europe is running this side of the world. So the most hateful people in the world came from Europe. Let's not forget that. So let's not say that people of Muslim descent is terrorists and all that. Europe is a terrorist nation. They took over America from the beginning. Europeans have killed more people in this world than any other ethnicity in the world. So what do you mean Hamas is a terrorist group and this and that and third? What is Israel? Israel's bombing them people for nothing. Them people ain't done nothing to Israel. They using shit, saying, oh, Hamas is a defense mechanism for Palestine because they tired of being terrorized. Hamas is a new thing. Israel's been up since 1948. Hamas didn't exist in 1948. Let's not forget that. And they've been bombing Gaza since then. They've been terrorizing Gaza since then. So what do you mean Hamas is doing? I don't deal with nothing that's a Muslim, this, that, and the third. You need to understand where it all came from.
I
Killing came
understand.
from those people. So let's
I
not
understand.
say,
Okay.
go
No,
ahead.
I
I'm gonna
All
let you
right,
understand.
talk
Twin
now.
got the floor. Hold on, Twin got the floor. Go ahead, Twin.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I don't. Any Islamic terrorist group, I'm just not gonna side with them. I'm just not. They're battling over Holy Land. That's really what this boils down to is Holy Land. If you really like look into it, that's really what they're fighting over. Is Holy Land. And not to mention, Israel withdrew from Gaza way back in 2005, 2007. That didn't stop Hamas from throwing rockets and bombing Israel. So it's like this is an ongoing feud that, of course, as America, we don't really know exactly 100% what's going on because again everybody's throwing rocks and holding their hands. We funded both sides. We play both sides all the time. We're messy as Americans. That's what we do. However, what I'm saying is I understand that those kids are dying and I really do. Like I said, my heart goes out to them and I really do pray for them. But at the same time, anything that is Islamic in a terroristic group that is classified as a group in the United Nations, like the world agrees this is a terroristic group, I can't, I don't support it. Like I
All
just
right, let me
can't.
ask you, what is Israel? They're not a terroristic group with what they're doing right now? Well, what is
Can't call someone a
America,
terroristic
Israel,
group if
France?
they're
What is
reacting to
all of
what
those?
was
What are
already
all of
initially
those?
stated.
They're giving names to some. They're giving names to a defensive people. They're giving them a name of a terrorist group. But what are they? They're the most. Listen, from the first war, even Hiroshima, when you went to war, when the black people went over there to fight, the Japanese people was telling them, "Listen, go back where you came from. This war is not about you." 90% of the people that was killed in Hiroshima from America were white. You know why? Because America went over there trying to take over a land trying to take over shit from the people that where they didn't belong, as they do everywhere else. And that's everything. That's every person that's an alliance of America is from Europe. Europe is running this side of the world. Europe, the so-called Jews of today are Europeans. The American leaders are Europeans. France is ran by Europe. All of these nations that have war going on amongst them right now of Europe descent, and they're the minority in the world. They're not the majority. So the minority in the world are always going to try to do things to overthrow the majority, which is keep things like this going. War brings money. Killing brings money for them. They've been known to do that from the beginning of existence for those people. So let's not say that Hamas is a terrorist group. Those
But
the white
okay,
people
but
are telling you that.
no, what I'm telling you,
Yes, that's a fact.
if you no, it's not what people are telling me. Hamas They've already stated it. They've said it. Hamas is not Palestine. Hamas was a group of individuals that wanted to overthrow Israel. They don't recognize Israel as being legitimate, and they want to
Hamas is a
destroy.
group of people
It
that
is an
are a defense
organization. It's a group of
mechanism
people.
for
How? Hold
Gaza.
on,
That's
wait.
what it is.
Can I explain what I'm saying?
Go ahead.
An organization has to be created by individuals. They come together and they say, hey, we have a common plan and we're going to recruit other people to create an
Mm-hmm.
organization. That's
Mm-hmm.
how an organization is created. If
Mm-hmm.
we all have, if there's 5 of us and we say, we believe whatever we believe against Israel, we want to overthrow that government. We want to take over. And
Mm-hmm.
we go and we recruit over 200 or 100 people.
Mm-hmm.
No, that does not reflect the whole Palestine country. And unfortunately, a lot of innocent people are dying because you have Hamas, a specific group that is saying that we're going to go against the grain.
What is the
Remember,
army?
hold
I
on,
want to
wait.
ask you a question.
Remember, Gaza was a neutral site until 2007. And guess who took over that? Hamas. But it was a neutral site for them both to be on. There was no issue. It was peace until Hamas came into the picture and said, actually, fuck being peace. We want to just have it for ourselves. Again, it doesn't reflect the whole country. And like I said, I feel bad for Palestine as a whole. But as far as Hamas,
No,
I can't side with that.
I want to ask you a question. Where's Gaza located at? And
You
where?
said what?
Where's Gaza located at? And where? What country? I'm asking you a question.
I
Where's
mean, isn't
Gaza
it?
located?
I mean, isn't
Gaza's
it
in
a strip?
Palestine.
Well, I
It's
mean, yeah,
in
but it's a strip.
Palestine.
Yes, but it's
It's
a
in
strip of land,
it's
is it
in
not?
Palestine. It's in Palestine. Right?
I'm
That's
saying,
forget
but
about
what I'm saying is, back then, before 2007, it was a neutral ground for both parties. Is what I'm saying. It was neutral. We could go
Gaza
there.
is in
Israel could go
Palestine. I don't
there.
care what the
Palestinians could
European
go
people
there.
said. I'm talking about
No, I understand. I'm only
we
telling
could
you what
go
I
anywhere with it.
watch
We
on the
could go
Middle
anywhere.
Eastern news. I'm only seeing what I watch Middle Eastern news. This is what I'm
I,
seeing
I
from Middle Eastern news. This is what I'm not. I don't watch American news. I watch
I watch it
people news in
also.
their own countries.
What you're watching a controlled thing. Middle Eastern news is
But then
controlled
how do
still
you?
by the
But that's the
same
thing.
people we're
If
talking
it's
about.
controlled, then how do you know? Then we both is in the dark. Then if that's the case, because
I'm
where are
saying
you
this.
getting your
I
information
asked you
from?
where's Gaza located. I'm not saying if it was if they considered it a neutral ground. I'm asking you where's it located. We're not talking about what they're considering it. Where's it
It
located? What
borders on
side of
the
it is it
isn't it
located
isn't
on?
it like a border from by Egypt? It's like south. It's Egypt,
No, it's not.
southwest to Egypt. It
Listen,
is.
Gaza is in Palestine. That's where it's at.
Yes, I
Gaza is
understand
in
that. But what I'm saying is
Palestine.
it's a strip.
Israel is on the other side of it. Israel is not, Gaza is not connected to Israel, is what I'm trying to let you know.
No, I
Israel is
understand that, but
demanding.
you're missing what I'm saying. If we have a common agreement that this space is for both of us, we are neutral. We call truce. We're cool. And then a group comes in and says, "Nah, I know what y'all agree. I know what Palestine and Israel agreed on, but us as Hamas, we don't want to uphold that agreement no longer. So we're just gonna go in and overthrow and try to take it over." That's a problem. If you watch the news, people in Palestine are saying we don't want this. We saw this before with Saddam Hussein. Those people were saying, we don't want this guy, but he has power." And when Saddam Hussein died, those people were
Okay,
praising and were happy to see him die. That's what I'm saying.
look at those people now.
I mean,
Look at them
it's
now.
just a repeat over and over
You
again.
saying what they
They're in the
showed
same
you.
cycle.
Like they could paint a picture with 5 people there, right? And they could look like 30,000 people. They got 5 people jumping up and down saying, yeah, 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 we glad he's gone, la, 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 la. And it's only 5 people, but the way they put it on the on the media, it could look like 30,000 people. Let's not forget that. This is all a trick, all of this shit that's going on. Because
I believe
because
you.
because that country's starving right now.
Yeah, but they've always been starving. That's why I said it's a generational problem
They were
in
better
that
off
country.
with Saddam Hussein. They were better off with Saddam Hussein. If you watch the news on that from that country to this country, they're saying it now. They were
No,
better off with the leadership
no.
of
Listen,
Saddam
I
Hussein.
believe you. I'm just giving an example of you see what we see constantly in the Middle East is that there's a power, either a person or a particular organization, just like the Nazis with Hitler. Someone comes in and says, "I understand what the agreement is, but I'm coming to change that, and I'm bringing reinforcements to change that for my own personal motive." And we see what happens when that happens. Was Saddam Hussein bad or good? I mean, honestly, I wouldn't know. I don't live there. So I
Right.
can't say he was bad or good. But what I'm saying is those people who rejoice to see him die, that speaks volumes where we're constantly seeing a pattern of this happen in the world, not just in the Middle East, but we're seeing it in the world. We allow leaders to come in and dictate certain things, and it causes destruction for innocent people. And that's what's
That's
going
true.
on. Those Palestinian people
That's true.
they're reaping the consequences of Hamas being too powerful to overthrow their own self.
Listen, they're reaping. They're going through so much because Israel is a dictatorship, and they want to dictate anything that's around them. So all it is. They're white people. They're white people from old descendants, where they want to control everything, just like America. There's no
Yeah.
young leaders in America. Everybody in the leadership board in America is 75 and above. Them motherfuckers is dying and still trying. They taking injections to stay alive, and they still trying to make laws and rules and all that shit. They don't even know what today's society really is about. But they up there. Like, what's the motherfucker who he was up there talking and he couldn't talk no more with the glasses? He's still in the leadership. The old white bitch. What's her name? With the brown hair. This bitch is 80.
You talking about Pelosi?
Pelosi and what's the other white guy that's a Republican? He got up there to speak one time and his ass was stuck. He 80 years old, man. The motherfuckers don't know what the fuck the world today is.
That's true. That is very true.
So that's what I'm saying. And these were the people in leadership for 40, 50 years. They're controlling other countries with this shit
Yes,
that they were. So we can't believe what they put out there to us when they're back. The country they're backing is going through something with another country. With a country, listen, with a country that doesn't even have a army. So what threat do they pose? Palestine don't even got an army.
they don't. Yeah, you're right. That's why
So
I said
what
they're
what
they're
threat do they
victims.
pose to the rest of the world? Is what I'm trying to ask you. They don't pose no threat to the rest of the world without an army, without a
They don't.
defense team. They don't have a defense mechanism at all. They don't even have a work structure there where they can feed their families from that country. The men in that country have to go to other countries to work to build benefits for their country. That's what I'm trying to explain. Like those people are they don't have a malicious bone because they can't. Hamas came about because they got tired of people like Israel dictating what's going on and where they live. People grow tired of shit like you would. If a motherfucker bullied you so long in school, you're gonna grow tired one day, you're gonna bust that motherfucker upside the head with something. We're just losing logical points here. But that's
Yeah.
what's going on in the world. So let's not say that, oh, these I don't back no Muslim religious group and this and that and the third. This ain't about that. This is about a country dictating this side of the world, like America and France and all these European nations. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But
And I
see,
call
I
America, I
don't
call America a European nation because European people run this nation.
see, but here's
Yeah, but
my
after
problem
World War
though.
II, brother, UN created that.
When you read their charter, because remember Hamas was chartered in 1988. So when you read their charter, which states their original purpose, they say we want complete destruction of Israel.
Why
That's
though?
what they're listen, I
Why are they
understand that.
saying that?
I listen, no. I'm not saying that you're wrong. What I'm saying is I don't agree with anybody. I don't care if it's Israel, I don't care who it is. You have no right to go in and say a group of us are going to come and destroy a whole country because we don't like certain individuals or we don't like their government officials. So we go and we're going to try to dismantle a whole entire country. I just don't agree with that. It's wrong.
So
That's what
Hamas is
Germany.
trying to
That's
Hamas is trying to dismantle the whole Israel, or have they
That's
had
what it says. If you read
defense?
their original charter when they were formed, read their documents. That's what they're saying in there. This is what they
But
believe
what's
in.
their reasoning for saying it? That's what. Listen, we got to go back
I,
from the
I
beginning of
understand, but
time.
listen, I don't care what your
They
reasoning
were
is. You
created
have
in
no right.
1988,
But
40
listen to what I'm
years
telling
after
you.
Israel was bombing them for
No,
40 years,
I
and they
hear
came up
you.
with a defense mechanism.
No, I hear what you're saying. I get where you're coming from of saying if you're bullying me, I get it. However, what I'm saying is I do not agree with you over trying to overthrow and destroy a whole entire country because you don't like their government officials. If they did that to us, that's what Islam, that's what we were having issues with attacks where Middle Easterns were saying, well, we don't like the way America is ran and we don't like politicians. So we're going to come over. No, you cannot. Just because you don't like an official does not give you the right to try to
I
destroy and
don't
dismantle their whole entire country.
I don't want you to think the way you think using Americans' logic behind this
It's
stuff.
not American logic. I don't
It
believe
is
no country
American
be
logic.
listen, I don't care what you don't like as in the government. The people should not suffer because you don't like government rules. It's not fair. I don't
Wait,
agree with
I'm
that.
saying this. So you saying that that Palestine's people should suffer the onslaught of Israel without a defense mechanism, which is Hamas is the defense mechanism. Without a defense mechanism, let's go back to this topic here. This is what I said here. Palestine does not have an army at all. So what threat do they pose to Israel for Israel to impose a will on them? That's what's going on
But
here
if
since
you've been bombing,
1948.
if you're bombing a
It,
country since 1988, it's kind of like y'all are even, aren't y'all? At this
you're
point, we've been
bombing a
going tit
country
for
that's been
tat for
bombing you
decades.
since 1948. Let's talk about that.
But that's my point. There's nobody
It's
is good.
defense. It's listen.
That's the point that I'm making.
Listen,
Ain't nobody in the right.
Palestine
Y'all
is
are
right
going
for
back and
defending
forth bombing
themselves.
each other. It's
And
not
that's why
fixing anything.
Iran and everybody else is helping them. Palestine is right for defending themselves. You can't impose your will on a country and then when they fight you back, call them a threat. That's not how this works. And that's
Again,
what Israel's been doing since
Israel
1948.
Israel is, like I
It's a
said,
piece of shit. That's what Israel is.
I understand if that's how you feel, but that's
Not
my
how I feel.
stance.
That's
I
what I
don't
know. You
believe
know it
that
too.
you cannot create a group and try to overthrow a whole country
Are you
and think
are
and
you
not
not
that's a
getting
terroristic group.
what is
That is
going on, or are
terroristic
you just
act.
trying to impose something that you want to? Listen, I'm gonna say it again. You've been bombing my country since 1948. You've been making threats and promises and blowing up our kids and women and all that since 1948. Now that in 1988 we came with a defense mechanism to defend us, which is the only way we can defend us is to target your country because we're tired of you. What's wrong with that? Let's be realistic here. Let's not go on what you read and all that. We're talking about reality. These people have been terrorizing these people since 1948. Then in 1988, they come along with a defense mechanism to defend themselves because they do not have an army, which is the only nation in the world that doesn't have an army. Let's
Yeah,
talk about that.
but if we go all the way back,
Let's
all of
talk about
this,
that.
if you go all the way back, because remember, this doesn't start in the 1900s. This started in the 1800s when the Zionist Jews began to leave, and they started migrating into
Hey,
Palestine.
hey, wait, wait,
And
wait, wait, wait,
Arab
wait, 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 wait. In the 1800s,
in the
the people in
18
Israel did not look like the
in
people in
or
Israel
18
today.
eight,
I
one
could
what is
show
that
it to you.
1800? What is that? That's 1800, right?
Listen,
1800, is that 1800s?
yes, it is. What I'm saying to you is
Okay,
this.
did the Zionist Jews not leave
I want to say something
and
to
go
you.
to, no, I'm asking, I'm asking you, did they not leave Israel to go to Palestine?
I'm
And
gonna
that
say this
caused
to you
tensions with the
again.
Arabs
The
because they feared
Zionists,
displacement.
listen to
This is
me.
these are
In
this
the
is
1800s, the people that were in Israel looked like me and you. They didn't
but
look like
but
white
what I'm
people.
asking is
Or what?
when
I
those
can't see you, so I
Zionists
don't know.
left and went to Palestine for freedom, the Arabs had a problem with that because you were immigrating into our society and you're bringing your customs here into our country or
Wait
our
a minute.
territory that we believe is ours, and we
Now,
have a problem with
I
that.
want to ask you this: when was
I mean,
the
we
Jewish
can
nation
that's
of
facts. I mean, I
today?
can send you
The
we can
Jewish
send
nation
that.
of
These are
today
facts.
was created in 1948, not 1800s. Let's talk about that now. We talking about
You
two
said what?
different
No.
things.
I'm talking about the
The
original,
nation
like
of
the very
Jews
first
today was created
disagreement.
in
I'm not talking about
1948,
the
not
Balfour
not
Declaration. That was in 1917. I'm not talking about the declaration in 1917 that promised Jewish homelands in those areas for Jewish immigrants. I'm not talking about that declaration. But I'm talking about that did cause the clash between Jews and Arabs that escalated in 1920s. These are facts in history books. Like these are facts.
we're not saying that it wasn't a bad taste of energy
But that's my
between
point.
two
All of this
different
started
people.
because Arabs
But I'm saying
felt
this:
we don't
it
want
didn't
these
become
Zionist Jews coming into our country and bringing in their customs. That was the original issue, which caused the Balfour Declaration in 1917 to actually protect those Jews and say this can be your homeland. And that was when Britain took over that area. Because you
protect
got to
those
remember, after
Europeans.
World
Let's
War
say it
One,
that
Britain
way.
took control over Palestine.
Okay, I want to say
Did they not? Was that not the British mandate
yes,
after
but
World War One?
who's British? Who runs Britain?
I'm
I'm
not
just
you're
going on.
but
Listen,
that's what
I'm
I'm saying.
going
I hear
on.
what you're
I'm
saying. No,
giving
no, no,
you
no.
the scenarios of what
I'm saying
the
we're
descent
following the
of
trail.
people are.
I'm
We're
saying
not
we're
talking
following the
about
trail
what
based
took
off
place.
of
We're talking about the
facts.
descent of people. That's where all this comes from. The descent of people is why the narrative is the way it is. From any time or any disdainment of time or whatever. Europeans wanting to conquer other lands. That's what all of it's about. They did it in America. They did it in Israel. They did it in now they're doing it in Palestine. They did it in wherever it was in the Middle East. They do this. That's what I'm talking about. We're not talking about. I mean, we understand the statement of how everything came about in the implement of print of it. We're talking about the actual action of it. The
You're right,
action
but
of
what
it
what I'm saying
is
is you're
what.
missing. You're starting your timeline based on 1948, and I'm saying we have to push it back to the 1800s when the Zions were first exiled out of Israel and went to Palestine for freedom, which caused after World War I for Britain to say, "Hey, we have to protect these Jews because the Arabs don't want them here." Why? Because they said you are bringing your beliefs and your culture, and you're trying to infiltrate what
Okay.
we already have set. So
Was
well,
it
it's been a
Israelites or
hold on,
Jews?
wait, hold on. So what I'm saying is this has been a problem since the 1800s. We are just now seeing the unfortunate, the big kaboom of something that's happened generations from generations.
You know, there's
But
two
this is, but
different
wait,
kind of
but
people from
you
that
see how
time.
this was never a problem. Y'all, no one said this to the Jews when they left Germany and they were going to other countries. But it was only a problem when they went to Palestine. Why
The
didn't y'all
Jew,
have that same issue? Why
you
did they
said
have
the
that
Jews
same
left
smoke?
Germany, right? The Jews left Germany. So what does that make them?
When the Jews left Germany, they went to France, they went to Britain, they migrated, they moved around, they went to Africa, they moved around. And
No,
the problem was, if you look at
I'm
Albert
asking you
Einstein,
this
hold on, wait.
because
If you look at Albert Einstein's, a lot of his teachings, his research, he was saying, hey, America, we need to help Jews because these Jews are being exiled in these
who
countries.
is
Again,
Albert
a repeat,
Einstein? Who
huh?
is he? He's European.
I understand he's a
So
Jew, but
that's what I'm going from
you're
the
basing,
beginning
you're
when
trying
you
to
say
dig deep.
that.
I'm basing facts. I'm giving you
I'm
historical
talking facts
facts.
because all these
We
people
talking
came from
historics.
European descent. We're not talking about what you reading out of a book. We're talking about
But I'm
the
saying if
actual
these are
facts of
facts
where
that
they're
are
from.
worldwide facts that all other countries can agree on, you can't say that they're not truths. That's what I'm saying.
Listen to what I'm saying to you. I'm not saying what you're saying isn't true. I'm saying that these people came from the same narrative, the same area, the same thing. Where they are
They're angry
they,
because the United Nations made them divide their country. They're upset. But the
we
problem is the United Nations wouldn't have stepped in 1947 to make you divide had you accepted them in the first place. You've been exiling them since they migrated to you for safety because of their religious beliefs. But now you don't like their religious beliefs, and now you're upset that the United Nations has stepped in and said, "Hey guys, we're going to divide Palestine. That way we can have a fairness and a common ground." And Palestine people, I'm not gonna say all people, but certain individuals said, well, we don't like that. So we're gonna create an organization. You're saying, well, that's not true. Well, that's what's recorded in facts. You can't,
listen,
these
I'm
are
going off of
facts.
where listen, everybody came from somewhere, right?
You understand, but you can't be upset at
Everybody
someone
came
for
from
having their
somewhere.
religious
And
principles.
and I'm gonna tell you this right now. The people that are in Israel right now are religious people. The people that were
Yes.
there from the beginning are Israelite people. Let's talk about that. They look like me and you. They don't look like the
Yes,
one
but
you
we
see with the
talking
long
facts
hair.
though.
These are the people that came and tried to and change things. The people with the long curly hair that wear the stink black suits, them are the ones that came and changed. Not even them. They got the ones that are non-Hasidic are the ones that are doing all the terrorist act in Israel. The non-Hasidic Jews, not the ones with the black hat on. Let me rephrase that. Because Netanyahu is not a Hasidic Jew. He's a non-Hasidic Jew. That means he dresses like everybody else in the world. He doesn't wear that black stuff. And the people that wear the black stuff don't even like him. So let's get on that part. The
Okay,
point
so let
is
me ask you
this:
this. When Hamas,
Europeans
okay.
are wanting to control the world. That came about. That's what came about with all of this shit here. We gonna get to the nitty gritty. Fuck all that book shit and all that. We talking about the people. The people who are trying to control the world are of European descent on this side of the world. That's what they're trying to do, and they're putting all that shit in books to try to make it look real. We gotta look. We gotta look beyond what we read. Fuck what we reading. Let's look on the people that are trying to control things. That's what we're talking about. Look up their ancestry. They're of European descent. They're from Greenland, all of them. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You telling me about what's written in the book. They made the motherfucker. You think they're gonna make it against themselves?
I mean, but if that's the case, then that means that if we don't believe those books and those historical writings and these charters that are created by these terroristic organizations that have made it very, very clear that we are fighting for borders, Israeli settlements, priesthood, and refugee rights. That's what they're fighting for. That came out of Hamas's mouth. So what we're saying, Hamas is lying. That's not really why they're
I
going to war. This is what
listen,
they're telling you. They're at
listen.
they're at
I'm
these
gonna fight
meetings
for
with
my
the.
territory too if this was my territory
But
first.
listen, again, hold on, wait. But it's your territory, but you're having an issue with this all comes down to immigration. That's what this is really about. We don't want Jews in our area because they're bringing their beliefs and their customs and their
Jews don't want
cultures.
them in their area. What do you?
What
I
is that?
mean,
I mean,
those
okay, but
Europeans
look,
don't want them
hey,
in
but
Israel.
guess what?
Israel wants to
But guess
take
what?
over the whole
But guess
land,
what?
switch
The
the whole
Arabs didn't go
paradigm.
to. But look, guess what? And if the Arabs had went to Israel and they brought their beliefs and Israel created a terroristic group, I would be going against them too. You don't create a
All right.
terroristic group because you don't
So
like
so
customs and
because
beliefs of other
Israel's not
people.
called a terroristic group, that means that they're not that. Israel is the one who's pushing the energy
Again,
of
if
killing.
Palestine people went to Israel for freedom, for safety and security for their religion, and Israel
Man,
persecuted them and created a terroristic group, I would be saying
woman, woman,
Israel
woman,
is
woman.
wrong.
You understand what it really is. I understand you want to keep debating, and I'm glad to
Nah, it's
debate
not
with you.
debating. These are
But
facts. These are
what you're
statistics.
saying,
Like,
listen, I go on
we can't
reality.
argue with
I'm not
facts.
going on what's written in the book because they wrote it. I'm going on reality. What my reality,
Well, it can't be your
realistic
reality.
eyes
You don't
are
live there.
seeing
You
now.
you've never you
Listen,
don't live there. You don't know these people. So
Hold on
how
a
do you say that's your
second. Listen.
reality?
listen. We're watching it go on throughout the whole world. It goes on
No, no,
right
no.
where
You're
you at.
again, you're watching what they're showing you, like you told me. We only see what we
Miss,
see.
it's going on right here in this country where you live. And you go. Who controls America?
Who
Who's
you said
controlling
who?
America? Yeah.
Higher power, not Americans. We
Do
don't
you
control America.
do you
America got their own America is a
listen?
puppet.
Who controls America? I'm asking again. I mean,
Again,
you're
I'm not
talking with
sure, but I
very
know it's
good
not
prudence and
American
prominence,
politicians.
and
I know
you're
we're
reading off
puppets.
whatever you're reading off. I'm just telling you this.
No, I'm saying I agree we're
Europeans
puppets. There
control
is somebody
America.
else controlling us. We don't have our own
Listen,
control.
Mexicans.
Europeans control America. Mexicans don't
Mexico.
control shit. They don't even control themselves. Europeans control America. That's who's controlling this shit.
I believe you. I believe it.
And what are the people they calling Jews now? Where are their ancestry from? They're Europeans. So they used another terminology of it to call them Jews and modify your way of thinking to say that they're Jews when they're Europeans. They all in the circle together. If you come to New York right now, you go in the welfare office, the motherfucking whole box is filled up with Jews. The fucking the husband owns the building and all of them kids, because they got married in Israel, America don't know, or everything that's being paid for by tax dollars. They don't pay for nothing. That's why they own areas and neighborhoods and all of that. They even own the main buildings in Manhattan. Europeans own that shit. They calling them Jews though. They know how to keep everything within themselves. The World Trade Center was owned by Japan before it got blown down. They blew it down, and all the money that came from it being blown down, now they axe it. Now they got it back. And who's in the building now? Who's the main occupancy in the building now? The fucking welfare system. Japan owned the World Trade Center before it hit the ground. Now America owns it. And who's the first occupancy in the building? The most dominant occupancy? The welfare system. Who's more beneficial from the welfare system than anyone else? White people.
I believe it. I
So
believe
let's
it.
not. I'm just going on what I know. I'm not talking about something I got out of a book and da 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 da. I'm telling you what I watch and see and know, what I study. There's a book called The Slave Narrators. I forgot the ISBN number on it, but Miss Twin, I advise you to go read that book, and you'll understand what I'm saying about how the Europeans run, how they're the minority in the world. And in order for a minority to rule, they have to create war because that's the only way they're gonna be able to rule for a period of time. That time is running out. That's why nobody's agreeing with them now. That's why they're having so many issues. Remember, they never had an issue in Africa. They never had an issue with whatever's going on in the world up until some years, maybe 15 years ago. So let's think about what's going on. People waking up. They putting shit out there before they could defend it. Things of that nature. They can't defend what's going on in the world that they're pushing. That's not right. People are seeing it. People tired of them. That's it. And now the world is against France, America, so on and so on. All the allies of them. That's what's going on now. That's why China, Russia, North Korea, all of them are willing to back those countries that are against this regime. That's what's
So
going
let
on
me
in the
okay,
world
so let
today.
me ask you this. When those Jews went to Palestine for freedom, why is it
Do me
okay
a
for
favor.
the
Do me a favor. Stop going and reading off Google or whatever
I'm
you're
not
doing, and
reading
then
off
coming
Google.
to
I
me
have
with
a whole
questions.
thesis paper. I can send it to you. I wrote a whole a thesis
Yeah,
research
don't
paper in
read
college.
off of
I can
something
send it
and
to you
then
with all
come
my
ask me
sources.
questions on something. I'm talking about
No. But what I'm saying is,
reality
I no
format.
listen. What I'm telling you is, I have a whole research paper. It's about 20 pages. I can send it to you. You can
Right.
read through it. It has all the resources, credible sources from various places. I'm only telling you something that I've researched myself. I'm not. So
From your
again, like I said,
reality
I
standpoint, right, of what is going on in the world today, from your realistic standpoint within yourself, do you really feel like Hamas is wrong for what's going on in Israel when Israel was the first ones to push it? I'm
I
asking.
think that
That's just a
yes,
simple
I
question.
do, because anytime you are a terroristic group that believes in
Oh
overthrowing a
Lord.
whole entire country, you are wrong. I don't care
All
what
right.
label you call yourself. I don't care
Take
if you're Christian,
terroristic off of
Catholic,
it,
it
right?
doesn't
Because you
matter.
could put terroristic on anybody. You could put terroristic on Israel. Israel's trying to overthrow a nation, and you're saying that these
They're not
people that are
overthrowing
defend.
a nation, they're
Well,
overthrowing a organization that is
no,
a
no, no, no,
terroristic
no, no. They want the
organization.
land. They want the Palestinian
They
land. Is
want
what they want.
the land that we agreed
No, no,
after
no,
World
no.
War
Not
One,
listen. We're not
that
talking
we
about just the
agreed on.
Gaza Strip. We're
You're
talking
missing
about.
that you went
I'm
back on
not.
your word, but now you're saying Israel
No,
is
no, no,
wrong,
no,
but
no, 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 no.
Hamas, they went
Listen,
back on their
listen,
word.
listen. It's not about just Gaza. It's about Palestine as a whole. That's what you're
But
not
that's the
looking at.
thing. The problem was never with Palestine until Palestinian people
Oh
create the not
God.
all the people, but specific people in that Palestine country said, we are going to create a organization called Hamas. We're going to create a charter and tell y'all what we want from y'all. We want to destroy y'all. We don't
When
see y'all
when
as a
was
country.
Hamas created?
20 pages.
It
That's
was
wild.
created in 1988. They have a whole charter.
Okay,
Google it.
hold on. Israel has became the European descent of a nation in
Okay, how
1948.
about this? I think I'll read the book
In
you recommended to me, and
1948,
then you go read their charter, and then you tell me if
no,
that's
in
not a terroristic
1948,
group.
no, I'm not. I'm just saying
Go.
this.
That's
In
what I'm saying. Read their
1948,
charter, and that will tell you
the
everything. You're gonna
Europeans
read it and say, "What the
became a
fuck?"
lead, the leaders of the Israeli country in 1948, not in 1898 or
You're
1901 or
right, but you remember,
1902.
you're saying
So
1948, like the Belcaire Declaration wasn't already created by
we're
Britain by
not
then. Which
listen to
agreed.
what I'm
Hold on,
saying. We're
wait.
talking
Listen,
about
if we've made a declaration, if I own this country, or if I have legal territory of this country after World War One, and I say, hey, I
school has
see that
taught
this
you
is an
well.
issue. I see we have an issue, but we're going to make a British mandate where we're going to try to meet in the middle. We're going to make this a homeland that's safe for the Zionist people because the Arabs have a problem with y'all being here. So, look, let's try to help y'all. And the Arabs say, you know what? I'm cool with that. Well, it's been a year now. Fuck that. I don't want to be cool with that no more. And then they start doing what they're doing. And Hamas steps in and says, you know what? Let's take it a step further and let's create a group called Hamas and let's create a charter stating that we want to destroy you. That again, now you've
I
created
want
a terroristic threat.
I
You're a
want to ask you
terrorist.
another question, right? You said a lot just now, and I give it to you. I understand you're making a lot of logical sense. What I'm saying to you is this: this form of takeover was created in 1948, not 1901, not 1902, not 1898, not the Declaration of whatever you're saying. None of that. This has been formed in 1948 when the Europeans came and basically made Israel their land. And now they're trying to make Palestine their land because their land is smaller than that. So they want to be the dominancy over there. Why you think you got Donald Trump talking about we gonna build it, make it this and make it that? He's European. What I'm trying to tell you is stop reading off a paper and look at reality. That's what I'm saying to you.
But what
Stop
I'm
reading
saying
off
is,
a
you
paper
can't
or a
you can't
book.
live off of reality because you're an American like I
Reality
am.
is
We don't know
what you
what's going
know.
on over there. We don't have
Listen to
firsthand
what I'm
knowledge
saying
of
to
what's
you.
in there.
So all nations that are against what Israel is doing, you saying they're going out of a book? No, they ain't. They're going off what reality is today.
Again, reality for them because they're over there. Our reality is not over there. You're
I,
basing
I,
stuff
I,
off of saying, "Well, I see reality." Where are you seeing this at? The
if
news? You
if
said that
if a
wasn't credible.
country, listen,
So
if a
where are you
country,
getting your where are you
if
seeing
I
this
know
reality
this,
from?
I know this. I know the
No, I'm
descent
asking
of
you, where are
people.
you getting your
Listen,
information? Where are you getting your
from
reality
from
from?
life itself, from the descent of people that we're dealing with. European people have
But
been
that's what I'm saying. If you don't know the back history, of course you're gonna look at a clip of what you see now, but you're not going all the way back to the beginning of where it started.
Hey, listen. You're talking about something that was started before the new regime started it. This
But that
is what I'm
listen, that's
talking
my
about.
again, that's my
1940.
point. You can't pick a day and say from this day forward is what we're gonna look
Listen,
at. No, you
listen,
gotta look
listen,
at the full
listen.
thing.
What you're talking about has nothing to do with the regime that came about in 1948. You're talking about from the beginning of 1900. That's not the regime that took over Israel right now. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's a different descendant. You telling me about some shit that was going on before time. I'm telling you about reality from then. They've been bombing these people since then, not before 1948, since 1948. They've been bombing Palestine. You telling me about what something happened in 1901 and 1909? We ain't talking about that. We talking about the destruction of the nation from 1948 to today.
But that's the
Everything that's
point.
going
That's
on
the
today was
problem. You
not
can't
going on
look
in
at from the
1901.
you can't
Yes,
pick
you can, because that's what's
1948,
going
but
on.
there's so much stuff that happened before 1948 that got them to that point. They didn't just wake up one day and just start beefing. No, this had been going on for generations way before that, that brought the boiling pot where they said in
Europeans was not in
1948.
Israel in 18 nothing. So I'm trying to tell you.
You said what?
Europeans were not
We're
in
not, but listen, we're
Israel
not
in
talking, we're saying
1890
Israel,
nothing.
but we're talking
That's what
Israel
you
and
said. You said
Palestine.
that they whatever regime, whatever they had written down in 1901 lineage and this and that and third from back then, that has nothing to do with what's going on today. Because the
But that
descendants
it
of
does,
those
but that's
people
what
were
I'm
not
saying.
there
You're
at
saying
that
it doesn't
time.
have anything to go on today, but this disagreement has been going on since the 1800s. Just because it
Listen
got
to
to
what
its
I'm
boil,
saying to
hold
you.
on, wait.
Those
Just because it
Israelis
got to
today
its
were not the
boiling
ones that
point.
were there then.
You said what?
Those people in Israel today are not the ones that was there in 1901 and
I
1903 and
mean,
all of
of
that.
of course they're not. You've been exiling and killing them. What do you mean? Of
No,
course
no,
they
no,
not.
no, no. They didn't look the same. They were
Of
not
course
of
they didn't look the
European
same. Of
descent.
course, time,
That's what I'm
race
trying to
changes
tell
over
you.
time. Yes. It
Black
changes.
people were in Israel at that
Black
time.
people, Americans nowadays, a lot of them don't look like what they looked like back then. Over time, genealogy changes. Your
Miss,
features change.
miss,
Of
look
course.
at the time of world. Look at the worldly times. Who were the first people in America? Huh?
Well, not Native Americans, whatever you want to call it,
Black
whatever
people.
that word is.
Don't you use the words the white man gave you. Black people were the first people in America. That's who was here. So we ain't talking about giving them names as Indians and Puerto Ricans and all that shit. If you ain't white, you black.
I can agree with you. Yeah, everything came from Africa. I
And
can agree with you
I'm
on
gonna
that.
say this to you from people. Melanin is in all people.
You're right. It is.
The sun don't give off melanin, it gives off carbon, and there's only one nationality of people in the world who has carbon in their skin, and they black.
Yes.
So don't listen to what the Europeans of
No,
the
no, I
world is
agree with
giving
you.
you far as
I believe
scientific
everything
shit.
started from Africa.
So
Everyone
don't tell
has
me
black
that
in them.
in 1901 that the people that was in Israel then are the people that's in Israel today. That's not a fact.
Yeah, no, I believe you. They're not.
All
It's
right,
not.
then. So we can't use that same lineage as of today when you have different nationality of people there. You got a white people there now who changed the dynamics
But
of
what I'm
whatever that
saying is,
was
it wasn't
distributed in
the people.
1901.
But the thing is, it wasn't the people that were oppressed. It was their belief, their ethnic beliefs that were being oppressed, which caused an issue.
Are the ethnic
We're not talking about people, color of people. It's not about the
are the
color of your
ethnic listen,
race.
what is ethnicity?
Ethnicity is a custom. It's your beliefs. It's different from race. Race is your features. Ethnicity is your beliefs, your customs, what you have. Jewish people, that is an ethnic group.
Listen, Jewish is a religious preference.
No,
You call,
Judaism is a religious
Jewish,
preference.
being Jewish is
Judaism
a
and Jewish
different.
are not the same thing.
Listen, let me say this to you.
You can look
White
that up.
people
I'm telling you, it's
became
not the same
Jews
thing.
far as religion. They didn't become Jews far as who they are.
No, Jewish people practice Judaism. Judaism is a religion. Jewish is
Hey,
an ethnic group
okay.
because there are different types
The
of
land
ethnic
of,
groups.
listen, the beginning of time, the land that was considered the holy land where Jewish people were, they were black people.
I
So where the
understand
fuck
that,
did a
but what
white
I'm
man
saying
come
is
from?
there
He came
and
from a
but
religious
listen,
preference.
there are ethnic groups of Jews that vary different colors, just like
Hey,
Ethiopian Jews are beta Israel Jews. You have Central and Eastern Europe Jews.
we
Those are the Ash, whatever they're called Jews. They're different
they
race of color, but
I
their
want to say
ethnic
this to
groups
you.
is Jewish. Like these are facts. This is not,
Listen,
that's what I'm
listen.
saying.
I'm gonna ask you this. I'm gonna say this to you. A Russian Jew follows what religious preference?
A Russian Jew, if they're a real Jew, they're going to follow
Hey,
Judaism.
hey, Kimmy said the Jews that's here today aren't the real Jews.
They not.
They damn sure ain't.
They not.
I've been saying that from the beginning. I
They
said that
not
from
real
the beginning of
Jews.
this conversation. So she's telling me, I'm trying to get
Kimmy's
her to
from Brooklyn.
understand that 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 an Israelite is to be first Jew, which is a black man. So don't tell me that when some Europeans came to a land, the Gnostic dialogue of it changed. It did. But what I'm telling you is from the 1901 and all of that, that's not the same diatelic of what is going on in Israel today, because it's
Yes,
two different people.
I agree. Yes.
So you're telling me what started in 1901 and led up to today? That's wrong. Because in 1948 is when all this started to become concubine, which is when the white people came to Israel and took over and they rested there, and then they started to impose their will on a larger sector of land, which was ran by people with no defense. And they felt that they could overthrow them because they have no defense, they have no army, they have no nothing. 6 months out of every year, the men are gone in Palestine. There's no men there. They're working in other countries to provide for the families that are there. So there's women and children in the land. How hard is it to dethrone women and children? That's all I'm asking. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about reality form. I'm not talking about some shit they got in the book and with two different sectors of people and all that shit. Because what you're coming from is from the original people. Those people there today are not the original people. So they ain't even following that dialect. What you're saying coming from 1901 or 1896 and until where you're at is okay. But once you go back, once you come to a new realization of people, then it changes. That's what happened in 1948. That's why Israel is one of the newest nations in the world, far as the new generational people of it, not the old, because the old is not there anymore. Why you think they saying it was created in 1948? Not because the land was created, because the people changed. That's why.
Where twin go? Where twin?
She coming back.
Where twin at?
She
Somebody
need to
must
come
be
back because
calling
I like
twin.
this converse right here. I like this conversation. It's
Hey, beautiful conversation. Beautiful
yes, I like
conversation.
this conversation.
This is how you have content, dialect. Y'all got
She
Kimmy even listening to y'all.
it
Kimmy
was
even
page.
sit here.
She had 20
Kimmy
pages.
talk.
She was on
Hey,
page 11 until I get back up here.
even Kimmy about to butt in a minute. Like Kimmy said, the Jews ain't even the real Jews.
I said that
But
in the very beginning. That's what I'm talking
but hey,
about
but
now.
hey, but
When
Kimmy
she
said
said
y'all.
1901, a gangster cat, but she said 1901, that's a different sect of people than 1948. That's why the Jew today, Israel is one of the newest nations in the world today, not because of land wise or naming wise, because of people wise. People make the nation, not the land. You understand what I'm saying? That's the difference in it. If you look at it right
It's
now,
all
it's going to tell you it's been created. 1948 is when this form of it was created. So whatever happened in 1901 don't have nothing to do with what's going on today.
Oh, my bad. My phone died.
No, well, Kimmy said that's not true. Would you say, Kimmy?
I think it is. It's because these people have been fighting these things, even though they're not the same people. The purpose is still the same. And with them, you see that the longevity goes into the next generation and the next generation. So I feel like what Twin is saying, it's the root of it, and it starts from the 1800s. It's just a new classification of people that are out there fighting for it.
It's not even the same of what they were fighting for in 1900 than today. That's not the same fight. It's not.
I
Just
mean,
look
it
at it.
may not be the same fight, but it's still
It's
the
not the
root
same
of,
purpose of fight. The purpose of
yeah.
fight today is to overthrow a people and take their land. In 1901, that's not what it was about. Today, Israel is out to overthrow Palestine and take over their land. We're not talking about joining and rejoicing together and becoming a part of something and living in the same environment. That's not what it's about today. Today, it's about we're going to overthrow Palestine, take over Palestine, make Gaza what we want it to be. The Palestinian people are going to have to go to another country. Did you hear that? That's overthrowing the people. That's not what you're saying. That's
Now,
not what we.
I don't know that, but if
That's
that
what's
is the
going on
case,
today.
yeah, no,
That's what
if
I'm
that is
trying.
the case, if Israel's trying to move them out of the country, I don't agree with that. That's wrong. That's
Listen,
what I said. I don't know, but if that is the case, then that is
that's
wrong. I
what's
don't
going
agree
on
with that.
today. All you got to do is go look at. You can look at it right here. There's people there on. There's people in YouTube land talking about it. They're trying to take over a land. They ain't worried about no. Let's just unite each other far as a strip. No, they want Palestine as a whole. They want the Palestinian
Kimmy
people to
said
go to the
Kimmy's
Middle East.
scared to talk, but she said that's what they've been trying to do. Kimmy said that's been the whole goal is to take them out of their country.
Yeah, they're
Yes,
slowly
that's what I'm
expanding
trying to
them. They're
explain to
killing them
her.
slowly.
She,
They're
she's
expanding
saying that
slowly.
Europeans ain't there to try to unite with nobody. They here to overthrow, like they did here. Wherever they
Oh, he got a phone call, phone call. What you were saying, Kimmy?
I wasn't saying
No, what you were saying about what they've been trying to do?
I said it's all about the women. They've been trying to take it.
So it's all about the land. So what you think about the situation? Man, like,
I don't know. I'm on my phone. I was just listening.
It's aggressive right now. Don't say no one's trying to butt in. They let the gloves be told. They
I'm
do their
trying,
thing.
I'm trying to find out.
hey, listen.
It's not
If you
over.
trying
It's
to
not over.
overthrow a land, it ain't about joining to actually live together. It's about getting rid of someone and sending them to another country for me to take over their country. They're trying to push the Palestinian people to the Middle Eastern countries and take over that land. The whole land is all the way. That's why other countries like Iran and all of that is butting in it because they don't want them to do that. That's what this is about. This ain't about what started from the 1901 and all that. That ain't what this is today.
So what's the difference between what it was then and what it is today? What's the difference?
The difference is uniting to deal with Gaza as a whole was different than taking over Gaza as a whole. You understand what I'm saying?
Explain.
Uniting to deal with each other and live together and deal with Gaza as a strip that we both can live on and deal with and whatever they were doing with it and have it as a union, then to let Israel overthrow, kick everybody out except them and keep the land.
See, okay, I'll say from my understanding was that it wasn't that Israel wanted to reoccupy Gaza, but they wanted to control the threats within it because you know that they're using it as a military blockade towards
Ah.
Egypt. So that's why I said that's from our understanding. They want the full control without the responsibility because it's like I don't want to give you citizenship, but I do want to be able to have control so that you guys are not using it as a weapon or a threat against us and stopping us from having certain resources that we're getting through Egypt because you're blocking it for us.
Okay, let's not use a difference in wording and just call it what it is. You saying the same thing, but you're using different words to say it. If they wanted to be the leader of the strip, right? In order to have control of the strip, what do they have to do? They have to overthrow the other occupants of that strip or that land.
Yes, correct.
So don't let's not use fine wording. Let's just say what it is.
Yes, they want to overthrow. They're wanting to overthrow it, but that's why I said I don't. From my understanding, from what I'm hearing from them in these meetings, it's not so much the people. It's we want to control the land so that we can have resources and funnel what we need to funnel and fight against whatever threats because Hamas is blocking it. So the war, to me, from my understanding, is Israel Hamas. It's not really such a Palestine. I mean, I'm sure they don't like them because of their religious beliefs. I mean, vice versa, they don't like Israel because of their religious beliefs. That's going to be there forever. But it's Hamas that's being the, I guess you'll say, the trigger man, and they want to take the trigger man
That's a
out.
lie. That's a lie. Israel's been bombing Palestine since 1948. Hamas didn't exist. So how is Hamas the trigger? Hamas is the defensive mechanism for Palestine against the Israeli forces. That's what it is. So let's not go on all this book reading shit and let's go on reality form. Hamas was created in 1988. Israel was overthrown in 1948 by white descent. White people have been trying to take over the Palestinian land since then.
Ooh, wait, whoa,
So
whoa, 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 hold up. So, Kevin, are you saying that Hamas was created to protect them?
yes, yes, exactly what I'm saying. Hamas, listen, Hamas is the army for Palestine. Israel has an army which is backed by America. They're giving them bombs and all
Mm,
that shit. So let's be
mm.
realistic, man. Let's not talk about what they put, like what we feel or what. Listen, man. If a people have been getting beat down for decades before they created a defense mechanism, and then when they create the defense mechanism, somebody gonna come up there and say, "Oh, they starting everything. They this, they that, they this kind of people. They that kind of people." No. They're people standing up for what they believe in their holy land, and they're not backing down from it. They just calling them something else. They ain't calling them Palestinians. They calling them Hamas. Let's be realistic about this shit here, and let's not talking like in the terms of what they want us to say or how they deliver it in us through literature. Let's talk about reality form of it. How could that be?
What you think about that, Twin? What you think about that?
How could that be? I'm
I'm
just saying, how could it be? If they went there in 1948 and all of this destruction started then a people from a land come up with a defense mechanism in 1988. How are they terrorists and not a defense team or defense mechanism?
because the reason you're a terrorist, because in your charter you should have stated that we are here to defend and protect the Palestine people. That's not what you said. You made it a very clear indication that our thing is to overthrow Israel. We do not recognize Israel, a whole country, as being a country. We don't even acknowledge you as being a human being of any kind. We want
Because
to
you're not
destroy
from
you.
there, and
But no, no,
that
no. But
that
listen
was
what I'm saying
Israel was
though. But
Palestine
but
before it was
listen to what I'm
Israel.
saying though. There are
Let's be
times
realistic
people.
about it. That's why they're saying that.
Listen, I understand what you're saying, but listen, the Nazis did the same thing. We're here to
Nazis
protect
did
the
not do the
German
same
people.
thing.
Hold on, wait, hold on. The Nazis said the same thing. Hitler said, we are here to protect the German people and keep them pure, to keep our bloodline and genealogy pure. So what we're going to do is victimize Jewish people that are non-German, because Jewish people were not the only people targeted. It was multiple people, black people as well. So we want to wipe out those people that we deem unclean because they're a threat to our what we have going on. That is a problem. I
That
understand
is not
of
what
you,
Hamas is doing.
but
So
it
don't use
is
Hitler
Hamas.
as a term
Listen,
as a
listen,
term of it.
I understand if you say verbally, we're here to protect Palestine and Gaza, cool. But when you write on a piece of paper, you put ink, black and white, on a
I
page
don't
and
care what
say,
they said. I'm talking about what
but
reality
I'm
is.
saying if you go look it up for yourself, you telling me to look it up. I'm saying you look it up, look up their charter from 1988, look up Hamas's charter, and just
Listen,
read the things that
wait,
they've
wait, wait,
stated.
wait, wait. We talking about reality form. We
But
ain't
see,
talking about
you
what they
can't pick
wrote
and
and
choose
all of that.
reality and then
You
statistics. You
saying what
one
they
minute you're
wrote
saying
because you're
read this,
listening
but the
from
next
white
you're saying
descent.
it's not
You on
credible.
social
You
studies
can't pick
kind of
and
time.
choose.
I'm on reality time. I
But
ain't
see,
reading on what
but
no white
reality,
man
but
told
your
me.
reality does not make it truth. But facts are truth. If something is a
Listen,
fact, it's
that
a
ain't.
fact.
Listen to what I'm saying to you. The reality form of this shit is, I don't care where you come from, is that in 1948 the white people that call themselves Jews were overthrown Israel, and from that point on they've been trying to overthrow Palestine. These are facts. These are not something that we reading from a motherfucking book that some white people created, or the literature that white people created or changed or whatever the case may be. We talking about reality form. How could a fucking defense mechanism not be a defense mechanism was created from having to be defensible.
I
How?
understand that, but what you
How?
say,
So
what you're
you're
saying, I
challenging
understand
something
what you're
that's
saying,
reality.
but you're going against. That's what Hamas is saying. You arguing to me about what Hamas said out of their mouths. We are here to dismantle a government.
Listen,
That does not sound like I'm
well, why do they
defending
feel they
my
need to
country.
dismantle that
It
government?
doesn't
Because that
matter what you,
government is
it doesn't matter.
dismantling their
You're trying to
people.
make logic of what someone is saying. If I say I want to dismantle a government, you are a terrorist. I don't care
No,
why you're doing it.
listen,
You're a terrorist.
I'm defending against a government, and my only line of defense is to dismantle them because they won't stop bombing us if we don't. That's
Then you
why they're
need to
saying
say
that.
that. You need to say that.
They don't need to
Specify
say
that.
that. It's shown.
Why are you it does
Stop
no, it's
reading
not
white people's
showing
shit and
nothing
coming on
because
here
we're
talking
not.
about it. Fuck
Listen, we
reality.
don't live there.
This
You
shit
can't
you saying
show
is coming
us
from a
nothing.
white person's terminology of it.
But that's what
They
I'm saying.
showed
You're
you that
talking
shit.
about
You
something
did a
you've never
social
seen
studies
in your
event
life.
on it. We talking
You've
about
never
reality of
seen.
life.
Have
You
you
don't
been
sit here
there?
arguing with me about
Have
some
you
shit
lived
that some
there with
white
those
people told
people?
you. I don't give a fuck where I ain't live at. I know
But
what
that's my
reality
point.
is,
How
and
is
we
that your
watching it.
reality if you've
We're
never been
watching
there?
it. You reading some. You did a social studies event on it, and now you trying to give us a dialect of
No,
what you had to
I'm
tell
giving you
those white people.
statistic facts. Whether you
You
believe the
had to tell
statistic facts, that's
your
fine, but these are
project. You
facts.
told it to some white people. You didn't tell it to nobody else.
I
Some
did.
white
I told
people
it to
praise
black
you on
people.
what you did.
I went to a black college. I told it to black people. Not so.
Listen,
That's what I'm saying.
listen. I'm gonna say this to you. Whose name is on a majority of black colleges? Who's the name on it? Who
My black
created it?
college was named after a black person.
That's one out of 30.
Actually, there's more. There's over 100, and a lot of them are named after black people. Some of them are named after white, but a lot of them are named after black people.
I want to say this. Who funded it?
My college was funded by a black man, a slave, and it's funded by black churches. I don't know
How
white
can a
people fund
black
our
man a
place.
slave fund the college when he worked for some white people?
He was a slave that was free and started doing education, and then
Let's
they
not be
named the
manipulated
college
on
after
what they
him.
told us. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You
I
coming
mean,
from
but
a
that's what I'm
social
saying.
studies
Everything is what
standpoint
they told
with
us. What they
shit.
told us. But
We
where are
talking
your
about
facts coming
reality of
from?
what
You're
we're
coming from
seeing.
a perception. You're not coming from
Listen,
facts.
if those
Everything you're
people know
saying
they
is
came to a
your
land,
opinion.
this is logical thinking.
But no,
Them
no, no,
people
no.
came to a land
Logical
in
and opinion are not the
1948,
same thing.
right? These people came to a land in 1948, and since 1948, they've been trying to dethrone Gaza and make it their own land. Gaza then creates a defense mechanism in 1988, but they're calling them a terrorist group because they're going against people that's of European descent. And you're telling me something that you had to do a goddamn study on to get graded by European descended people. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But where are you getting your information from? If you've never been there, you've never
We
lived
watching
there.
it every day. What are you talking
But what are
about?
you watching? That's what I'm saying. Are
We
you
watching
watching
it every
news?
day. Listen, are you disagreeing with what I'm saying that the
I'm asking you, are you watching the
European
news? I'm
listen,
asking you, where are you
I'm
getting your
asking you
logic
this
from?
because you
Is where
know
I'm
where it came
asking.
from. I
Where
don't
is
even have
it
to
coming
answer
from?
that. I don't even have to answer that because I know when you know what the fuck I'm talking about. I don't gotta answer that. Listen, Europeans took over Israel in 1948. It's one of the newest nations in the world, not because of land, because of people. Am I lying?
No, correct. It's people.
Okay. Palestine created a defense mechanism of the new Israel in 1988. And they
Where did
called
you
it
get that
Hamas
information
and a
from?
terrorist group.
But where did you get that information from?
Listen, Hamas was created when? You said it yourself. So why are you telling
No,
me where
I
I
am.
got it
I'm
from?
asking you, but what I'm saying is what you're saying, the
What I'm
facts that
saying
you're
is this.
stating, where did you
What
get them
I'm
from? You
saying
got
is
them from
this.
a
What I'm
book,
saying is
correct?
this. I don't gotta tell you where I got it from because you know it's correct. Don't ask me that because you know it's correct. Why are you asking me something that you already know is correct?
Because
I'm
I'm
not
saying if
challenging
you
nothing
got
you're saying.
you must have got your information from a book, correct? You read a book to get this
Listen
information.
to what I'm saying to you. And what I'm saying correct or isn't it?
No, I told you you're correct, and I said, so where did
All
you
right,
get
if
that
I'm
from?
correct, then don't ask
Because
me where
I
I
got
got
it
it
from a
from.
book.
Don't ask me
That's
where
what
I
I'm
got it
saying.
from.
I
Just
got that
let
from
me
a
know that
book.
I'm correct. What I'm saying is
You're
this.
right. That's what I'm asking you. I got
All
my
right,
information
listen,
from a
listen,
book.
listen, listen.
You're saying I'm correct.
You
We're
got
saying
your
yes. We got
information
it from
from
a
a
book.
book that was created by some people that's down with the overthrowment of that land. And they made you do a social studies study on it and graded you on it what their descendant of it was.
Ooh, hold up. Let me butt in. So you feel like she got her information because she studied an assignment and had to do an assignment on it and
She
it
told
came.
us that. She didn't really.
So
She
it
told me
can't.
that. She said I got a
So you say
20-page dialogue of what I wrote.
so you saying twin information came from the oppressor?
Yes,
It
sir.
probably did.
Yes, sir. In capital letters. That's where it came from. She just
Okay,
That's
told
why I
us
said
she did a
if
study
let me
and she
ask you
got a
this question. Now, let me
20-page
ask you,
dialect of
let me
what
ask-
she's.
hold up. Now, let me ask you this question. I'm gonna be fair. Now, did your information come from the oppressor? Where did your information come from?
No, my information came from Afrocentric people. That's where it came from, and it's the truth.
but how do you know
Because
it's the truth? Because it came from people?
because the same book you got it out of, right? This is where
And
the
where
people
and
that
where did they
I
get that?
spoke
Hey,
to,
hold up. And where did they get their information from? Where did this
they got it from
Afrocentric?
literature, but not from the literature she got it from.
Well,
What
what
literature?
literature was that?
They got it
That's
from
what
the
he is.
literature from the people before these people that you got yours from,
So did you read it for
which is
yourself?
our people.
Did you read it for
I
yourself?
had to do studying on it to know it.
Okay, so what what other sources did you do to confirm what they're
Listen.
saying?
I said I got it from a dialect of people that no longer here. They're dead, like Dick Gregory and all of those kind of people. Is where I got it from. I took my inheritance. I took my literature
Hold up,
inheritance
Kimmy
from the
got the
people that
floor.
look like me.
Hold up. Kimmy got the floor.
I know he got it from a lot of people that are no longer here. You got like Dr. Barashenko, you got Dr. Ben, you got
Say it
all the
again. I got it from the people that's no longer here that look like
but,
me,
but,
that have
but,
that doctrines
but,
and
Hold up.
things of that
but
nature.
no, they were scholars, and they broke down the European history and they dissected it to what it really actually is. So yeah, I mean it's the same on both sides. You just gotta understand and read between the lines. And those men were able to give it to you raw and in effect because it went back to the beginning. Like Twin says, it all went back to the root. They did it since the beginning of, like, if you read the destruction of the Black civilization, it takes you all the way from the very beginning. All we're living is in a new modern day and age of the same nonsense that was going on years ago. We're just a new breed of people, but the situation and the purpose has never changed.
Yeah, I can agree with that for sure.
Now I want to say this. The lineage and the those people that were occupying lands from the beginning didn't look like the people that are occupying them now, is what I'm
Right.
saying. So it's kind of a difference in what we're going at and coming from and or coming from or going to, because we are different people from those people that are here today or even back then, far as those European descended people. We ain't got nothing like them. We ain't think like them. We don't know like them. We ain't come from them. But the people before us, that's us. That's where we
It's all
came from.
us.
That's what we know. And that's where I got my motherfucking knowledge from. I ain't get it from
But
some people that's against me.
if you keep it flowing.
I ain't
You
get it
said
from
what?
some people that's against me.
Who?
That
I think
always
like
been against me. They ain't gonna tell me nothing that's good for me. They gonna tell me
none of
something
this
that's good for
is
them.
all of this is ours. Is what I'm saying.
So,
No, I was telling Gangsta Cap, at the end of the day, if it's fighting over land, it really ain't even their land. See, the thing about it, like you said, they make us seem here in America like we're the minority, but all over the world, we are the population. We
Majority.
are it. We are the melanated people. If you go down to Brazil, the only difference is that these places were conquered. They speak Portuguese, they speak Dutch, but they're all black people. They're all melanated, whether you
That's a
dissect
fact. That's what it is. And that's where
right,
I
you know what I'm
got my
saying?
knowledge from.
Whether they're Native American or now called Mexican, we were all
Right.
melanated people on the
Yes,
side of the
right.
world. So when you
Well,
see in the
well,
1800s
eh,
hold
pushing
up,
over,
hold up. Let her
no,
talk.
I'm just saying, but it was there, because I'm actually reading it right now. Gangsta Cap will tell you, I've got an exploration book, and I'm reading
right.
actually it's the history of the Native Americans here in America. So when you're looking at it, when they started leaving Europe, it's always been to conquer the world. They've been doing that way before the 1800s. You
Say
get
it
what I'm
again.
saying? So, but that's not, it's not a brand thing. But the thing about it is that it's our land that they're taking. It's our land that we're
Thank you,
fighting for.
sister.
Over
Thank you.
there,
Thank you.
right? Over there, they feel like this is our land. The Palestinians are saying, no, it's our land, and they're like, well, we
Mhm.
brand new and in effect, so move over. It's the same thing that's been going all around the world since the beginning. But see, what happens is that the white man has had such an impression. He's been able to do it over and over and over and over again, and we watch it. And then every time we get upset, we throw history from our ancient people back into it. Then you have to ask yourself, why are people who are such the minority so successful at doing what they do?
Why is that?
Facts.
Right. How is it? Because we all know the truth. We know who we are, and we're watching them come into our territory then and now. How does this keep happening? What is wrong with us if we're the majority?
Right.
We're not.
We are the majority.
There's more of us. Yeah, there's more of us than there's white people.
True.
We have
I
more
want to
kids
even
than white
go to say
people.
this to a finer point. I even want to go to far as the food group. Everything in the world that's good for you has a what? Far as fruits, vegetables, and shit like
Seed.
that.
Seed. That's a
That
seed.
come
Seeds.
from the ground. What does it have?
That's a seed. That's a
Seeds.
seed.
It has a seed, or it has a what? What else does it have?
That's a root. That's a root.
The tree is what? What color is the tree and leaves and has what is it? What does it have? It has a color, right?
Yeah.
Now look at the shit that's bad for you. It don't have no color. Sugar and all this other manufactured, man-made shit. It don't have a color. It's what they call white. We could even look at it from that point. I went as deep as that from my lineage of taking knowledge. I like she asking me where certain things came from. She need to do more studying with her own people than listening to them white people. That's all I'm saying. Now, I'm not saying what she's saying, the literature she has won't be good. It will be good for us, for those people, because they're keeping your mind conquered. When they say that, oh, I don't like this because of this. I hate these people because they did this. The people that they doing it against is the most dangerous motherfuckers in the world. The ones that they defending themselves against, that's been proven. Even she knows that, even though she's reading from their literature. But I'm just saying, she knows that those people are the most dangerous, deceitful people in the world. Everything they've done has been against someone else.
Right. They
They
came in
don't
and
even
stole
have a heritage.
Hold up. What'd you say?
No,
Queen?
I said they came in and stole a whole identity and told you and took on a whole nother people's identity
Say it
and
again.
sold it to you. And now when you look at them, you never see the original people.
Y'all got everybody. I've been on here so long, everybody calling me. I ain't been home. I'm in one of my other apartments. I'm in here. I'm supposed to been gone, but I don't care. They gotta
Wait,
wait.
I mean, but
I
it's
want to
all
talk to.
unfortunate because there's always going to be war. You know what I'm saying? That's not going to change that. They're going. I feel like these two countries will always be at war. I don't think it's going to stop. I really don't. I don't think there's going to be any common ground that comes to fruition.
I'm gonna say this: the only way it's gonna stop is if Israel gets what they want, which is to overthrow them. If no other country butts in, Israel would have been wiped them out. But Iran and all those other countries that's defending Palestine is the reason why Palestine is still existing.
Right.
Palestine has
And
no defensive mechanism. They don't have
so
none
that's
unless they get it from
is
somewhere
that a
else.
good thing or a bad thing? That's a good thing they're being defended?
Yes, it's a good thing. It's a good thing that they're being defended. That's their land, man. The land that the people that are trying to overthrow their land, the land they're on is their land. That's what this is where everything is misconstrued here, man. As far as some of our people, we take on the knowledge and the dialect of those Europeans because where we live, they control it. So in order what we learn from them is the controlling way. Because without us having the knowledge from them, we can't live where we live at today. So this is what I'm saying. We got to go beyond that shit that they're giving us. That's something that we got to try to like. All right, it's good to take some of it because you got to live here. You got to be able to survive. But learning about the lineage of your people, from your people, before you, is where you're going to get your greatest of acknowledgement from. Because an oppressed people has a very interesting story, way more interesting story than the oppressors.
Facts.
The oppressors only have one dominion of the story, which is to go overthrow that country. The oppressed has a defense dominion and a protection and this and that, and without you understand what I'm saying? What they had to go through, and those people that are oppressors don't give a fuck. Like, come
What,
on,
twin? What you think, twin?
we gotta be
No,
really informed by our own, man. We can't take their knowledge and act like it's the right way, because it ain't.
All
It
right,
ain't.
twin got the floor. Twin, what you think, twin?
no, I agree with him. I do believe that a lot of things are whitewashed and manipulated to create a perception that is not always the truth. So I can agree with you on that. However, I think that there are certain facts that when you see that they're universally accepted, that we have to understand that there might be some truth to it.
There's some truth in all things.
Yeah, exactly. But that's why I say I don't believe, like I said, I don't believe Israel's innocent. I don't believe Israel hasn't thrown jabs and thrown rocks and hide their hands. I believe it. I believe they all messy. Like war is never one honest person going against an evil
Mm-hmm.
person. Both parties do they dirt. But at the end of the day, it's like, again, if what you state of what you believe and you tell me that you believe in overthrowing a government, I don't care what the circumstances are behind it. I personally just cannot. I don't think that that's right. I don't care who's doing it, what country's doing it. I would never side with anyone that
What?
overthrows a government or who's trying to
So,
overthrow a
so, twin,
government.
so let me ask you a question, twin. So you think they came at you basically saying it's almost like they came at them first, like they basically threw the first rock and said we gonna overthrow y'all?
Mm, no, I think
She
it was
know they
more
ain't say that.
so. No, I don't believe it. I don't
Like,
believe that.
I'm
Like
asking
I
you,
said, I don't
who's
believe
the
Israel's innocent
twin? Who's the big dog and who's the little dog in
Who
this
was the
situation?
no,
No,
Gangsta
no,
Cap?
hold
Let me
up.
put it in a
I'm
finer form.
asking,
Well, hold on.
hold up.
I'm gonna say the same thing you said because you're saying it kind of funny. Who's the aggressor in this matter? That's it. Who's the aggressor?
in this. As of now, I believe Israel is
All right. So how's Hamas a terrorist group and doing all type of wrong things when they're in the defense? The aggressor is the
because
problem.
going to war going to war for a just cause of saying we want whatever you believe that you're fighting for, your freedom is one thing. But when you blatantly make a statement of saying not only do
Hey,
I not
I'm
recognize,
about to get off of here, man.
yeah, if
Cause
you
No,
say
she
we
I do
having
she
not
a
recognize
dialogue.
liberty,
she listen. She's going against her own self.
it's not
I
going
asked her a
against,
Kevin,
it's
simple
we
the
question.
principle of
Kevin,
it.
There's
that's
I
no
don't
what we
care
way
about
of
the
listen.
situation,
to
it's the
do.
There's
principle.
no way the
So but
aggressor
why not, okay, but if that's the case, why
can
not
be
just
in the
say that?
right. There's no
But
way.
why
You're
not,
saying
why
that
didn't
because you're
Hamas
saying
just
that
say that?
Hamas said that because of their defense.
But
They know
no,
if
no,
we
no, no,
don't
no, no, no.
kill,
But listen, why
if I
not just
don't
say
kill the aggressor, which
we
is the
are
people that
creating
are
an
that
Hold
are
up,
that are
Yo,
hold
GG,
up,
we all learning. We all learning. We all learning.
hold up, go ahead.
Hold on, no, I will see. Okay, so let me say this. So, twin, I understand what you're saying, and was it Kevin? I understand what you're saying. What's going to happen here is verbiage is going to get very important because over here, because we follow a certain system, we're going to classify these people as the T word. I don't know how sensitive it is on YouTube to say it, but we're going to classify them as this type of T group, right? Because this is the criteria they fall in. Kevin is saying it is a person's natural instinct. This is their country. This is their land. These people are coming in. We're calling it whatever we want, but in defense, this is what they do. And we don't follow this type of rule here. We
Thank
don't
you.
live like this. But in other countries, this is what war is. You're fighting for your land. There's no rules. There's no love there. This is all that we're going go for blow for blow for blow. And that's it. So here we're looking at it from the perspective as they're this type of group because this is what they're doing. But in all actuality, this is a natural instinct to people who have been persecuted for many years. If that wasn't the case, we've seen it many places over where countries have to go in and fight for themselves to get out of the situation that they're in. And it doesn't matter what you label it as, from our perspective, it's living and trying to sustain the livelihood of your
Survival.
people. Right.
Well, so Kimmy, let me ask you this then. Kimmy, let me ask you this. If that's the case, then why didn't Hamas say in their charter, we are here to protect the Palestinian people and our religion and our land. Why not just state that that's your intentions? Why go on record stating that we want to dismantle a government? Does that not sound like you talking about verbiage? Does that not sound like if you listen to that, like, whoa, you want to dismantle what? That's
right,
crazy.
but you know what? But Twin, that's still our verbiage. It don't matter. We're fighting for a cause, and we don't have to lay it out so that you can classify what you deem it to be.
No, I feel you on that, but it's like then you can't be upset when people think you're a terrorist. It's like,
Don't
what do
understand,
you
but
expect
still
people
try to
to
make
think?
your point. That's the
One
point.
mic,
But
one
I
mic.
hear I hear what you're saying. I get
Twin
it.
understands, but she still wants her point to be adhered.
One mic.
And
No,
she
I agree.
understands
I
what's
agree with
going
what she's
on.
saying, and it makes
She just
sense. And
wants to
you're
be
right. That's how
adhered.
we
And that's
interpret. That's how
wrong.
we
Come on.
interpreted it. But what I'm
Hold
saying
on,
is, if
let
you want
me make
people
this
to
point.
interpret something different, that's what you gave us to interpret. If we
All
interpreted
right, hold
wrong,
on.
probably.
Can we make this point? What you about to say, Kimmy?
So no, I was just gonna say that we are still so in that case, we're still interpreting it from our perspective that someone needs to come out and announce. This is war is a natural instinct to things that happen and react in these countries. It's always been. You know, people come in and take your territory, you fight for it. And in war, anything comes with it. There's no treaty. I mean, that shit is the white man stuff. Coming in, putting shit on paperwork, trying to classify what they should do. You know, it's a natural thing. And these people are, and I'm not putting anybody at wrong or right in this situation. I'm just saying it is what it is. And at the end of the day, if someone comes, it's just the same thing that the gangs do when people try to come and infiltrate on their territory. They don't sit down and start discussing what the rules are. Nigga, you already know the rules when you stepped into war.
That's right. When you came in my territory and tried to take it from me, you knew it was coming with it. I'm going to defend that by any means necessary. That's what Palestine is doing against Israel. By any means necessary, we're going to defend our land. And if overthrowing your government is the only way we can win, that's what we out for. Because you started this, not us. And I'm
Well, that
quite sure
is the only
everybody
way.
on this panel
In war,
understands that.
hold up. But in war, ain't that the only way you can win? Ain't that the whole objective? Is to take over the
Well,
government?
America's never won a war in the existence of their wars. They never overthrown nothing. But they put up enough where nobody wants to keep fighting with them. They ain't win shit. They put up enough where nobody wants to keep fighting with them. But they ain't win no motherfucking wars.
Makes perfect sense, Dandara. Makes perfect
Yeah, I'm
sense
just
with you.
saying, man. If we understand something, we know what it is. Let's not keep arguing a point that we know is gonna keep the existence our argument going. If we already know what she's saying is the way it is where we are, but the reality of it is not that way. So that's what I'm saying. It didn't come from.
Do you think if they're gonna come to an understanding, how they gonna come to an agreement? Is shit gonna stop? They still fighting? What the fuck? Is it gonna come to a mutual agreement?
Listen, it ain't never gonna come to a mutual agreement until put it this way. If Israel wins, it's fine. Hamas is gonna have to keep fighting because they don't have enough to overthrow Israel. So they'll be fighting forever. If Israel, well, it's gonna become a time where other countries may back off. If other countries back off, Palestine would have been Israel's already. If those other countries don't butt in and help them, then they would have been out of there. They would have been done, dead. The whole country would have been dead already.
So who is America funding? Is they funding Israel?
Israel. We always fund
Israel.
Israel.
It ain't we. Who said we?
Well, we're Americans, so
I ain't no
Americans.
American.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Well,
not
I'm
an
an
American.
American. Okay, well, I'm an American.
You
So
ain't American either.
I was born in America. I'm an
Doesn't
American.
matter where you was born at. You ain't American. Your ancestry don't come from here.
That's the ancestry. That's not where I'm born at.
Nobody in America today is from America.
If you are born in America, you are from America. That's
No,
all you
you ain't.
know.
No,
How
you ain't.
can I be from a place I don't know nothing about?
Listen.
I don't know about Africa. How
So
can I
what?
say I'm African or whatever you're gonna
Listen.
claim? I don't know nothing about that.
Listen, man. Stop using the white man's term of the way of things and running with it, because that's what you're doing.
But you're
That's
making it a black
exactly
and white
what you're
thing. Why
doing.
it can't be a right and a wrong?
Listen.
Why can't it just be
Hey,
good and evil? Why does it have
hold
to
up,
be
hold up. Let me
Listen.
get the floor. Hold up. Let me get the floor. This is a very good teaching moment. Let's keep this a teaching moment because there's people out there watching, like my daughters. There's people watching this that's getting great information by this. What you
Right.
saying and what you saying. There's not a right or a wrong, but what we doing right now, we're giving kids information. We teaching people. Like you said, let's be remember this is an information informative channel. Well, right now we on some shit right now. We giving logic. We kicking knowledge right now. We kicking knowledge right now. Let's remember that. So,
This is
like what you saying?
this is it ain't a black and white thing, but it always leads to that because of the type of topic that we're on, and black people have been on a defensive thing for their whole time. So when it comes to this, we can even be talking about another people or however we foot it, which all people of us and them. So that's it's always going to lead to that due to the fact of the topic that we're on and what's going on within the topic, like people trying to overthrow people or take over people and this and that and third. These people have been doing it to all people, so that's why it's so intense. That's all. Twin is not wrong about what she's saying.
No,
She just
all I'm saying is it's a good topic. All I'm saying,
yeah,
y'all
yeah,
got
it's a great
great
topic. I mean,
information going on.
I might talk a little hard, but I don't mean nothing behind it. I'm just trying
No,
to get the
I
guy
was just
keep the
letting y'all
Oh
dialogue
know.
yeah,
going.
no.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was
no,
just
I don't
making
take
sure y'all
I don't take
remember.
it personal.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
just
I
making
don't.
sure y'all remember there's people actually listening. That's like, yo, this shit is good information because some of the shit I didn't even know. I'm finding out. I'm listening like this is some good
Yeah,
information.
gangster. Yeah, yesterday you was hardcore American, motherfucker. So you know what I'm saying. You was kicking out all. You was building the walls. You was. You know what I'm
Cat told me he
saying. You
was
was doing
white
all the.
yesterday.
You know what I'm
He said
saying.
he
So
white.
you know what I'm saying.
He said, he
Go
said
ahead,
I
do
was
your
doing.
American shit right now. Do your American shit right now, gangster. Da. You know what
Hey
I'm saying.
man,
I was drunk. Nigga, I was drunk.
Stop
I'm,
that
I'm glad
shit.
that I'm glad that we can actually have this kind of dialogue, though, man. And I'm glad that everybody supports everybody here. You understand what I'm
No,
saying?
bro, but what you were saying, you said we not no, you said ain't nobody from America. Come on, let's keep that going. How's
No,
it going?
I'll give it to you. Why? There's not a people, if you go to their lineage, as far as who they are, that came from this land. Nobody.
But then you're talking about you're going through about race and genealogy. I'm
Hey,
talking about I'm an American as in I live in America. All I know is America. So I'm an American.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
Kimmy, like twin,
No.
Kimmy said that's
Yeah,
classification.
it is. It is. I
Well, yeah,
read
yeah. That's why I
fast.
say classification wise, I'm an American. So that's why when I say we, I
well,
meant like as
classification wise, I
Americans.
respect what you're saying, but I'm
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
I'm, I'm going beyond classification. That's the
Okay,
difference.
yeah, yeah. Okay, I get where you come. I get it.
Yeah,
I
I'm
get where you
going
come.
beyond class. I'm going beyond the actual classified segment of everything we talked about. Because if we go on that part of it, then everything we said would be of what you said because that's what they delivered to us. We got to go beyond what they told us. They only way you're going to be able to learn who you are and what you are and where you are and not, you got to go back to your original people.
Yes, you're for identity purposes.
Yes, even
Yes.
for things of this nature that we're talking on, as far as timing zoning and things of that nature, we have to go back to the originality of it too. Because if we don't, we'll be where we at now. We'll be going back and forth about what, this, that, and the third. Because the white man created what they created later than where how it was created from the beginning. That's the difference.
But those people.
So there's not an American way of thinking.
Yeah, there's not. Listen, if you go to your ancestry, which is, I just named a few of them where I got my knowledge from. If you go back to that, then any topic that comes up of the magnitude that we're on right now, you're going to be able to use the knowledge of your ancestral people that you got your knowledge from because it's all a fold, man. With European descended people, they're here for one thing: to conquer. Because they're the minority, they can't do it no other way. They have to do it that way. The only way for them to do it is to use force
Yeah,
because they ain't they can't they're outnumbered. So there's only one way to do it. How you
they
think
race
they
would
got all
be.
the bombs and they got all of this and they got all of that? We ain't got none of that.
they'll be going extinct after a long time. So now that
Right. The
everybody was
majority don't
trolling.
have the weaponry or
Yeah.
the defense, you know, to overthrow people. We don't have that because we weren't built off of that.
But they got control. They got
We
control, so
was
that's
built
how they
off
keep it.
love and all of that. Tell a white man to tell you his heritage. Tell me, you know, what all about is whatever. He can't tell you shit.
Nah, that's true.
Can't tell you shit. Everybody else can. So I definitely don't want to hear shit they gotta say.
That's deep.
I'm just keeping it real, man. You
Nah,
know,
that's
like
real. That's true though.
yeah, he ain't got no hair. He can't tell you shit. Now, if you tell him to tell you what has been bombed and when it got bombed and how they got bombed and who did it and all that, they can tell you all of that. You know why? They did it.
Yeah.
Mm,
Nah, that's true.
facts. Just get deadly right there.
Yeah, I'm just saying, man. We
Yo, DG, Mexicans matter, GG. Everybody's an immigrant.
everybody
You're not the
matter,
only
man.
immigrant here. You know what I'm
Everybody
saying? So your
matters,
cousins, they
man.
don't gotta
Bro,
hide
I'm
no
born in
more.
Cali. What you talking about?
So busy. So hold on. So I got a question. So I got a question. I got a question. Well, hold on. Yeah, hold on. I got.
You tell about the locals that ain't gotta hide.
Nah, but he right though. Everybody here is immigrants already, right?
No more like Nord. Now you was feeling bad down yesterday, but you know, no more like
It's fact.
Nord.
Oh man. Uh,
Izzy, I ever seen you escaping with 10 people. Where was that at?
yeah,
For
y'all
me?
got me ready to stay here tonight. I don't even want to go home.
Nigga, what the hell
Yeah.
you acting on? Why you being hesitant? What's your issue?
I ain't being hesitant. I just, you know, if I say I'm leaving, then I don't want to get off. I want to stay on this shit. We on it. I
Relax.
don't want to say, well, I gotta go and because once I go get in the elevator and all that shit is gonna cut off and I gotta go back on and do all this shit now.
Yeah, nah, you there? Then relax, nigga. Knock out till the morning.
My family ain't trying to hear that shit though.
Uh,
You know what I'm saying? She done called me a million times. I ain't answering her.
uh,
I'll get there when I get there though. 4, 5, whatever time of morning it is. I don't give a fuck.
you thugging. Yeah, I was better go handle that, nigga.
I ain't gotta go handle nothing.
Someone in the comments asked, are you Christian?
Who?
Someone in the row
They
asked.
asked me that?
They said, Cap, ask him, is he Christian?
I'm not Christian. But what does that have to do with what we're talking
Oh,
about?
because yesterday too was Tyler told me that that's the American religion,
I'm
Christianity. Yeah.
not Christian. I'm actually Muslim myself.
But here it is.
I can respect it.
Dandada was good,
But that
GG.
has nothing to do with the way I my dialogue was of today. My religious belief had nothing to do with what I was talking about.
Yeah, it don't have nothing to do with
Nah,
religion,
facts.
GG. No religion. It's just a way of like the actual world, bro. When you just, you know what I'm saying, look at it from a greater aspect of not from the high point.
Nah, that's
I,
real.
I'm just glad that Cat was able to say some people are actually listening that needed, you know, that's gaining knowledge from what we're talking about. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about, to enlighten people, man. That's exactly what this is about.
Hell yeah. You know what I'm saying? Everything's
Because
crazy.
guess what? We're gonna need it. It's soon to come where we're gonna need it.
Facts.
Soon to come where we're gonna need it. Trust
And
me.
good people don't hate, so good people want people to know the truth. And that's some real righteous shit. You know what I'm saying? Twin, how do you feel about him being Muslim?
I respect everybody's beliefs. I respect everybody.
Yo, Cat, where you at, man? Why we can't see the people? Why we can't see the
I'm right here. What you
comments
talking about?
coming?
I can see it. I'm out. You
Oh,
have a
I can
question?
see it now. I can see it now. He just tapped it, and then I can see it now. Yeah, we're not immigrants. That's true.
He said we ain't immigrants.
He's telling us that's a fact. We not.
Yeah.
This is our land. And Kimmy said, "What was America before it was America? What was it called before it was America?"
Good question. I can't answer that one.
Because when was America called America? And
Oh no, I was telling him, because I said I was reading, about the explorations and the natives, the Native Americans. I was saying, when once it was conquered, we were named America. But I was saying, I wonder what it was called, or if it even was called anything,
Before,
that the people.
before it was the Americas, I don't know. I mean, I can't
When
really.
dinosaurs
I
was
put it in the
here.
chat. It was
Well,
Amaruka.
you do know that. Well, I know that some of the Native Americans, what they lived in. Well, I don't know if you want to call them Native Americans. What's the word? What's the word?
Indonesia's people.
Yeah, those people. Well, no, I don't mean those people, but the land that they lived on.
We are those people.
They named them. They had like names for them, but I don't think it was nothing like official.
Oh, maybe it was just like territory, like how you
Yeah,
had.
that's what it is. Like territories. Like those. What are those people called? Those.
They all had different names, but it was the land of the feathered
What they call
serpent.
one is like Hendosi land, and they
Aztecs and
called
the
their own
Mayans
little.
all worshipped it.
Right, all the native tribes. It was
Yeah,
labeled.
the land of the feathered serpent.
Yeah.
That's
It
Yeah.
starts with the first
But I don't think they
state.
had no official.
It starts with the first state, so it's the 13 colonies, Dandada. So the 13 colonies was made, Dandada, and then it went further from there. It was like the 13, you know what I'm saying? Like the first states that was ever made, Dandada, which is the 13 colonies. You know what I'm saying? And then
you had Mexico,
nah,
and
she's
then
talking about what's the land was called.
that's how I don't know, but I understand that it was the 13 colonies first. It was American flag would have the 13 colonies first, so that's when they started calling it America. So before that, that's when you have to look.
The natives used to call it Amaruka. The Mayans, the Aztecs.
Oh, there you go.
I mean, land of the feathered serpent. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Oh, go ahead.
Say it again, DG. What you say?
Amaruka. That's what it was called. The Mayans, the Aztecs, they used to call it that. They all worshipped Kukulkan Quetzalcoatl. It was the feathered serpent. Basically like a dragon, mythological dragon. But long as time ago, that shit might have been real.
Smarter than niggas think, bro. DG smarter than niggas think. DG got some. See, he spitting some shit out of nowhere.
This is shit. Man, my uncles be telling me this. They're all real.
DG, you be spitting some shit out of nowhere. I be like, damn, DG, you be spitting some shit.
That's a fact.
I be thinking that nigga on Google sometimes. I be thinking that nigga on Google. He be
hell nah.
He be coming left field with it.
I'm on my other phone on the fucking chat.
I mean,
I tried to learn as much as I can from the people before us.
That's a fact.
That's what
you gotta learn about that shit, Dandada.
Hey, Kevin, what was some of them people names again, Kevin? Hold up, Kevin. What was some of them people names again? Name some of them people names again. For some.
I mean, you can go from Malcolm X in them. You can go from George Washington Carver. You can go from those people. Those people were who you learned your lineage from.
You can
Marcus
say
Garvey
Dr.
and all of them. That's who you learned your lineage from.
The videos are on YouTube because that's where I would watch a lot of their lectures. And their lectures, they used to go to colleges. They used to hold a lot of the lectures.
That's
and
right.
Dr. Ben had a lot of lectures. Dr. Barashenko had a lot of lectures.
I know a good one. Y'all don't know him? Iraq Luther King, X, don't forget the Kennedy. Iraq Luther King X, don't forget the Kennedy. Rizzy Iraq. Go I'm saying? Go hit that subscription. Get that literature and that philosophy, Dandada. Your shit. Yeah. He's the author. You know what I'm saying? He's the author. Rizzy Iraq. Heard? Iraq on YouTube.
Yo,
It's crazy.
That literature is
it's better
different,
to learn from the people before you than from the people who tortured them.
It's beautiful. Facts.
Hey, we never cut off Kimmy. We always let Kimmy talk.
I wasn't talking.
Kimmy's.
I'm just fucking with him, man. I'm just fucking with him. That's my boy.
Kimmy cool. Kimmy cool with me. Dada. Me and Kimmy cool. She from Brooklyn. I understand her. She's straight. You already know. She on 1,000. And she actually keeps like her opinion be solid, like it be
Hey,
level.
nah, hey Kevin, you the smartest Fed nigga I ever met, bro.
Hey, I
Hey,
learned a
my
lot
nigga,
of what I
you might be the
I
smartest
learned a
nigga.
lot of what I know from being incarcerated.
Yeah,
Actually
he
having
read every book
time
in that bitch.
to go on a computer. They had computers in there, right? That took CDs. I actually learned a lot of what I know from actually sitting down and watching our ancestry shit. That's how I
Yeah, but the
learned
average,
a
bro,
lot
the
of what
average
I know.
nigga that spent as much time in jail as you can't articulate the way you do.
That's because he took his time to do nonsense and not learn, you know?
Humanity and shit. You gotta know
He
your
didn't learn.
Yeah,
humanity.
Hey,
I'm
let
keeping
me
it
tell you
real,
this.
bro. That's
I'm
what,
gonna say
bro.
this to
Hey,
you.
look, hey, bro, you got to give, bro, that I don't think you tapped into yet.
The white listen, the way me watching white men walk around with black babies hanging on their arms and all type of shit, it led me into going to find out about my own people. Walking around a compound and watching these motherfuckers walk around with and spitting on people boots and all type of shit. You know, I've seen a lot of shit in my time as far as prison and even before prison, as I stated before we got on this topic, the topic we was on before. Um, and so I took the time out to actually study on my people because I can't like certain prisons you in is like slavery.
Hey, bro, I was just about to ask you. I was
So
just
you
about,
you
you took
know
the words out. Look, hold on. I was just about to ask you. You just took the word. You just going into what I was about to ask you. You being locked up, and do you feel like prison is a form of slavery?
it is because you in a place right where the only way they can make a living in that little county that the jail is in is if they all work in the jail. That shit comes down from the great grandfather to the grandfather to his son.
Society's a form of fucking slavery.
All of that shit is based on the prison. Like that's how that county lives. So, and the majority of people they see in the prisons are who?
Black
Now, they've
people.
learned from their lineage of people that black people ain't this and they're more superior than us and all of that shit. And now they becoming an authoritative figure inside of a prison over us. Like I've seen police get killed. I've seen for this type of topic that we on right now. I've seen police try to, impose their will on somebody. We making knives out of the bed. The knife is longer than my body at certain points. When it's the fuck it's where you don't give a fuck, somebody gotta die and this is it. You don't care you don't care who see you with the knife. And you ain't gonna stop using it when they come. So that's the difference. I mean, like knowing who you are and where you came from is way more dominance from within than not knowing, than taking the literature and the knowledge of what it is from them people. Because that's to make you a sucker. If you go on what they put out there and the lineage of the knowledge they give you, you a sucker because you're gonna become obedient to the bullshit. That's what it's all about. If they can get you to become obedient, they control you.
But you got to learn how to play between the two. Oh no, I was saying you got to learn how. See, that's where people make that joke about being caught in the matrix because you have to learn how to operate in the two. You have to be aware and know all of your history, and then you also
That's
have to
right.
know the rules.
That's
Right.
right.
Right. The whole
That's right.
matrix is the slavery mechanism. So
Hey, I've
it's going like this. You gotta be going like this.
I've become who I am from what I've been through in my lifetime. And I kind of gave y'all a whole lot of the pieces to the puzzle today. Um, I went from what I went from and then to learning the knowledge of us and to putting that in the forefront to challenge what the deliveries from them. And that's where I am today. See, I don't want to go to college. I want to go to trade school so I can own something. I don't want to go to college so I can go work for a white man because he gave me all of his professorism. That's the difference in how I look at things. I'm gonna pay $8,000 to go to trade school. I'm gonna be paying for college if I go to be a doctor for the rest of my life. But I'm gonna work under someone. There's always someone above me. I gotta answer to everybody. If I get a trade and start a business, I ain't gotta answer to nobody.
and you get paid more.
It's a big difference.
But you still have to answer to somebody. You got to answer to the government.
I ain't got to answer to nobody. All I got to do is do what the actions of society permits, and I ain't got to answer to nobody.
You gonna have to change, Dandada.
I don't have to change.
Yo, Twin, get out of the Dandada. Tell him all about the changes shit, Dandada.
Ain't got to change, man. Like, I mean, I ain't telling nobody else to change. Whatever enlightenment I have, I'm gonna tell you this. And everything you get out of any conversation in life, you take what's good from it, you keep it with you. Whatever you feel that wasn't good for you, you throw it away, and you go on the next day and you do the same and the same, and life will work for you. Cause you know what's good for you and what ain't good for you.
That's a fact. That's a fact. You gotta stay healthy, Dandada. You gotta live. You know what I'm saying? Stop playing, Dandada. Live to that age. Every age, you know what I'm saying? So the older you are, the more you live. The greater it is, your journey, Dandada, no matter what. You make it to 99, you winning. Doesn't matter what you did in life. You made it 99, Dandada. That's a Fendi. Where you at, Gangsta?
I'm right here.
He right there.
You know what I'm saying? Any acknowledgements on this shit? What you like? You know what I'm saying? What you want?
I'm saying rolling up.
I feel it. The floor's open. The floor's open, twin. The floor's open, DG.
Yo, this was great, man. This conversation this night was great, and I hope we could do this all over again, man.
Yeah, conversation rules the nation. Shit, I'm up here all night. You going nowhere?
Everybody could disagree, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Agree to disagree, be, you know what I'm saying, righteous than never, the dollar. We here doing God's work, the dollar, you know what I'm saying? We stay more acquainted than never, the dollar. We stay more coherent. That's just what it is. That's just life in the making, the dollar. You heard like God mean it, so act like it. You heard the dollar. We're doing God's work, the dollar. You heard God chose you because he knew he could trust you. You already nizzy, the dollar. You heard? For real. So if you mark it, we gonna spark it. If you ping it, we gonna sting it. If you drop the load, we gonna flock this load. You heard? You tagged it, so we brung the static. Hyenas, ahoo. The data, you heard? Woo, 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 woo. Ahoo.
That was the chihuahua.
Yo, why you gotta get like that? The data with you, the data.
Fucking with you.
Pato loco. No more locked door. No more locked door.
Hey, Kev.
Yo,
When you went in, if you think the OGs didn't lace you up like that, you would be a different person or what?
I'm gonna say that I had to seek the knowledge in order for it to work for me. I couldn't they could talk to me all they want. If I ain't seek it, if I wasn't looking
If you're not
forward to
absorbing it, yeah.
if I didn't observe it, I would never be able to to have this dialect or to
dissect what they even saying, the dollar.
right.
So he has to be very observant.
I had to be willing to accept it.
Now you gotta absorb it. You gotta soak up the game.
That too. But you gotta understand it. Izzy.
You were saying he was a youngster though. That don't happen.
Izzy, he don't believe in God. You can't say that. Everybody, there's a God in everything. You don't know who God is. You probably won't know who God is. You think you know. You think you do. You probably don't. So this is what I do. I know the angels in the outfit know who God is. If they don't, they on the other side, so they couldn't manifest the situation. So you gotta give your messages to the angels. So believe me, everybody knows a God. You gotta relax yourself sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
It don't care. I don't care what religion you got. Everybody got a creator.
Yeah, that's what it is.
You didn't just happen to be like this.
I'm not a person I'm not claiming no religion.
A religion is a topic that it would be a never-ending story. So
religion is more like a baseline for you to follow to keep you on, keep you straight. That's what it's more like with the lessons and the commandments, whatever. All that shit.
Yeah, that's a motherfucking Fendi. He believes in Allah or false God. Let him believe whatever he wants.
See, that's why you can't have a religious conversation with nobody. Did you hear that?
It always be the random motherfucker in the chat.
Did you hear that? Ask him where he got that from.
I mean, he heard you. That nigga heard your ass. Good. That's a
Yeah,
fact.
but I definitely ain't going into no dialect with nobody like that.
Nah, it's just
About to bring
conversation. Nigga, you
debate
gotta get your
debate
thing.
round 2.
His
You
belief
gonna
is
make that
his.
nigga afraid, the Dada. This is what happens, the Dada, with people like that, the Dada. This is what happens. You know what I'm saying? There's people, the Dada, that there's people that don't appreciate. So this is what I is. God appreciate when you put people on to God, da. So imagine, da. This person, he's acting all rowdy. He don't believe in God. None of his family members believe in God, da. So boom, what he do? Smack them down, da. Nigga, smack them down, da. You got to know whole neighborhood, da. Now believing in God, da. Now all these people, da, believe in God, da. Now you're helping, you're doing God's work, da. God's like, yo, da. Now you got all these people who didn't believe in God, believing in God, crying out, da. Trying to get, what I'm saying, now they looking up to me, da, because they didn't believe, but you made them believe now, da, because they now. But you know what I'm saying? That's what it is, Dada. You understand? You gotta believe in this shit, Dada. Believe in God, Dada. You can't be doing too much evil, malice, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Because that shit smacks you in the face too. It's easy to wipe you out, Dada, with the evil shit, Dada. That's just what it is.
There we go.
Put this
Twin, you good?
Oh yeah, I'm just listening.
Twin stugging out, Dada. You know? I can prove Islam is false. Twin show him the proof, cause
No, don't put me in it. Leave me alone. I don't bother people with they phones. I don't. I don't
for
argue.
debate
I
number
don't
2.
debate. I don't be debating religion like that.
My shit's an angels in the alpha. You
See,
ever heard
like
of that
me, I don't
religion?
debate on another person's what they believe in and all of that. I don't got
Yeah.
nothing against what the Christian faith is and none of that. I don't get into those kind of dialogues. I'm not.
I'm the hyenas. The hyenas be out, and you know when they out is out.
No, I'm talking about the person that got on there and said, "Oh, this Muslim believe in this and this and that." I'm not going into all of that because you have a belief system also. What makes you think
Yeah.
yours is right and someone else's isn't? I can't say that.
Nah, that's just stops right there, the daughter. Right there, the daughter. Like, you're going forever.
That's an ever-ending conversation.
Right. That's why I said I would never do it.
Gotta stand on business, the yeah. So how you, gangster? What you feel about the whole situation? So we'll be back to Cassie. Or we too far gone. We too deep. The data in the ocean. The data. We might as well just move along.
We got to keep it deep, nigga. We got to stay deep, nigga. We got to talk. We already in some deep. We far beyond Cassie, nigga. We ain't even. We on high vibration right now.
They don't even exist.
We on high vibration now. We not even thinking about them low vibration people right now.
Oh yeah, we on the high frequencies. The data.
Yeah, we done took it to a high frequency.
No, that's how it's supposed to be, bro.
Y'all got me involved. Y'all got me to. Y'all got my mind thinking.
Nah, it's not even thinking, nigga. It's just a clear mind, bro. Like you live longer, nigga. That's the point of life, da. Everybody wants to play a game, da. So you're in competition, da. So everybody's just, you know what I'm saying? They open their window and they look at someone else's yard, bro. Open your window, look at your yard. Your yard is gonna be how your yard's gonna be, da. So make your yard, you know what I'm saying, unique to you, da. You know what I'm saying? So it'd be authentic, you know what I'm saying? And it'd be traditional, da. You know what I'm saying? It don't take too much of living and learning to live, da. You know what I'm saying? Because people have been living forever. You know what I'm saying? But there's a lot of distractions in the world that they put up, da. They got you following certain shit. So all these distractions, da. That's when it becomes a situation like, damn, what am I really supposed to be doing? There's just so much shit to do. You know what I'm saying? So much false shit out there, so much fake shit, da. They got you learning that the God's white, that fucking Santa Claus white. But nigga, I was never done, da. I'm like, yo, how Santa Claus white, da? But I see Santa Claus coming yesterday, da. He kind of looked like my pops, da. So it couldn't be that he's white, da. So you gotta be more like, yo, I don't like people lying. So you could be like, yo, if people's trying to lie to you, that's when you gotta be like, all right, skeptical about shit. And when you be skeptical about shit, you gotta understand, why did they lie to me? And when you ask that shit, then you be like, I bet, let me just live life like this. Some people like hugging trees. It's a beautiful thing. Go breathe sometimes, because you got, you know what I'm saying, get a clearer mind, because you just
you know what the greatest shit about this shit about life is decision. All of us got to have a point in life where you're able to make a decision, where you want to go, what you want to do, where you want to be. Like, control is everything, bro. A lot of these motherfuckers fuck up because they don't got no control.
You're not supposed to be tameable either, though. It's a beautiful thing to be untamable. You always gotta be untamable because that's freedom. Some people make it, some people don't. That's just what it is, GG. You know what I'm saying? You never could be hesitant and make it. So you're gonna have to be wild as fuck to actually make it. But you're gonna make it. Some people don't, like I said, because some people don't, but some people do. You know what I'm saying? But if you stay righteous, I feel like it's a better chance of you doing it. The more good you do, the more you like to help, the more that you be in, you know what I'm saying? But just in a better environment.
Let me ask you a question. Rock, let me ask you a question. What is righteous?
What is righteous?
Yes.
Just doing just pure, being pure. Pure, righteous decisions is being pure. I mean, pure soul.
So being yourself is righteous.
Being yourself?
Yeah.
It's being yourself. It's righteous if you're living righteous. I don't know.
Being yourself is your purest form.
If that's your definition, then being yourself. That means if I'm a thief, then I'm being righteous. If my soul got me being a thief, then I'm righteous because I'm being righteous to who I am.
No. If you're a thief, you don't got a pure soul. What are you talking about?
If you're a thief, you ain't being yourself.
Yeah, that's not a pure soul, bro. That's not like.
Some people are born being.
I didn't say. You gotta be righteous. Niggas is good.
Be born that way, and that's a taught behavior. That's something that you saw, and you like. It ain't hard to work for, so you did it. That's taught. That's not yourself. You ain't start stealing because you just woke up and said, "I'm gonna take this." You saw somebody else do it, so now you doing it.
What's stealing? Are you hungry? You went to go take a loaf of bread? Is that actually stealing, nigga? Are you hungry? You gotta go steal. How does stealing occur?
I did not know he was gonna go there.
I'm just saying, if you actually hungry, you go steal a loaf of bread. Like, are you stealing the data?
Yeah,
like,
you stealing.
Big ass company like that, nah.
Niggas what's stealing? I'm hungry, nigga. The fuck you
if it's a big ass company, they ain't taking that loss. But if you stealing from people like old ladies, shit like that.
Wasn't we just talking about survival 10 minutes ago?
Yeah,
that's not. Yeah, you can't. Yeah. No, that's not. That's
now you talking about survival again, huh? You ready to survive now, huh? Izzy ready to survive?
I'm a survivor. I'm gonna make it. You know what I'm saying? But no Diddy. Fucking nigga. But yeah, just being more righteous, you gotta be pure, you know what I'm saying? And you could become, you know what I'm saying, more righteous than ever, know
what I think? A lot of us wouldn't understand what a lot of these
misleading. No misleading, being honest, honest with yourself. Like,
a lot of these countries, a lot of us people that live here, a lot of us, like, we wouldn't understand what a lot of these countries go through because we don't go through that shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's easy for us to have our opinion, but if we actually went through the shit these niggas is going through and had bombs dropped on us and went through shit, my nigga, we probably be talking the same shit. Yo, we got to click up and we got to figure this shit out.
Look at
sometimes
they gonna call you a terrorist too.
Our emotional feeling
I'm crazy. Yeah, they gonna call us some crazy shit.
They call groups right here in the United States that stand up for themselves the terrorist groups. You get what I'm saying? So, and that's because you're going against this westernized brain. We gonna classify you as this, so we know how to take care of you and deal with you.
Oh yeah, didn't they do that with Trump's little group, the Proud Boys? And they try to consider them as terrorists or something.
That's a fact.
That's why I say, y'all remember the movie Red Dawn? Who saw the movie Red Dawn? With Patrick Swayze.
It's
It's
on
a hella
YouTube.
old.
Go watch the movie Red Dawn with Patrick Swayze when the motherfuckers invaded America and they tried to take over America.
Chinese attack. Yeah.
When did it come out?
Oh, that was an old movie in the 80s.
It's the 80s movie.
Patrick Swayze,
Yeah, they
Red
remade
Dawn.
it. They remade a new one too.
I'm
They
telling
made a
you,
new, but the old one's better.
the old one better. A lot of people ain't ready for that. What you gonna do if you start seeing niggas dropping out the sky, nigga? Some of you niggas ain't even got guns, nigga. I got a gun in my house.
With mini Uzis.
Bulletproof vest, nigga. I'm ready for all that. These niggas ain't ready for that.
Like some areas that like emotional feelings. Some people feel
eventually
like
you're gonna run out of bullets though. So I mean, what can you really do?
Nigga, I buy bullets every week.
yeah, but
Eventually you're gonna run out though.
Nigga,
You
I'm
gotta learn
gonna
how to
keep
make
buying.
your own.
Nigga, I'm buying bullets. You supposed to keep buying bullets, nigga. You buy bullets.
But when you get to a point where you can't buy them no more.
Nigga, I'm
Yeah,
at.
remember, we can turn this turn into Armageddon real fast.
If I got 10,000 bullets, hey, look, if I got 10,000 bullets, I'm gonna make sure I take 10,000 shots.
No, you have to know how to shoot. So now your target's got to be intentional. You ain't out here just shooting frivolously. So now you have to be tactical, and a lot of us ain't tactical.
None of us ain't tactical. If we ain't been to no ranges, if we ain't been in no military, we ain't tactical. We just gonna shoot to shoot.
Nigga, I'm gonna try my best.
That's all you can say.
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna be out there in all black.
Look at emotional feeling the data. Emotional feeling the data. Some people the data they might not. Some people, other people go through mediocre
Yo, we ain't
shit.
got no chat, huh?
Some people go through mediocre shit and they feel like they went through the worst of shit. The data. So other people might feel that they didn't go through nothing, but they went through the worst of shit. The data. Other people feel like they lost everything. The data. Like some people feel like they lose their money, they dead. You know what I'm saying? So they'll kill themselves. So everybody feels different about different situations. So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, perspective is everything. That's what it is. It's everybody ideology. Everywhere. Like remember, look where we are. Like Kevin said, we are taught a westernized way. We live here. That's why everybody's ideology everywhere they go in a different world is different. Whether it's in the Middle East, whether it's in the South, the North, everybody have a different ideology, and everybody don't like each other. Nigga, everybody is a different gang. Everybody say fuck us. You go to North Korea, you go to China.
No,
these niggas.
But there is people that do like everybody. That probably don't like certain people that they meet, but there's not everybody.
What country likes everybody? Name one country that likes everybody.
Whole countries.
When they meet them, they're gonna pretend to like them.
I'm just saying, there's everybody don't like somebody. You're not getting my point. My point is
acting away doesn't mean I'm acting away.
Somebody. My point is everybody country don't like somebody.
Yeah. Everybody country. Yeah, I guess the government. That's government shit. You know what I'm saying?
There's not one country that's with everybody. Everybody's against somebody. That's the crazy thing about it. It ain't no different than your modern day people on the street. Everybody got beef. Everybody against somebody. That's why they say your government is the biggest gang. Because nigga, when they go to war, nigga ain't no different from the Crips and Blood having gone to war. They go to war over money just like niggas go to war over money in the street. They go for war over
everybody's not living in that type of frequency. Some people
you've been taught to listen.
You know what I'm saying?
You've been taught to do that from your government or the people that's over your country. You've been taught the ways of the other country. Of the
Cap
your
is saying
worldly
that's
ways.
like a bigger version of it. That's what he's saying. Worldwide type shit.
Yeah, that's what it
is. They do it at a bigger level than what we do it, bro.
Yeah, it's a taught behavior, man.
That's why they look at us and laugh at us. We are doing it at a small town level. These niggas, my nigga, your government, my nigga, America, this is the biggest. This is a gang. America's a gang. Nigga, every country is their own gang. Nigga, they run with their own motherfucker. They got military. They got their own defense. Everybody run their own shit. They meet up, have meetings at the UN. Come on, my nigga. They discuss money. They exchange money. Nigga, they do business. They do everything.
They do lieutenants.
They said,
and the strongest regime has the overall currency.
Cap, they said, laugh out loud. You just disproved the Quran on Instagram, but now you quiet.
I don't know
was
who
hella
the
long
fuck that
ago.
is. I ain't
Mhm.
never disproved that. Don't listen to them. They trolls.
That was
They
that
don't
one
even know
talking
me.
about lies and God and shit.
They ain't talking to me.
Yeah.
Nah, they trying to talk to Twin.
Oh.
Yeah, they're not talking to me by saying that.
Shit, I went to Iraq in 04, 05. Shit. Niggas feel like they in Iraq and Chicago. It's just feelings,
Man,
nigga.
niggas go
Yeah,
to
they feel like
war.
that in
And
Sacramento.
niggas go to war and leave in 4 months. Dishonorable discharge. These niggas wasn't ready. A lot of these niggas ain't.
Yo, this dude.
Let's keep it real, my nigga. Niggas don't make it out of basic training, my nigga. You know what I mean? Niggas I knew from high school that went to the army and didn't make it out of basic training. Only the
Yeah.
strong. I'm talking about niggas was
I
faking
believe
injuries.
all black people should not allow their kids to go to the army.
I'm talking niggas faking injuries, bro. They tried to recruit me when I was in high school. They told me but then I went and got a whole bunch of tattoos. They told me I had too many tattoos. Imagine telling a nigga that you got tattoos, you can't go to the army.
That
That's
must
when
have
I
been
knew
hey,
it saved my life, though.
They
when
put
teachers.
camouflage on you in the army. They put makeup and shit on you. They put tattoos on you. They
But
paint your
they
face
didn't
and
want
all
me.
that
They
shit.
told me because of my tattoos, I couldn't go to the army. I had a tattoo on because of the tattoo on my neck, I couldn't go to the army.
So
And
they
I was,
did
I
you a
was,
justice.
bro, I probably would have been the best nigga. If I would have went to the army, I probably would have been a commander.
They did you a justice by not letting a black man go to the army and to
Bro,
kill for
they
some
did
white
it,
people.
bro. Bro, you know, bro, I would have probably been a commander right now. Bro, I would have been busting my guns, nigga. Bro, you know what type of nigga I would have been in the army back then? This was right about 9/11. I graduated 03. You know the type of nigga I would have been? I'd have been like in that bitch like Black Ops. Nigga, I'd have been a real goon out there, nigga. I probably would have been a sniper too. I probably would
A
have been
lot
a
of
sniper.
yo, there's a lot of problems, Cap.
I ain't going to kill for a person
Hey, if Cap gets captured, he knows how to
evil.
get out of
I
it.
ain't going to kill for some evil people.
Survival mode.
But bro, I wouldn't have been thinking like that at the time. I was a child. I wouldn't have been thinking like that. I wouldn't have been.
So
I'm
who you
40
think
now.
who you think blew up 9/11? Do you think George Bush knew about the situation?
Bro.
I
First of
just
all,
gave it to y'all in a segment
100%.
earlier.
That was an insurance
first of
I
all,
scam.
we
just
already
told y'all.
we know who was responsible
A
for 9/11. That's why he got.
Japan owned the World Trade Center before 9/11. After
Bro,
9/11, America owned it. So you tell me
bro,
what it was about.
they didn't own everything in it though. They didn't own the
Listen, they owned the building, Japan.
Japan,
bro,
they own the World Trade
Yes,
Center.
yes.
but you know who took down
Before
9/11.
it came down.
Yeah.
With
You
all the
do know,
defense mechanism America got, you think they allow somebody to come in here and blow down a whole motherfucking building with a plane?
So Osama, what Osama got to do
It
with this?
wasn't a plane, but
it wasn't
Right.
a, you
We know
they
all
those
the
were
right?
all the
explosions. They had
aspects of it.
fools
It wasn't a
working in the
plane. It was
elevators. They had asbestos hella bad. It was an
I mean, a
insurance
plane ran
fraud
into the
plan.
building though.
That's what it was.
right, but you
And the day
can't
before that,
listen. You
they
can't blow
lost
down
hella
that building with a
billions of
plane. We
dollars
know
and
that.
couldn't find it.
Scientists
And then
have
that
came
building
and
blew
forth
up
and said
too.
it. You can't.
That shit was covered. They trying to erase the tracks.
So what
You
happened with
know who,
Osama bin
And
Laden?
China did not own that shit. The Port
but
Authority of New
no,
York and Jersey
but
did.
no, they had people, bro. They
First
had
of
people
all,
doing they
America
had
didn't
people
own the
Larry
doing
building before then.
Silverstein, that was the owner, Jewish school from New York. And when that shit went
America
down, he
didn't
took
own
the
it.
insurance claim
Japan
and got a
owned it
billion out of
before
that.
it blew it down. Japan. That's who owned the building.
Nah, in 2001, check. Larry
hold
Silverstein, bro, Jewish cat.
you say
And he got an
DG
insurance
got the
claim
book.
and got that. I mean,
What
I'm
you
So
just
say,
diving
DG?
down into
I so
conspiracy
so so
rabbit hole
so
that
yo,
I
hold
go
on,
on.
hold on.
Hold
Why did they blame
on.
Osama bin Laden out of everybody in the world?
Because
Why
they had the
Osama bin Laden
oil,
got
they had the oil and the
DG
poppy
got the
fuse.
book.
They had the oil, the poppy fuse, the gold. And they were already beefing. This knew Osama. They used to chill at the fucking White House together. He knew his dad. They knew they
Osama
had the
was an
poppy
ally of
fuse and the
America.
gas. And they said weapons of mass destruction. And they flew over there and took everything.
Now say that again. Say that again. Say that again.
Poppy fuse, oil, and gold.
But why did they blame Osama?
Because poppy fuse, oil, and gold. That part.
So they just blamed him For no, they just
They
blamed
were
him
paying
because
for
there's
the
not a
oil
war with
before
him.
that.
But they also blame
They paid
Gaddafi.
for it.
They didn't just
And
blame
then his
You know how
Osama.
many?
They
You
blamed
know how many tons? You know how many tons of gold they got out of there? And Libya too. That shit. Tons of gold. Tons.
They
So
also
what's
That's
the
blame Gaddafi
billions.
too.
so you saying it was staged? That's what you're saying.
They find the weapons of mass destruction. What happens?
They didn't find no
They
weapons
found
of
a
mass
bunch of
destruction.
poppy fields and oil. I know that.
They didn't find no weapons of mass destruction. That was all a lie.
Exactly. But that's the reason to get us to agree to let them go over there.
Yo, what's up? There's someone in the chat. You got the floor, Dundada.
What it do, Dundada? What
What's
it do,
good?
baby?
What's criminated with you?
Nah, I'm just coming in here, just hollering at y'all, man. You know what I'm saying? Chopping it up.
Where you from, Dundada? How light are you?
I'm from Houston.
You from Houston?
Yeah.
I feel it, Dundada. You poured up? You pouring up? You
Nah, I'm
pouring?
at work right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm at work, chilling.
All right. I feel it. I feel it.
Yeah.
What's good,
Yo, I
Kev?
gotta go, fellas. I'm gonna holler at y'all in the next segment, man. It was nice. This was a
All right,
beautiful
King.
segment. I'll holler at y'all later, all right?
All right,
Peace.
Kev.
All right, be
Peace,
you
young
already
lady.
know.
Because
It's Twin if you still there.
Oh yes, have a good night.
All right. And tell Gangsta Cap, tell your wife I said have a good night.
I appreciate you.
All right.
All
Y'all
right.
be easy.
All right, Dundada. That's a fact,
You know,
DG.
that's how we do.
Go ahead, gangster. You got the floor, Dundada.
Nah, I'm
That
just
shit crazy.
coming in, you know, getting in where I fit in with y'all, man. Y'all keep going on doing what y'all was doing, bro. I'm at work, so my shit might
Oh,
get
word.
Oh,
I
where you
might.
working
I
at,
know.
Dundada? What you doing? What you do for work? And we could ask. I mean, you don't even know how to explain yourself, but you know what I'm saying? You feel like
I'm a
elaborating.
I'm a
What was that?
batch man. I load cement trucks. I'm a
Oh,
batch
that's what's
man. It's what
up.
they call a batch man. Yeah.
Ain't
Oh, that's what's up.
holding them bitches. How the fuck? God damn.
Yeah, it's just computer. Really, it's a computer program. You know, it ain't nothing hard. You know, I'm sitting behind a computer.
Oh, you
Oh,
chilling. Doing logistics. Doing a
Yeah,
thing.
it's easy.
A little light shit.
Yeah. Just running a plant. That's all it is. Running a plant, concrete plant.
So yo, DG. So they actually killed Osama bin Laden and his whole family, nigga, for all you, nigga.
yeah. I mean, but you know how we were talking about Gaddafi, how he trying to make the gold back the naira, right? The dollar. Saddam
Yeah.
Hussein was trying to do the same shit before him.
Oh, he was trying to do some currency shit.
Yeah, all the Arab countries were going to link together and make all their oil only be able to be paid for with gold backed currency. And
wasn't
our
it
shit
like
ain't,
8
our
of them?
shit
Wait,
ain't,
hold up. Hey,
huh?
wasn't it like 8 of them? Wasn't it like 8
The
of them?
United Arab Emirates,
Yeah, it
UAE,
was like
or
we took
AE, whatever.
we took out like 6 of them. We took out like 6 or 7 of them.
Yeah, but they sacrificed Gaddafi instead and let him get sacrificed, basically.
No,
Oh,
a whole bunch of
Yep.
them
And
didn't even
he had the
know.
most gold too. In Libya, they had the most gold. And the
Yeah, we got
literacy rate was all the way up. In Libya, when Gaddafi ruled that, when you got married, you got a house. He had people getting free health care. You go to
yeah.
college for free. He'll give you free seats to be a farmer if you want. He
Hey,
was
you
bringing
get
his
free
people up.
gas. You got free gas in Libya. You didn't pay for gas.
Yeah, and when he first was leader, his parents were living in a tent. And he
Yeah,
brought them all the way up like that.
Obama
Literacy rate
figured it
was
out,
like
man.
80% or higher, better than America. And we
Oh,
went over there and checked
Hillary.
that shit out.
Yeah, they got a
These
new leader in Africa now.
Hey,
They got a
bro,
new.
in Libya, if you wanted to go to college out of the country, he would pay for you to go to
You could
college
go
out.
for free. Yeah, and when you get married, he give you 50,000.
Yeah, he give you money when you get married too. That
Yeah,
man,
if you want to be a
Yeah,
farmer, he'll give you land and seeds, pay for all that shit, let you do it.
yeah,
yeah,
Barack
that's
Obama took that man out, man.
but his
They
own
found a
people.
they found a giant
But,
water aquifer in
but,
the desert,
hey, but look,
underneath the
but
desert.
But his own people turned on him. Remember, we can't just take him out. America
Now
can't just.
they sent the people from India and shit. You know how they be funking with the
Yeah, bro,
sheiks,
bro.
the
They
different
got
Arab sects.
bro. They got his own people to turn on him, bro.
Nah,
His
but
own.
Nah,
Osama
when
was
he
bombing
was on
mad
the
shit.
run, they caught him
Osama
when he
bin
was on the
Laden was
run.
bombing mad shit. He bombed mad different, like U.S. Like he had beef with U.S. Like he did bomb
We,
mad
we,
U.S.
we talking about Gaddafi right now.
Yeah, Gaddafi, that's Libya. But you see
Yeah,
the pattern though. Like if you in Palestine and you seeing that shit happen, Libya, all them countries. That's why Iran and those other ones are helping Palestine
Yeah,
because
because
they
they
know
was
if they let that shit happen, they gonna be next.
hey, bro, that nigga Gaddafi used to wear his shades and shit. That nigga was a
He was
cool.
OG. He had the Versace down, everything.
That nigga had all the best shades, bro. That nigga had the gold gun. Yo, that nigga
Yeah.
had a gold gun. Bro, this nigga was, bro, they did that nigga, bro. I don't know, bro. He
They
was
killed
different.
him. They killed him on
I,
video, and they were just
y'all,
stabbing him. Was killed his
They
ass.
dragged that nigga. They
They
dragged
stabbed
him.
him in the ass. They stabbed him in
y'all
the ass.
new leader in
There's
Africa,
like 20 motherfuckers stabbing him, and one dude put out a machete and just stuck him in the
Ibrahim
ass, bro.
Traore. Y'all seen that new leader in Africa, Ibrahim Traore? That's a
Who is
bad
that?
motherfucker.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Traore.
What
Yeah,
part
he
of
a
Africa?
cold. Hey, that's a cold motherfucker right there.
Hey,
What
he the
he,
leader of Burkina Faso. Burkina
he
Faso president. That's a bad motherfucker, man.
wait, what
The
is
whole
he? He a
all black
president?
people need to be behind him, bro. All
Wait, what
black
is
people
he?
need to be
Is he a
behind him.
wait,
Shit cutting out. I can't hear.
Leader.
You're president what country?
Burkina Faso.
Burkina Faso?
Yep. That's a bad motherfucker, dog.
I want to go
Ibrahim
to Africa.
Traore.
I want to go to Africa and be a president. Be a king over there. Somebody need to give me some land.
If you want to be a king, all you gotta do is go to Africa, go to a tribe, right? Go in the jungle, Dundada, right? And kill a fucking lion with your bare hands, Dundada. Come back with him, Dundada. You come back
Hey,
with
they
that lion.
say
Now Cap gonna be over there riding a giraffe with a ski mask on.
they
Yeah,
say
if
he
Nah,
you kill
survived,
no lion,
survived
you fuck.
18 assassination attempts already. 18 assassination attempts.
bro, if I go over there, they gonna let me run the jungle.
Now that's a
Oh,
fact. I know what you're talking about. I think the boy he got all the golden data.
I be like Zamunda.
Bro, I already told you what you gotta do, Dundada. You're gonna have to go in the jungle and kill a lion with your bare hands, Dundada. You can't do that. I don't know what to tell you,
Nah, let
Dundada.
him start with a hyena first.
Nah, they told me, nigga, they told me, Dundada, I have to
Dude,
do it, Dundada. So, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to, you know what I'm saying, follow
bro, a
suit.
lion, there ain't no way.
A lion, nigga, I had to, nigga. I came through with his head, Dundada. What you talking about, nigga? They made me the hat. I had the hat on my head, Dundada. The whole head, Dundada.
The lion gonna be taller than you when it's on all four.
I'm trying to tell you, Dundada.
That's it.
You know what I'm saying? I got lucky. I don't know if it got lucky or I just had the strength, you know what I'm saying? Or someone helped me. The angels in the outfield, they were just out wooing with me that day.
Niggas over there living with
It was howling.
and shit, running around in the
In the
community.
jungle, I came through, nigga. They crowned me king. You know what I'm saying?
Hey.
Real situations, real situations occur.
Hey, where you from, Dundada?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Antarctica.
Okay. Yeah, that
Rest of
explains.
Antarctica is crazy.
What you mean? All the secrets that we fucking the world's hiding.
You ain't find lions, you find polar bears.
Who, me?
So
Nah, then I went to
let me
Africa.
ask y'all this: what do y'all think about Russia being private, like using private security to help fight for countries like Niger and Africa? Like now they're aligned, they're allies now. How do you feel about Africa and Russia aligning?
Shout out to all the Russians,
I mean,
Shout out to
they
And
Russia.
I
not fucking
trust
with each
Russia.
other. They
I
trading
wouldn't trust
oil, trading
Russia though,
energy.
bro.
You gotta support your team.
I wouldn't trust.
If they paying for all that oil, energy, yeah, you gotta keep them alive.
Shout out
Africa
to
needs to
Hey,
do their
Russia.
hey,
own. They need to do their
hey,
own
my,
work, bro.
my thing is if they support you, tell them to give you some pressure machines and some diamond cutters so y'all can
Yo,
start making your own
Yeah,
diamonds.
they trading for rare material.
your
Materials.
twin.
You gotta
Your
understand,
twin.
like in Africa, that's where all the rare resources are.
Yeah,
That's a
yeah.
fact. That's what I'm saying. Yo, twin, I'm
If you,
supporting them too, GG, because that's the motherland, Everybody go and takes from Africa, So if you can align yourself with Africa, you know you're gonna become good because they actually got everything. They got They don't need no other country, Africa.
Well,
They
I
got
was
the
talking.
diamond, they got the gold there,
but
they got
that's what I'm saying. If you really helping Africa and you aligning yourself with Africa, why ain't nobody giving them no pressure machines and no cutting machines so they ain't got to keep selling their diamonds to everybody else and they can
I
cut
mean,
their
look,
own
they
shit.
still got them working like
Well,
slaves in
the
the
only
mines.
the
They could have
what
sent them some
I was
equipment
thinking,
hella
I
quick.
was talking more from a perspective of Africa because now other countries are now mad at Niger because they're saying, why are you aligning with them? And it's causing conflict in Africa. So now we going against each country is now fighting against each other because they're saying, why are you allowing Russia to protect y'all?
it's like somebody coming to bully you, right? And now you got somebody that's gonna protect you, Now the niggas like, why you got him bullying you, We had a line, but he was taking shit from you, Your relationship wasn't really two things. Now he can't take shit from you, So of course they gonna be mad, but they was mad at you already. They already hated you. They already didn't like you. They was already taking shit, misleading your ass. So now you got some protection. You can't get mad. You know what I'm saying? That's protection.
Hey, Africa got too many countries, man. Too many
Yeah,
countries.
hella
That's
countries.
why I'm saying that because
Yeah.
imagine if they all imagine everyone around you links up, your ops linking up around you, and they surrounded you and you that's gonna be that we
But
gonna
they was
basically what I'm
bullying.
That's
saying is
already happening. That's the
there's gonna be a
regime
war.
changes.
There's
That
about
shit
to be a
happened.
war in Africa.
Yeah, they
I'm
try to
calling
kill
it.
him. They try to kill him like already 18 times, homie said.
They
So,
need
you
to
know what
split
I'm saying?
that
They already been in a
shit into 4
situation.
regions, man. 4
Yeah, they
regions.
already been trying to kill him. Facts. So if they
Man,
try
how
to
you
kill him,
gonna
now he
I'm
got
not
to
gonna lie.
protect.
I don't know how comfortable I am with. I mean, I understand y'all need the help, but I don't know if Russia is probably the best option. I get that's probably the only offer you got, but
So I'll
Russia
fuck with
just.
Russia.
You said what?
I'll fuck with Russia.
Yeah,
Russia's
that's what
cool.
I'm saying.
It's up
I
to
mean, I don't
you.
have a problem with him, but I don't care for him either. So it's like to me, that's a little iffy because I'm like, what is your end game? Like, why are you trying to protect them? What are you trying to get from them?
Why not protect them? They got everything you need. That's the motherland. Africa don't need no other country. They got all the resources they need in their country. That's why all the countries is going to Africa to take from it, and build their own country. Countries was built off Africa. Africans.
Yeah, they got the minerals and the gems, but they don't got the oil.
They got everything they need, right in Africa.
That's because
Yeah,
they so
No, that's
they
why they
so
made a
gonna
deal. Okay,
profitable,
so
see
look at
we
it.
gonna
You see the
see how
two
long it
biggest
takes.
motherfuckers. You see the two biggest motherfuckers. You gonna let one bully you, or you gonna link up with the other one?
Facts, like fuck it, you gonna have
That's what
to.
it
No,
is.
they been bullying them. They been
Yeah, somebody
bullying them.
gotta have your back. I'd rather have Russia than nobody.
Facts, but Russia's. What you mean? Russia's solid, bro.
So I'm saying, yeah, that's number two.
And Russia,
But see,
You
but you
see,
know, but y'all do know that the countries that Russia is, they're saying they're doing it out of good faith to help them. But if you notice, they're only securing and fighting for countries that America has not aligned with. So mind you, now because of this, France is beefing with Russia. Not like they not beefing, but France is looking at Russia like you got me fucked up. And mind you, we're aligned with France. So that means eventually they're gonna try and pull us into this France and Russia disagreement because they're gonna have a disagreement. Like France is not fucking with this. They like, nah, bro,
Not
you
just
cannot
France, it's
protect
the
them.
European Union. They were trying to get Ukraine on board. That's how that whole shit popped up.
And Ukraine is fucked up for doing that.
Yeah, because they made an agreement to Russia.
Exactly. That's yeah. And that's why I don't feel bad for the war that Russia has on Ukraine. I don't feel bad for them because you will not link up with my ops intentionally and think that that shit finna go under the rug. We not doing that. We let you have this land. We didn't persecute you. We let you move over there because you wasn't fucking with Russian customs. Ukraine, y'all wanted to do y'all own thing. Cool. Y'all know we don't fuck with America. We made that very clear. We not linking with them. And then you motherfuckers gonna go to a meeting and tell them niggas you want to click up with them publicly? Nah. Nah. We not having that.
that's a fact. Russia's solid though. I can say Russia's solid.
Nah, I feel that's why I was mad we gave money to the Ukraine. Fuck them.
We give them billions. Crazy.
And then y'all bitching and crying about student loans. Man, get the fuck out of here.
Not us, you.
Well, you're an American too. I don't know why you trying to
I
dissociate
don't got
yourself
no
from your country.
loans. I don't have no loans. I didn't go to college.
I mean, you still got debt. You still
I
got to
got
pay
zero
IRS
debt.
taxes.
Nope. I pay everything cash. I get taxes back. What do you mean?
You still got to pay taxes though.
Nah, I get taxes back. I just got 6K taxes hit like a month ago.
So you telling me you don't pay no taxes on any jobs that you do? You don't pay no taxes, but somehow you filing. That's money laundering and
Now
that's
they take
fraud.
it out of the check. Yeah.
So yeah, you committing fraud. Good for you. But for some of
Yeah,
us
they
that's
take
not
it out of
committing
the check.
fraud, we don't like that.
It's not fraud. It's when you have full custody of your kids, you get more money in Cali.
No, I'm talking about when you work, you got to pay taxes out of your
Yeah,
job,
like
right? So you get
EBT and
Medicare
all
and you
that.
get all of that, correct? Because if you work a job that is classified under United States as a job, you have to pay taxes on. You know what I'm saying, right? Social Security, all of that.
We get paid in cash.
So you're not claiming the money you make on your taxes. That's fraud.
I don't make money. I'm broke.
But that's my point. You committing fraud. That's cool. I'm just saying for the us
Nah.
that's not committing fraud and they taking our money, yeah, I have a
I
problem
got
with that.
TurboTax does my taxes.
I
100%
understand, but you're not.
guaranteed.
But you're
What
not
you do?
filing everything that you get. If
Filing
you get
everything.
$100, you're not telling them you get $100. You're gonna probably lie and say you got 30 or 40 because you got cash. You talking to a
I'm not
scammer
a
like you?
criminal.
I know.
I'm
I
not a
like you. Feel
criminal,
me?
so
I know what. I hear what you're saying. I know. Yeah, I know. I got you. But you
the
that's
hope.
that's
Okay, I don't
fraud.
got debt. That's all I'm saying. I don't got no debt.
Yeah, and that's why I say you lucky. But for us to actually have to, we have to put our money and tell us honestly what we make. Yeah, we have to pay taxes. That's bullshit.
Damn,
It's not fair. I'm paying for stuff that I
not
don't even have
fair.
access to.
Not fair. For real.
Nah, it's not fair, DG. That's not fair for real, the daughter. Like you shouldn't be
No,
doing none of that shit, the
man, we
daughter.
should all be equal. I'm sorry.
Nah, but just cause it's like it's
Fuck
you
with.
over here
That's
getting
your
more.
choice. Look it. Everybody makes choices. Remember that. If Twin wants to, she could tell the IRS. Nothing's gonna happen, but it's all good. If she wants to, she could do that.
Oh, that's how you
Oh yeah,
feeling?
no, I could, but I believe it. I don't want to play with the IRS. I like just doing what I'm supposed to do. I don't want no problems. I don't want no smoke.
6 bands ain't even a lot from taxes.
I mean, to you it's not a lot, but to average people, that's a lot.
That's like a 2008 Honda Civic.
To you, but you got to remember where we are in the economy right now. That's a lot of money to a lot of middle class Americans.
You got 6 figures, Twin. Relax.
This
So
dude's committing tax fraud.
Yup.
What about all that money the billionaires get and they don't pay no taxes on those?
Yeah,
So
exactly. You see
That's a
that?
no,
fact.
they use
Hey, that
tax.
part though.
No,
That part though.
they
What happened?
use
Hey, that prison
taxes.
got 68 million. Where that shit go?
Mm-hmm.
Where that
they
shit go?
they
All I
That's
need is
that's
six
constantly
my that's
bands.
the
That
point that
shit
I'm
be
making.
lit.
Is all this money is coming in, but y'all are saying that we broke, but you still sending money out. It's not making sense. Like
yeah, but
the
you
math
still
ain't
you was
the
glad they
When
gave
government
you
money.
the
become a
math not mathing.
politician, you can do it legally almost.
You said
You
what?
just
You
you
become a
just said you,
politician, and you could just be a you could lobby and do that shit legally.
Yeah, all I know is we need some new government officials because the math ain't mathing. It's not adding up,
They been in there too long. Yeah, they get 200,000 a year, but got billions and millions.
and ain't
right.
nobody trying to take a pay cut, and that's crazy.
But you don't see them going
They
to
don't
jail
really
for
make
no type
it,
of
but they
fraud.
still.
They don't get charged with no type of fraud, shit like that.
They don't, and they should, because they all money laundering. All them presidential candidates, all them judges, they are all money laundering, and we can prove it. It's facts. Ain't no way you are broke. Ain't no way before you become an elected official, you make 100,000 a year, and you become an elected official on $100,000 salary, but now you make $1 million. Where the rest of that money come
You
from?
got 15 million net worth.
Yep.
Yeah, no, you niggas is money laundering. These politicians is stealing with they thieving ass. But then they lock people up for doing that tax fraud shit. That's that PPP loan. Y'all locking niggas up, but all you politicians do PPP loans on a regular. How does
The
that work?
PPE. Well, I don't know what that is either.
That PPP loan they had during COVID?
I was joking.
Oh, well, yeah. That's why I said that shit crazy. People
See,
going
they
to
just
jail
do
for
it
that.
legally. That's what
That
it
should
is.
got me one. Yeah.
No, politicians do it illegally. That's my point. How do you penalize the American people for doing things that your Supreme Court judges are doing? That's crazy. People's going to jail for that. That don't make sense.
What it comes down to is they need term limits. That's what it is. Like
No, what
if
it
you a
comes down to is you
congressman,
need to allow
senator,
people
you
to
should have
actually
like only
vote.
2 years. That's what.
No, they need to allow
Yeah.
people to vote. Don't
In
appoint
Cali,
people.
we had the same motherfuckers in Cali for 30 years. Saint Nancy Pelosi, her whole family, they've
It's
been
not, but
milking
the
Cali.
problem isn't the term though. It's the people you're putting in. Stop allowing, quit
You don't
allowing
get to
people.
vote. You don't get to vote. You seen when the election happened, they
That's what I
closed the
just said.
polls.
Allow
Listen, they
people to vote.
you can't.
Stop
In
trying to
Cali, it
suppress
don't
them.
matter. In Cali, it's already rigged. They
That's what
called the election in Cali
yes, I just
7%
said
vote.
that.
That's,
Yes.
so
Yeah,
what you think they're doing with the city council and the governor, all that is the same.
I just yes, that's what I'm saying. The term limit isn't the problem. It's the fact that you're not allowing people to vote. You're rigging the votes. It's not the term
Okay,
limit.
yeah. So they're rigging the votes, but if you put term limits, they can only rig
So
it
what?
twice.
It don't matter if you do term limits. They just gonna keep rigging the vote and put the same kind of people, just different faces in there. We don't want that. We want the American people to pick their person. I don't care if it's a good person, they can be in there for 10 years. I don't care as long as you're righteous and you're doing the right thing. It's about the character of the person you're putting in those term limits.
If you believe
Presidents
your
can only
vote
serve
counts,
4 years. I mean, 8 years total, but 4 years at a time. How many shitty presidents have we keep recycling over and over again? So it's not the term, it's the person. We need better people, which means we gotta, as people, research the people that we're electing. Cause niggas vote for anybody. As long as you lie to them and tell them you're gonna give them a check or bring out celebrities, a nigga will vote for you. That's a problem.
They need to get rid of
nah,
political
they
parties.
tried to do that. Yeah, they tried to do that with Hillary and Biden or whatever Kamala. That didn't work though.
I mean, it didn't work because black people are starting to catch on that you actually don't, you're not helping us. But Kamala and Joe Biden made over $20 million from that campaign. Where did that $20 million go? Nobody knows. And nobody's asking questions about where did all that money come from? Who donated that money, by the way? Why do we not know? Why do I have to subpoena a court just to find out who donated to you? Why is it a secret? Shouldn't you be proud of who you donate your money to?
Yeah, once you find out who it is, then you're gonna know why they're doing it.
Exactly. It's a scam. They scamming us.
It's pay for play, yeah, quid pro quo. That's
It's some bullshit. I'm telling you, it's some sneaky shit going on, and ain't nobody really paying attention to it.
that's why I don't even vote. I don't even believe in that shit. You really don't have a choice.
I think that it's more important for you to vote locally than it is for you to point for your president. I always tell people if you're not gonna vote, at least vote for your mayor of the city you live in. I mean, you have a better odds of getting somebody good in your city than shit a president of a whole country. That's for sure. Or at least your governor. That's important.
Man, in Cali they voted for fucking Terminator.
I mean, shit, y'all voted for Kamala. I mean, y'all should have known right there that
She was in Frisco right here, and she was locking people up for little weed charges, trying
exactly.
to
So it's
pin
like
murders on
y'all
people.
knew, and nobody in California spoke up when she ran for vice president. Why y'all didn't speak up and say,
Nah, she
"Hey"?
was she was fucking the governor. She was fucking everybody.
No, I know that, but why, as California as a people, did y'all not stand and say, "Hey, let me tell y'all what she did as an attorney general. She ruined
Yeah,
black men's
none of
lives."
that came out till later.
But
Like this dude, he did his 10 years,
that's the
and they finally
problem.
let him go.
That's you missing it. That's the problem. Y'all wait till afterwards to say something. Why didn't y'all say something when she ran?
Yeah,
That's
you're
the
right.
problem with people. Y'all
Yeah,
wait till the
people
shit
in Cali
blow
ain't
up.
really involved with the politics like that. Everybody's, they working, trying to make bread. Well, you go around and ask people who they gonna vote for, like local. No one's gonna know.
It's unfortunate, man. I wish we change. We gotta change as a people.
It's almost 10 already.
He says, "Is there any update with the Carmelo Anthony story?" Not from what I seen. Cap, did you find an update on that story? Because all I saw was that they were allowing him to graduate. He just couldn't participate in the ceremony. Nope, they still ain't showed us no video. That's what I'm waiting for.
Hey, but now on the case it's saying they got witness statements saying the white kid Metcalf pushed Anthony first, and then that's when he pulled it out.
I mean, yeah, but it still won't. He's still not gonna get self defense though.
But if you got witnesses saying it, somebody got a video in that stand.
Yeah, but you can't react. Your self defense has to match the initial threat. So if someone pushes you and you stab them, that's excessive force. So self
Yeah,
defense
a
goes out
push.
of the way. Now, if the dude if they was jumping him, if witnesses say like, nah, him and his brother was trying to jump him, now it's like, well, I could stab because now I'm being attacked by two people and
I
I'm
mean,
in
it
fear of
had
my life.
it had to be that. It had to be both of them because it says that he died in his twin brother's arms right after. So they're right there.
I hope so. I hope it was that they were bullying him. And I mean, let me not say I hope because a life was lost. That's horrible. But I hope that he was threatened by multiple people and he was in fear of his life. And that's how it went down. And it wasn't, they were arguing. He pushed them and then he stabbed him. Because in the statement, he said, if you touch me, I'm something about like, if you touch me, see what I'm going to do. Like, that's a threat.
Yeah, and like fake reaching in your bag like you had a strap. That
So, yeah, no, that's, man, both kids lost. I really lost a lot, to be honest. Because even if he is found not guilty, he still is going to be labeled guilty amongst a large group of people. And
yeah, he can't live in that city anymore or town.
yeah, I don't know how you're going to get a job. I don't know how you're going to get to college. Like, I'm not sure how that's even going to work. Because you can't even get financial aid if you have a felony, from my understanding. So, damn, I don't know, his whole life is just on pause right now. Oh, DG, remember we was talking about that black guy that shot those white teens because he thought they were invading his house?
The crowbar.
Yes, so we got more details. They said that there was already multiple burglaries going on in the neighborhood, and that neighbors were warning each other, like, hey, be careful. This is what's going on. So that actually helps his case a lot because 3 a.m., someone kicking my back door in. There's already been burglaries before. I mean, I was scared for my life.
Nah, but that also means they've been scoping it out. You see that? And they knew it was some
Exactly.
person by themselves. They thought they
And
could get
that's
them at
us
night.
that's us assuming that those boys were the ones that did the other burglaries, but still, even if they didn't do it, it's like, what, as a homeowner, what do you think I'm going to think? I've already been warned. I hear somebody coming through my back door, I think. So,
Now they did it. They did that shit.
yeah, damn. James, I think it happened in Virginia. This happened
Yeah,
in
that's what they were
Virginia.
saying. They said something about not stand your ground. I don't know.
Yeah, it's called, they don't have Stand Your Ground, but they have another, I think it's called Castle something. And it states that you can kill if you are in immediate danger. So
Yeah, like
his
they mean like
case,
intruder. Just say he was trying to swing it at.
Crowbar.
Yeah. But the fact that he's locked up, I think it's only because he's black, and I don't like that. I think if it was the other way around, they would have took his statement and they would have let him go.
Well, plus then you gotta say he was like military trained too. He was a vet.
Mm.
He's a veteran, right? So he knows how to handle guns and how to move in a situation. So he's gonna have to explain that.
I mean, that's easy. I got PTSD.
Yeah, but
I was in a,
that fool it was like a little skinny 18-year-old white boy. He could have just took that shit from him.
I mean, but there's three of them.
Yeah, and
So
that's
I don't.
tweeting. That's the
But then
Three
again, remember, I
Stooges.
don't know if they're 18 or not. All I see is three white men
The one that
in my
got
back
shot was
door.
18. Yeah.
But I don't know that. I don't know he's 18. I just see three white men at my back door. I don't know how old they are or who they are.
With ski masks on and crowbars. Yeah, that's crazy.
Exactly. So I don't know who it is. I'm thinking they're coming to rob me. And think about how many times we've heard niggas say, "Oh, it wasn't supposed to go down like that." The one of the scary niggas got scared in the moment and fired. So he probably, you never know when someone's robbing what their intentions are.
You ever had a dream like that? Like something like that was about to happen?
Like someone breaking in my house or something.
Yeah.
Nah.
All right. So, but look, what if, okay, he got PTSD. He might have. And then this time you do wake up and that shit is real. You grabbing your gun quick.
Facts. Because we don't know what he experienced when he was in war. And I'm sure if he is a veteran, I'm pretty sure he takes medication already for like sleep apnea or sleep insomnia, that stuff. So you waking me out of my deep sleep. I mean, I'm not all the way, I'm disoriented. Like, I'm scared. Yeah, he got a good case. I think he should sue after he wins. He said, "What states are stand your ground?"
Texas, I think. I don't know what
Oh,
other.
it's actually a lot of them, like Alabama, Arizona, mainly the South.
Yeah, in the South.
I know,
Arizona, yeah, I think Arizona.
I know. I'm trying to think on the East Coast. Uh, I don't know if actually. Oh, New Hampshire. I know they have it, but I think that's the only one on the East Coast that has it. West Virginia does. The rest of them have that castle law, but it's like 30 states that have stand your ground.
Yeah, I don't know. In Cali, if you're doing that in someone's backyard, you probably get shot. And
Yeah, I don't know what it's like in California. I don't even know if
it
you
just
what
depends
you
where
be
you
charged
at.
with.
It depends where you at.
Oh, I had to
LA,
look it up. It's
certain
called the
spots.
Castle Doctrine. That's what it's called. I had to Google because I was like, what is it? It's specifically for defending your home. That's what it's called, the Castle Doctrine. I need to remember that because I could not remember. So yeah, Virginia has Castle Doctrine and defending your home. So it's basically stand your ground, but it's only stand your ground applies to anywhere for the most part, but Castle only applies in your home.
That shit says in California, castle doctrine is not the same as stand your ground. The fuck?
Yeah, because the Castle Doctrine is specifically for your home, like protecting your house. But I don't know what California. I don't even know what California has. Cause I hope y'all not under that. What's it called? That duty to retreat shit. I hope that's not that. Cause
Nah,
that's the
it says
bullshit.
yeah, in public spaces you gotta duty to retreat. Oh, it's removed in public spaces.
Yeah, that shit bullshit. Talking about I have to leave. Like I don't gotta. No. Cause I guess the only reason why I hate that law for like places that have that duty to retreat is because they say if it's safe to do so, you must retreat. But in the middle of a situation, how do you determine what's safe?
Yeah, then you gotta approve that shit.
Yeah, like that's I don't like that. Cause what's safe to you might not be safe to me. Nah, that's crazy.
Yeah, I'm high. I'm reading this dumbass Castle long ass shit.
So you guys are not no duty to retreat, which means you do not have to retreat if it's your legal right. Okay, I could fuck with that. I could fuck with that.
Yeah, like in Cali, people ain't just trying to, press you for no reason if they don't know you. Most people are holding something, or if you mess with the wrong one, that's even worse.
They only that would retreat if it's led from you ain't lying. That'll make you retreat real quick. But then again, remember you can't in a lot of states you can't shoot someone in the back. Like if they turn around, I mean even if you feel like you're in danger, you can't. They have to be facing you. Which that's dumb as hell, but whatever. All right, Cat. Well, I'm finna go to bed. It's almost midnight. I see y'all tomorrow.
All right, twin.
What it do? What it do? What it do? What's good? You already know. What's good? Said, damn, what happened to the late night show? Your boy don't said he couldn't do it no more, man. Ain't no more late night show. Ain't no more late night show. Ain't no more late night show. It's regular programming. Regular programming. Oh, whoa, whoa. Oh, whoa, whoa. Oh, whoa, whoa. What happened? What happened?
And I just made this fire song in the garage.
Oh, what?
I made this fire song in the garage.
Yo, I just bought 4 packs of bars tonight. Smoke all on gone. Yo! Ain't no way that I could fall. Niggas said when I was young that I wasn't gonna ball. I swear to God, I thought I heard alarms going off. Dur, 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 dur. Yes, sir. I rock the party that rock the party. Stay going ham. I don't stop. We don't stop. You don't stop. We don't stop. No. What I gotta do? Oh, that's what I had to do. Hey, this shit don't stop, baby. Till 6 o'clock in the morning. Break a dawn in. Wipe the cold out my eyes. They not ready for that. That's at 4:49. It's that 4:49. It's 4 in the morning, and I'm not trying to play no games with you, girl. Yeah, I ain't tripping off of nobody. I ain't worried about it nothing, but I do what I do. My shit 4:49. You win some, you lose some, but choose wisely. I'm about to start a whole new live, y'all. I'm about to start a whole new live. But I gotta chop this up first. Let me chop this up first. And I'm gonna start a whole new live. Okay, now I don't want nothing in here. I don't even want nothing in here. I don't think I want nothing in here either. Let me see. I don't think there's nothing in this live that I want to cut up. Oh, yeah, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Let me get some of this real quick. There was a lot of good shit in this live. There was a lot of good shit in this live. Let me get this real quick. Chop this up. All right. All right, there we go. All right, y'all, we'll be back. We'll be back.